Chapter 603. 10 days later, Yu Yun's troops headed south, Yao Shui's troops headed north, and Ning Cheng's troops came from the west. The Chu clan had neither reinforcements nor a path of retreat. It was a time of despair. Long Fei Ye's words were both a threat and an invitation to surrender. You want to swallow up the Chu clan's military strength? Han Yunqi asked doubtfully. Ning Cheng had tricked the Chu clan into a corner. If Long Fei Yi used Chu Tianyin as a hostage to force the Chu clan to surrender, perhaps the Long Fei Yi really could use the Chu clan to his advantage. After all, the Chu clan's driving arrow squad could fight against 10 men each. If he could take them under his command, their military strength would be on a completely different level. Yes, Long Fei Yi admitted. In terms of wealth, he might not lose to the Ning clan, but military strength was his weakness. It was time for him to train his troops and expand his armaments. Although the overall situation was set in stone, this was only the end of one game. Another would soon begin, and in this game, his only opponent would be the D clan's Ning Cheng. Tang Li rejoiced at the turn of events. He was about to leave when Han Yunqi added, "While you're at it, tell General Chu that if he doesn't surrender, this Wang Fei will guarantee that he'll never be able to pick up an arrow again." In other words, if General Chu surrendered, Han Yunqi could heal his hand. Her style was the same as Long Fei Ye's, combining kindness and severity. Tang Li looked at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi and couldn't help but wonder why he never realized these two were such a good match. Tang Li quickly left. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi could only wait for developments in western Liang and news from the Chu clan. What would the Chu clan choose? Han Yunqi thought that Chu Yunyi's character was far from loyal. He was just using the Western Qin imperial clan as a cover to deceive the world. After weighing the pros and cons, he could only choose to surrender. Thinking of this, the word bet appeared in Han Yunqi's mind. She finally remembered the bet she made with Long Fei Yi. They were betting on Ning Cheng's identity. She slowly turned her head to look at Long Fei Yi. This guy seems to have lost. No, it's not that he seems to have lost. He really did lose. If he lost, he would have to hug the little thing. No one knew what Long Fei Yi was thinking at this moment. He was staring at the door in a daze. Han Yunqi was clearly the winner. She could have won confidently and confidently. Unfortunately, when facing Long Fei Yi, she was always a little afraid. She coughed a few times and opened the topic. "Long Fei Yi, what is noble consort Ning's name?" "Ning-en," Long Fei Yi replied offhandedly. "So it turns out." Han Yunqi sighed with emotion. The executive council head who replaced Ouyang Ningnua was called Ouyang Ningjing. Ning and Ningjing is also called Njing. What an interesting name. Han Yunqi assumed that Long Fei would bring up Ning Cheng and Ning Nua's names, but he only gave an without any intention to chat. Han Yunqi scooted over to sit by his side. Ning Cheng and Ouyang Ningnua are interesting names as well. Ning Cheng and Ning Nua make a promise when combined. Hey, why didn't we think of that before? Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and Great General Ning's estate were merchant families and military families, respectively. They had never had any contact with each other. So who would be so bored as to put their names together? Long Fei Yi remained expressionless as he ignored her. Han Yunqi scooted closer and cocked her head at him. "So Ning Cheng is a member of the D clan." Long Fei Yi was still expressionless. Han Yunqi was puzzled. This guy isn't reacting at all. Did he forget about our bet? He said he'd have to hug Lil Thing if he lost. Han Yunqi waited for a while, but when she saw that Long Fei Yi still wasn't going to bring up the bet, she simply said, "Long Fei Yi, let's make a bet. You lost, so you have to fulfill your end of the bargain." Long Fei Yi's lips twitched. Actually, he knew what Han Yunqi was up to as soon as she asked for noble consort Ning's name. He was in a foul mood after being checkmated by Ning Cheng. Any sensible person would know to keep their distance from him at a time like this. This woman, on the other hand, had forced her way to him. Long Fei Yi turned around and asked coldly, Han Yunqi, this is the first time I've lost in my life. Aren't you afraid that I'll get angry? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi replied, do you mean you lost to me or to Ning Cheng? Long Fei Ye's face darkened instantly. He stared at Han Yunqi without saying a word. However, Han Yunqi wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she had the urge to laugh when she saw his expression. Fortunately, she restrained herself. She didn't dare to mention Ning Cheng again and hurriedly summoned Lil Thing out of the poisoned storage space. Then, she pretended to take it out of her sleeve and held it in front of Long Fei Yi. We agreed that you'd have to hug it. If the person in front of him wasn't Han Yunqi but anyone else, Long Fei Yi would have sent them flying with a kick. But he only looked down at Lil Thing. Ever since Lil Thing had entered the poison storage space to drink the poison water, it had often fallen asleep after eating too much. Unless Mama Yunqi called it, it rarely woke up. It had already activated the mode of eating, sleeping, and eating mode. Only in this way could it recover quickly. It also hoped that it could recover faster, not only from the poison in its teeth, but also from the detoxification of its blood. Then it could be like the gentleman and have the ability to protect Mama Yunqi. Right now, it was in a daze, about to wake up. It lazily turned over with its 4 feet in the air, twisted its body, and stretched its limbs. Then it opened its eyes as it stretched lazily. This face is so familiar. Lil Thing had been sleeping for days, so it couldn't wake up immediately. It rubbed its eyes with its paws before taking a closer look. The face was incomparably handsome with perfect features. There were no blind spots at all, as if the heavens had carved it out with care. It was a handsome face, but his expression wasn't very good. It was too cold, especially those eyes. There wasn't a trace of warmth in them. Lil Thing kept rubbing its eyes as it studied the face. The more it looked, the more familiar it felt, as if it had seen this face before. Suddenly, it stopped rubbing its paws and widened its eyes to take a closer look. His Highness Duke of Qin. Cheap! Lil Thing had finally woken up. Or rather, its 7 souls and 6 spirits had all awakened. Its white fur stood on end like it was about to explode, each strand trembling. Awoo, why is it like this? Lil Thing reflexively wanted to escape, but it was too late. Long Fei Ye's hands were much faster, and he'd already grabbed its tail. Long Fei Ye hated shrill cries like these. He grabbed Lil Thing by the tail and prepared to throw it out the door. Fortunately, Han Yunqi had the foresight to grab Lil Thing by the neck and ask Long Fei Yi, "What are you doing? Are you going back on your word?" Lil Thing didn't understand what Mama Yunqi was saying, much less the bet between her and Papa Long. What was Mama Yunqi doing? Papa Long had thrown it out so many times, but Mama Yunqi had never stopped him. Was she going to take him seriously this time? Lil Thing's heart began to pound wildly. Actually, it had no idea who would win between Mama Yunqi and Papa Long. Or rather, it had no idea whether Papa Long would yield to Mama Yunqi or not. No matter how they fought, Papa Long would definitely win. If he lost, he'd definitely yield. If Papa Long didn't yield this time, would Mama Yunqi insist? If Mama Yunqi insisted and Papa Long still didn't yield, would the two of them fight? If the two of them quarreled, would it become the culprit? Should it fight against Papa Long for once? Or should it scram on its own accord? Lil Thing quickly fell into an internal struggle while Han Yunqi looked seriously at Long Fei Yi. "You're not allowed to act shamelessly," Han Yunqi reminded him. Long Fei Yi fell silent for a long time before he pursed his lips. "I'll owe you." If it was any other request, he'd satisfy it no matter how difficult it was. But holding a mouse like this, he really was, "You can still owe me?" Han Yunqi arched a brow. I'll owe you." This was probably the first time in Long Fei Ye's life that he'd felt so awkward. He actually let go of Lil Thing. Han Yunqi had long been laughing in her heart. The fact that this guy let go and didn't throw Lil Thing out was already a good start. Actually, she wasn't planning on forcing him. Han Yunqi didn't force him. So Long Fei Yi sat on one side and emphasized, "I'll owe you." Han Yunqi held Lil Thing in her hands and stroked it like a hot water bottle to keep it warm. "All right, I'll always remember. You're not allowed to act shamelessly." Long Fei Yi couldn't drink the tea he'd just been drinking. He replied in a low voice, "Of course not. Of course not." He'd always kept his word when it came to her. He really hadn't broken his promise. But by the time he'd hugged Lil Thing was no longer Lil Thing. Nor was Han Yunqi the current Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi carried Lil Thing to sit by his side. Long Fei Yi glanced at Lil Thing, but didn't drag it away from Han Yunqi like before. It was as if he'd tacitly allowed Han Yunqi to hold Lil Thing. Since he'd already yielded, Han Yunqi knew when to stop forcing him. As for Lil Thing, it was curled up in Mama Yunqi's arms, full of doubts. Heavens, I've only slept for a few days, but Papa Long's doting on Mama Yunqi has already reached a heaven-defying level? They didn't even fight, but Mama Yunqi's one move made Papa Long keep it. She even tacitly allowed it to cling to her body. After all, this was something it had never dared to hope for or imagine. Could it be that I've missed something in the past few days? Could it be that something had happened between the two of them these past few days? Lil Thing carefully raised its head and stole a glance at Papa Long. Although Papa Long hadn't chased it away, his cold face was still hard to frighten. If it got too close to him, it'd get frostbitten. Lil Thing struggled out of Mama Yunqi's arms and slipped into her sleeve to hide. It sighed softly in its heart. No matter how it looked at it, the gentleman was still the most comfortable. I wonder where the gentleman is now. It's so cold, I miss his warm voice and warm smile. Gentleman, where are you? Lil Thing misses you. Chapter 604. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were waiting for the Chu clan to make a decision. Meanwhile, Chu Yuni and General Chu had just received news from Western Liang that Chu Qingge had colluded with Ning Qing and betrayed the Chu clan. Both Chu Yuni and General Chu were filled with sudden enlightenment as their rage soared to the skies. If Chu Qingge was in front of them right now, they wouldn't be able to vent their anger even if they killed her 100 times over. That wicked girl. She's ruined everything Tianyin worked so hard for. Ruined. Old man's going to kill her. He's going to kill her with his own hands. I never expected our nether clans, Chu clan, to have such a traitor as well. Unforgivable. The two of them paced around the tent, unable to calm down for a long time. After all, they'd only exposed themselves at Thousand Buddha Cave and mobilized their troops to rebel because they'd discussed this with Ning Qing. It was all because they had the support of Ning Qing and Tianning country. Otherwise, the Chu clan wouldn't have been so impulsive without sufficient preparations, nor would they have fought with their backs to the wall. Now that Ning Qing hadn't sent any troops, the Chu clan had yet to claim the throne of Tianning country. All they had were the 3 eastern prefectures. Moreover, Yuyuan and Yaoshui were on the verge of being conquered. How were they supposed to fight against the Duke of Qin and Emperor Kongqing? They'd really been tricked by Ning Qing and forced into a corner by Long Fei Yi. I told you long ago that Ning Qing couldn't be relied on. You just had to. If you hadn't handed Gu Beiwei over to him, we'd at least have a bargaining chip. But now, General Chu couldn't help but vent his discontent. Chu Yuni still refused to believe that he'd made a mistake in his judgment. Ning Qing, big bro, you still can't tell what Ning Qing's ambitions are? We want to borrow Western Qin's name to conquer the world, but Ning Qing doesn't? Don't forget that his D-clan has the power to fight for the world. His D-clan's wealth and military strength are enough to contend with any nation in Cloud Realm continent. All of our efforts in Tianning have gone to his aid, General Chu said angrily. Hearing this, Chu Yuni finally came to his senses. After all, the Chu clan's original plan was to use Tianning as a stronghold to develop their power while searching for the orphans of Western Qin's imperial clan and roping in other nobles. They didn't want to expose the fiend's secret so soon. However, they were forced by Long Feiyi to reveal their secrets. Since the outbreak of the war, the situation had long been out of their control, and all of their decisions had gone against their original intentions. Now that Chu Yuni had calmed down and thought back, he realized that ever since Long Feiyi had left for Western Zhou, he'd been incited into making decisions on impulse. He couldn't help but ask himself, how could this be? Now that he reflected on it, it was already too late. In the end, it's all Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi's fault. General Chu was so angry that he was panting. Chu Yuni's anger was all bottled up in his heart. In a low voice, he said, "There's no point in talking now. Let's think of a countermeasure instead." At this moment, the military reports from Yuyin and Yaoshui arrived. General Chu knew that the two cities would be lost at this time, but when he saw the news, his heart still thumped loudly. He tossed the reports to Chu Yuni and said, "Countermeasure? We've been surrounded in all 4 directions. Besides abandoning this city, what else do we have? When it rains, it pours." Just as Chu Yuni and General Chu were at their wits' end, they received letters from Long Feiyi and Ning Cheng at the same time. Both brothers read the letters together, but their faces were darker than the others. Long Feiyi had taken Chu Tianyin as a hostage and given them 10 days to think things over. He wanted them to surrender, which was both a threat and an invitation. Ning Cheng had given them 10 days to surrender as well. However, Ning Cheng's conditions were that if they were willing to surrender, he was willing to exchange Gubeiwa with Long Feiyi for Tianyin. This was both a threat and an invitation to surrender. Ning Cheng hadn't said it so clearly, but they should have understood. All right, here was their choice. Faced with such a choice, Chu Yuni and General Chu both calmed down. They exchanged glances, but neither of them spoke first. Long Feiyi and Ning Cheng had both given them 10 days. Without a doubt, many things would happen within those 10 days. The two brothers fell silent for a long time before Chu Yuni finally said, "Think it over carefully." Then he left the tent, leaving General Chu to massage his aching arm and fall into deep thought. 10 days passed quickly. On the 3rd day, soldiers from Yaoshui and Yuyuan prefectures arrived from the north and south to join forces with Long Feiyi's elite troops to surround Fenglin prefecture from the north, south, and west. On the 5th day, Ning Cheng's troops arrived to join forces with the 3 elite troops stationed at Tianning's western borders to surround Fenglin prefecture's east. On the 7th day, Emperor Tianhui's first 7 days passed. On the 8th day, Chu Qingge carried the crown prince, who was still a month old, to the throne with the title of Eternal Light. Empress Chu was promoted to Empress Dowager and held court from behind a curtain. Ning Cheng was conferred the title of Prince Regent with the title of Prince Regent. That very day, the Prince Regent led all of the civil and military officials in kneeling and swearing loyalty to Tianning and Eternal Light. Today was the 9th day. After 9 days of silence, Chu Yuni and General Chu finally summoned all of the Nether Clan elders and strategists to discuss a way out. However, even now, the 2 of them had kept their mouths shut. The elders and strategists, on the other hand, were talking about the wind and the clouds, and even began to argue. Ning Qing can't be trusted. Are we supposed to stick our faces to him after being tricked once? What a joke! Does the Duke of Qin have any credibility at all? Don't forget, the Nether Clan's driving arrow arts are known to all because of the Duke of Qin. Ning Qing just wants to take control this time. As I see it, the Chu clan should keep cooperating with Ning Qing. After all, half of Tianning's crown prince's blood flows in his veins. Are you sure Gubeiwa can be traded for Chu Tianyin? You're indulging in wild fantasies. He's just a trifling doctor. Gubeiwa was originally our Chu clan's bargaining chip, but now he's in Ning Cheng's hands. Now, He's a bargaining chip for our Chu clan to surrender? Ha ha ha. Clan head. Where will my nether clan's Chu clan hide its face now? Hearing this, Chu Yuni and General Chu remained silent. One knitted his brows, the other wore a heavy expression. No matter whether it's the Duke of Qin or Ningcheng, all they want is our Chu clan's driving arrow unit. Whether we surrender or not, they'll never let the young general off. We'll be tied down for the rest of our lives. As I see it, we should just abandon this city. With the Chu clan strength, escaping is as easy as turning over a hand. Are some people thinking of becoming deserters? That's inappropriate. If we offend 3 parties at once, it'll be hard for the Chu clan to gain a foothold in Cloud Realm Continent. As I see it, we should surrender to the Ning clan. After all, we still have their secrets in our hands. The Ning clan really doesn't mind exposing the D clan's secrets, does it? As I see it, this won't affect Ningcheng much at all. Are we supposed to surrender to the Duke of Qin? How can he beat the Ning clan with his wealth and military strength? As the discussions went on, the smell of gunpowder grew thicker and thicker. Finally, Chu Yuni slammed his palm against the table, silencing everyone. Chu Yuni glanced at General Chu and asked, "What do you think?" General Chu looked at the crowd before he said seriously, "Let's not consider abandoning the city. It's not that old man wants to save Tianyin out of selfishness, but that the Chu clan is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Everyone knows what's going on." With the Chu clan skills, the Duke of Qin and Duke of Ning's encirclement was still within their capabilities. But as soon as they fled, they defend both Western Zhou and the Duke of Qin. The Chu clan troops had fought with Northern Li multiple times and had long become a thorn in the latter side. Meanwhile, in Tianan country, Long Tianma and the Chu clan were like fire and water. Medicine City was in the Duke of Qin's hands, while Carefree City and the City of Daughters only recognized money. As for Medical City, head Elderling was still in Western Liang. It was likely that Ningcheng and Chu Qinga had bribed him long ago. As for Celestial Mountain, not to mention the fact that Celestial Mountain never interfered in worldly affairs. Even if Celestial Mountain did meddle in worldly affairs, they would not be on good terms with the Chu clan. After all, the mother of the Celestial Mountain sword sect's most beloved disciple, Duanmu Yao, was in their hands. The Chu clan had offended all of Cloud Realm Continent's major powers. If they didn't choose between the Duke of Qin and the Duke of Ning, then the Chu clan would become the target of public criticism without a place to stand. How tragic and terrible it was. If they hadn't provoked Long Feiyi, they wouldn't have fallen into Ningcheng's trap. The Chu clan wouldn't have fallen into such dire straits either. In the end, General Chu hated Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi the most. Seeing no one speak, he stood up and said coldly, "Since my Chu clan still has a choice, then we still have a bargaining chip. As Old Man sees it, it's better to let the Duke of Qin and the Duke of Ning fight it out instead of making a choice. My Chu clan will be the fisherman who reaps the benefits." Everyone fell silent at General Chu's words. General Chu was right. Now that the Duke of Qin and the Duke of Ning were fighting over the Chu clan could use this chance to raise its status. Why hadn't anyone thought of that after all these days of consideration? General Chu lived up to his name. He was still so confident even at a time like this. Everyone quickly praised him. Finally, the heavy hearts of the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yuni had the same thoughts as General Chu. His public praise of General Chu gave everyone a glimmer of hope. That very day, General Chu personally wrote back to the Duke of Qin and the Duke of Ning, telling them all of their conditions for the Chu clan. When Ningcheng received General Chu's letter, he saw through the man's intentions at a glance. After being conferred the title of king, he was in high spirits. Dressed in a white robe, he looked extraordinarily noble. At this moment, he was sitting on the spacious dragon throne in the imperial study with his legs crossed, as if he was the monarch of a country. Chu Qinga, The Empress Dowager, who sat behind the curtains, was sitting on one side. Ning Ching casually tossed the letter to Chu Chinga and mocked. "Your father's so greedy!" Chu Chinga glanced at the letter and knew what was going on. She smiled coldly and said, "Ning Cheng, you'll lose this time. Do you understand your father too well? Or—" As Ning Cheng spoke, his lips curled into a mocking smile. "Or did you overestimate the Duke of Qin?" He'd already found out from which aunt that Chu Chinga liked Long Fei Yi. He'd never worked with a woman before, so this was his first time. Naturally, he wanted to understand her thoroughly. Ning Cheng's mockery was an eyesore to Chu Chinga. She hated people who looked down on her feelings for Long Fei Yi more than anything else. She raged. "I'm only judging the matter as it stands. You can't win against the Duke of Qin." "I've already won once." Ning Cheng's face was indifferent, as if he didn't care what Chu Chinga thought of him. But Chu Chinga's next words made him lose his cool. Chapter 605. Chu Chinga's lips quirked up into a mocking smile. "Ning Cheng, you didn't win. You lost. With your military strength, you could have kept Tianhui in check during Tianning's civil war a year ago and taken control of the country. You fought with the Duke of Qin until now, but all you've gained is what you could have gotten a year ago. You can't even take over the 3 eastern prefectures. Do you think you've won?" It had to be said that her words had kicked Ning Ching in the heart and hit his sore spot. He was an intelligent man. Even without Chu Chinga's reminder, he knew that Long Fei Ye's first round didn't count as a true victory. At most, he'd messed up Long Fei Ye's plans. Even now, he couldn't tell what Long Fei Ye was planning. With his Ning clan strength, he could have taken control of Tianning's western regions a year ago. But with Long Fei's power in Tianning, he could have taken control of the entire region a year ago. But Long Fei Ye hadn't done that. He hadn't even declared himself emperor in the south-central regions. Ning Ching couldn't figure out why. Annoyed by Chu Chinga's words, Ning Ching stood up and drew close to her with his tall, sturdy frame, giving Chu Chinga an oppressive feeling. "This time, your lordship is definitely taking over the Chu clan." Ning Cheng said cold, "I don't care if you win or lose. In any case, don't forget what you promised me." Chu Chinga reminded him, "Rather than exchange Gu Beiwe for the Chu clan, you might as well exchange him for Han Yunqi. Ning Ching, if you want to beat Long Fei Yi, you have to start with Han Yunqi. Otherwise, even if you have the Chu clan's troops, you won't be able to beat him." Boom! Ning Ching suddenly punched the table next to Chu Chinga. "Don't be so absolute in front of your lordship. You won't be able to bear the consequences." He had taken over the position of D-clan head at the age of 14. Since then, no one had dared to utter the word lose in front of him. Today, Chu Chinga had once again crossed his bottom line. If it wasn't for the fact that she was still useful to him, he would have sewn her mouth shut long ago. Frightened, Chu Chinga couldn't speak for a while. She watched as Ning Cheng walked out the door before recovering her wits. The hatred in her heart gave her great courage. She chased after Ning Cheng and stood in front of him. "Ning Cheng, you're a dignified man. Are you going to break your promise to a weak woman like me? You promised me that you would help me deal with Han Yunqi after this matter is settled. What's the hurry? It's not over yet. Your lordship won't give way to the Chu clan. Han Yunqi, your lordship will bring her to you as well." Ning Cheng's face was cold. "Now get out of my way." Chu Chinga still wouldn't budge. Ning Cheng's gaze turned cold as he raised a hand. He never touched women, so he didn't touch Chu Chinga this time either. Still, a strong, domineering aura sent Chu Chinga tumbling to the ground. By the time Chu Chinga hit the ground, Ning Cheng was long gone. Women are so annoying, especially women like Chu Chinga. Ning Ching couldn't figure out why a woman like Long Fei Yi would like her. From what he understood, that woman called Han Yunqi liked Long Fei Yi very much as well. She'd even gotten off her sedan chair to visit him on their wedding day. Although Han Yunqi was quite famous, birds of a feather flocked together. Most likely, all the women who liked Long Fei Yi were similar. Last time they met, she'd been staring at him non-stop. He hated such things the most. If not for his status, he would have shot her a glare long ago. Ning Chang hesitated before ordering someone to send a letter back to the Chu clan. He didn't express any opinions on Long Fei Ye's request for the Chu clan to surrender, but only warned Chu Yini that if the Chu clan didn't surrender by tomorrow night, he'd send troops to destroy them. When Ning Cheng received General Chu's letter, so did Long Fei Yi. When Long Fei Yi saw the words Gu Bei Wei, he looked calm, but a complicated look flashed past his eyes. The fake Han Yunqi he'd met at Thousand Buddha Cave had told him that the Shadow Clan man had made a move there. Long Fei had no idea how or why the Shadow Clan fellow and Chu Yini had started fighting at the Thousand Buddha Cave. He was only certain that the bearded man Chu Yini had taken away was the Shadow Clan man. He'd always harbored suspicions about Gu Beiwa, but now Gu Beiwa had fallen into Ning Cheng's hands. Could it be that Gu Beiwa was the Shadow Clan man? Did something happen between the Nether and D clans? Or was it just a coincidence that the Shadow Clan man was still in the Chu clan's hands? Only by rescuing Gu Beiwa would he know the answer to all these questions. If Gu Beiwa really was a member of the Shadow Clan, then he must have a motive for getting close to Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi would never allow anyone who knew Han Yunqi's secrets to fall into the D clan's hands. No matter what, he'd save Gu Beiwa. Gu Beiwa, he muttered to himself. Currently, Han Yunqi was drinking tea. Her hand trembled at the name, causing the teacup to fall to the ground and shatter. Long Fei Yi looked down with furrowed brows. As a tea addict, he was very particular about his tea sets. No matter where he went, he'd always bring a few sets with him. A tea set usually had 5 cups, but he always had 6. The extra one was a custom-made personal cup. He only had 1 custom-made cup, so even Tang Li had no use for it. It wasn't until Han Yunqi was by his side that he had an extra cup on his tea table. Now it was his favorite, the Ru Kiln's sky blue glaze. After all, it was impossible for 2 identical pieces of porcelain to appear. Even if the shape was the same, there were still differences in color and luster. It was gone, and it was gone. Long Fei Yi was still staring at the broken porcelain when Han Yunqi finished reading the letter. Her entire face had turned white. How could this be? When did Dr. Gu fall into their hands? Wasn't he at Pill Fiend Pharmacy's branch all this time? This is too much. What does it mean to make things difficult for a doctor who can't even truss up a chicken? Han Yunqi was extremely agitated. She never thought that Ning Cheng's group would make a move against Gu Beiwa. Long Fei Yi glanced at her, his displeasure written all over his face. But Han Yunqi was too preoccupied with Gu Beiwa to notice. Long Fei Yi didn't fuss over the cup, but said coldly, "When 2 armies are at war, it's common for hostages and prisoners of war to negotiate. What are you so anxious about?" Han Yunqi was indeed anxious. Of course, she knew that hostages depended on one's skills. They had Chu Tianyin in their hands, didn't they? But Gu Beiwa was different. Gu Beiwa had nothing to do with this war. When Gu Beiwa was emperor, Tianhui's personal imperial physician, he held the emperor's life in his hands. Thus, he controlled Tianying's political situation. But he only did what he was supposed to do. He'd never been tempted or threatened, nor had he ever interfered with government affairs. He was simply a compassionate and kind-hearted doctor who was loyal to his duties. Every day he would sit at Pill Fiend Pharmacy and save countless lives. What right did Ning Cheng's group have to make a move against Gu Beiwa? Where was their bottom line? Han Yunqi was both angry and worried. After all, hostages had the worst days. How could Gu Beiwa's health take it? "Aren't you anxious?" Han Yunqi asked Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. "Do you think Gu Beiwa is worth the Chu clan?" Han Yunqi assumed that Long Fei Yi wasn't planning to save the hostages. She didn't speak, but furrowed her brows as she stared at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Ye's gaze was originally cold, but after being stared at for a while, he actually averted his gaze. Some people's value is immeasurable. Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwe doesn't owe us anything. We can't owe him anything either. Ning Cheng kidnapped him because he's a member of Pill Fiend Pharmacy and has a good relationship with us. Han Yunqi said seriously. Han Yunqi had always been clear about gratitude and grudges, love and hate. She never went back on her words. If she loved someone, she loved them. If she didn't love them, she didn't love them. If she hated them, she hated them. She never owed anyone anything. Mute Granny, whose condition was still unknown, was the first. She didn't want Gu Beiwe to become the second. We don't owe him anything. Long Fei, Yi muttered to himself. We can't owe him anything. Han Yunqi said seriously. It wasn't that they didn't owe him anything. It was that they couldn't owe him anything. Long Fei Yi didn't know what he was thinking, but after a moment of silence he generously agreed. All right, we won't owe him anything. No one can touch a member of Pill Fiend Pharmacy. The Chu family wants to raise the price, right? I'll make sure the Chu family loses both their chickens and eggs. As for Ning Cheng, if he really thinks he's won, I don't mind teaching him what it means to have the last laugh. With Long Fei Ye's words, Han Yunqi finally felt relieved. Although Ning Cheng had gained the upper hand this time, this matter wasn't over yet. She was looking forward to the day when she and Ning Cheng would have a face-to-face confrontation. However, the most important thing right now was to deal with the Chu family. Long Fei Yi didn't express any opinions on Ning Cheng's request for the Chu family to surrender, nor did he mention Gu Beiwe. He only instructed his attendants. Send a letter to the Chu family. If this prince doesn't see the Chu family raise a white flag of surrender before nightfall, this prince will mobilize all 3 armies to exterminate the Chu family. Hearing this, Han Yunqi knew that Long Fei Yi planned to bypass the Chu family and directly negotiate with Ning Cheng. That was the wisest choice. This way, whether it was them or Ning Cheng, they wouldn't be under the Chu family's control. Whether the Chu family surrendered or not, Gu Beiwe would be safe for the time being. With the boulder in her heart temporarily lifted, Han Yunqi finally had the mood to seriously ponder over General Chu's letter. The letter only mentioned that Gu Beiwe was in Ning Cheng's hands and that Ning Cheng planned to exchange Gu Beiwe for Chu Tianyin. Nothing else was mentioned. Han Yunqi didn't understand. How did Gu Beiwe end up in Ning Cheng's hands? There are so many people in Pill Fiend Pharmacy, so why did he choose Gu Beiwe? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Long Fei Yi also wanted to know the truth. But before he figured out Gu Beiwe's intentions, he wouldn't tell Han Yunqi too much. Gu Beiwe must have run into Ning Cheng's men when he was running around. Tang Li, who'd been silent all this time, interrupted. Before, Chu Shifeng asked him about induced labor, but couldn't find him in all of Pill Fiend Pharmacy's branches. It was only at the Binhai branch that we got news that Gu Beiwe took a leave of absence to search for medicine in Medicine City. Who knew something would happen? Tang Li wasn't lying, but he and Long Fei Yi both saw Gu Beiwe's leave of absence as an excuse. Han Yunqi sighed softly and didn't say anything. Even if Gu Beiwe's safety was only temporary, soldiers were often cruel and ruthless. Ning Cheng looked scholarly and refined, but he wasn't a scholarly general like Mu Qingguo. She just wanted to deal with the Chu clan as soon as possible, so she could find a way to rescue Gu Beiwe. She didn't have a good impression of the Chu clan to begin with, but now she loathed them even more. Tomorrow was the last day of the 10-day deadline. She wanted to see what else the Chu clan could use to negotiate with Long Fei Yi. Chapter 606. As soon as Han Yunqi left, Tang Li immediately scooted over. Big bro, there's no need to guess. That guy in the 1,000 Buddha cave must be Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe must have fallen into the Chu clan's hands first, then Ning Cheng's. Once Ning Cheng, got Gubeiwa. He dug a hole for the Chu clan. That brat's too black-hearted. Long Fei Yi didn't reply, so Tang Li continued. Big bro, what do you think happened in the 1,000 Buddha cave? How did Gubeiwa get hurt like that? If he can't beat them, he can always run. Who in the world can catch up to him? He couldn't have hurt Chu Yunyi's blind eye, could he? Long Fei Yi still didn't speak. The more Tang Li thought about it, the stranger he felt. Does Ning Qing know about Gubeiwa's identity? Could it be that Gubeiwa and the Chu clan teamed up to trick both Ning Qing and us? Or perhaps Gubeiwa and Ning Qing are in cahoots? Tang Li muttered a bunch of guesses to himself. By the end, he was in disarray. He suddenly felt that Han Yunqi was quite lucky. She knew less and had fewer worries. She didn't have so many things she couldn't figure out. Big bro, what are you thinking? Tell me in secret, Tang Li begged. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi still ignored him. Ever since he was young, Tang Li hated Long Fei Yi, ignoring him the most. He coughed lightly a few times and slowly picked up the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. Big bro, you'll definitely save Gubeiwa. You were making sister-in-law anxious on purpose, weren't you? Despite Tang Li's words, Long Fei Yi was still expressionless. A crafty look flashed past Tang Li's eyes as he muttered to himself. Big bro, the smell of jealousy is so strong. Tang Li assumed that Long Fei Yi's stoic face would show some emotion, but Long Fei Yi was still expressionless. Still, he stood up and kicked Tang Li's chair to pieces. Before Tang Li could react, his butt hit the ground with a thump. He was 100% sure it was a flower. In any case, he'd been sleeping on his stomach all night. Chu Yunyi and General Chu were eagerly anticipating Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng's replies. They wanted to sit and watch the battle while Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng fought it out. But when they received Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng's replies at the same time, both of them lost all hope. Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng's replies were the same. They wouldn't give the Chu clan any chances. Either they surrendered, or they'd send out their troops and flatten Fenglin Prefecture. General Chu thought he was smart enough to beat around the bush. In the end, he still had to choose between Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing. General Chu's arm was wrapped tightly in bandages. Anyone who didn't know better would think his arm was broken, but his arm was covered in medicine to stop the itching and pain. The amount of poison in his hand was increasing by the day. He didn't know how much longer he could hold out. It was impossible to say that he hadn't given up on the choice. He hoped that the poison in his hand could be cured and that his son would be safe. Big bro, I want to choose the Duke of Qin. As I see it, Ning Cheng can't deal with the Duke of Qin. Rather than make the Chu clan his enemy, it's better to pledge loyalty to him. As long as we're his subordinates, we'll have plenty of chances to plot revenge in the future. Since the Duke of Qin gave the Chu clan this chance, shouldn't the Chu clan have the courage to take it? General Chu murmured. What if I say I choose Ning Qing? Chu Yunyi retorted. How could Chu Yunyi have no selfish motives? Actually, he had already considered surrendering to Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng before Ning Qing and Ning Cheng's letters of surrender. He believed that he hadn't misjudged Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng might have the strength to fight for the world, but he definitely didn't have the heart to do so. Otherwise, with the Ning clan's wealth and military might, Ning Qing wouldn't have waited until now to betray Tianning. He firmly believed that Ning Qing would always be loyal to the Chu clan's mission and Western Qin's imperial clan. Ning Cheng had only tricked the Chu clan this time because he wanted to seize the initiative in the alliance between the two clans. Long Fei, you might want to destroy the Chu clan, but Ning Qing wouldn't. Hearing Chu Yunyi's explanation, General Chu grew dissatisfied. Big bro, are you going to fall in the same place twice? You've already suffered at Ning Cheng's hands. I won't be wrong this time. Chu Yunyi was stubborn. You've already. No, the Chu clan doesn't have the confidence to make any more mistakes. Big bro, think thrice. General Chu refused to budge. If Big bro insists, Then please forgive this brother of mine." Before he could finish, Chu Yuni cut him off. He was very clear on his younger brother's temper. If things went south, he'd take his men and surrender to Long Fei Yi. "Since even I, the clan head, can't make the decision, then let the heavens decide," Chu Yuni said as he took out a gold coin. "Heads, the Duke of Qin. Tails, Ning Qing. How's that?" General Chu hesitated for a long time before nodding his head. In the end, he didn't want to fall out with Chu Yuni. Chu Yuni generously handed the coin to General Chu for him to toss. General Chu didn't decline, but tossed the coin high into the air before catching it in his palm and opening it in front of Chu Yuni's face. Both of them stared at the coin with different expressions on their faces. The coin was tails, which meant Chu Yuni had won. General Chu quickly flipped the coin over and saw that the other side was heads. There was nothing fishy about the coin at all. He'd lost. "Such is the will of heaven," Chu Yuni said simply before taking the coin away. Actually, there was something fishy about the coin. No matter how you tossed it, tails would always be heads. Unfortunately, General Chu wouldn't toss it a second time. While General Chu was disappointed, Chu Yuni patted him on the shoulder. "Trust me, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi will never give up on Gubeiwa. Tianyin will come back." General Chu had no choice but to write a letter to Ning Cheng immediately. Chu Yuni wanted to take the risk, but he couldn't afford it. He had to have Ning Cheng meet with Long Fei Yi before nightfall tomorrow. Otherwise, if the Long Fei Yi didn't get a reply from the Chu clan, he'd kill Tianyin in a fit of rage. Then General Chu would have no hope left for the rest of his life. Once the letter was sent out, General Chu didn't sleep for an entire day and night. It wasn't until the sun was setting that he received a reply from Ning Cheng, saying that he'd already finished talking with Long Fei Yi. They'd meet at Fenglin Prefecture's famous octagonal pavilion tomorrow afternoon to exchange hostages. In other words, Long Fei Yi has agreed to the exchange. General Chu was overjoyed. Chu Yuni wasn't surprised. "I told you not to worry long ago. Han Yunqi was Long Fei Ye's weakness. So Han Yunqi's weakness was Long Fei Ye's weakness as well. As long as Tianyin can come back," General Chu thought, "I don't care if my arm is crippled." In the future, the Chu clan will rely on Tianyin. Since they'd chosen Ning Cheng, the Chu clan had to protect Fenglin Prefecture as well. General Chu didn't sleep for the entire night, but set up an inescapable net to make all the necessary preparations. First, he was prepared to cooperate with Ning Cheng's army. If the Long Fei Yi decided to attack the city after the exchange, they wouldn't be caught off guard. Second, he was prepared to deal with Long Fei Yi in case the Long Fei Yi played any tricks and refused to hand over Chu Tianyin. After all, he and Chu Yuni couldn't use the driving arrow arts, and Ning Cheng wasn't Long Fei Ye's match. If General Chu was so wary of exchanging hostages on his own turf, heaven knows how much he feared Long Fei Yi. The next day, Ning Cheng arrived ahead of schedule, while Long Fei Yi showed up as promised. The Chu clan had arranged for a group of archers to surround the octagonal pavilion, but more were hidden in the shadows. Ning Cheng sat alone in the pavilion, sipping wine while Chu Yuni and General Chu stood to one side. After entering the tiger's den, Long Fei Yi had only brought along Han Yunqi and Tang Li. He held Han Yunqi in his arms, while Tang Li held Chu Tianyin in his custody. Last time, Chu Tianyin had been tormented miserably by Han Yunqi and Tang Li, but he hadn't suffered any injuries. Besides looking a little skinnier, he didn't seem to be in any serious condition. As soon as they reached the octagonal pavilion, Long Fei Yi sensed that there were many experts lying in ambush around them, but he didn't pay them any attention. From a distance, he could see Ning Cheng sitting in the pavilion, but he didn't pay much attention to him either. Instead, he walked over expressionlessly. Han Yunqi, on the other hand, noticed Ning Cheng. Today's Ning Cheng wasn't the scholarly robed Ning Cheng she'd seen last time, nor was he the white-robed, silver-armored General Ning that people usually talked about. Today, Ning Cheng was dressed in the same black robes as Long Fei Yi, looking noble and domineering with a threatening aura. But Han Yunqi could tell at a glance the difference between the two of them. Long Fei Ye's domineering aura was cold and emotionless, while Ning Cheng's domineering aura was arrogant and wild. The coldness in his eyes was different from Long Fei Ye's. His coldness was arrogant and aloof, while Long Fei Ye's coldness was cold and emotionless. She hadn't misjudged before. Ning Cheng's elegance was just an act. Of course, Han Yunqi wasn't concerned about these things. She was concerned about Gu Beiwei. There were only 3 people in the pavilion. She didn't see the familiar white figure. Long Fei Yi seemed to know her worries. As soon as he entered the pavilion, he asked coldly, "Where's Gu Beiwei?" Ning Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. He was no longer respectful. He didn't even stand up. He just sat there casually and poured a cup of wine for Long Fei Yi. "Sit." This aura was strong enough. But Long Fei Yi wasn't just intimidating. He didn't waste words, but held Han Yunqi tightly with one hand while pressing down on Chu Tiannin's elbow with the other. With a sudden tug, Chu Tiannin's elbow joint was dislocated. If the joint wasn't reconnected in time, it'd leave behind side effects. Forget about shooting arrows. Even lifting heavy objects would cause the joint to fall off. Both Chu Yunyi and General Chu grew anxious. After all, with both of them injured, Chu Tiannin was the Chu clan's only hope. Before Long Fei Yi could ask any questions, General Chu quickly said, "Gu Beiwei's right in the woods. Duke of Qin, as long as you release Tiannin, old man will personally bring Gu Beiwei here." Neither General Chu nor anyone else in the Chu clan had the right to discuss terms with Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi wouldn't waste words with them, either. He didn't even spare General Chu a glance, but grabbed Chu Tiannin's shoulder joint and dislocated it. At this time, Chu Tiannin, who had been keeping his head down all this time, finally couldn't take it anymore and let out a soft snort. "Tiannin!" General Chu panicked, but Chu Tiannin only glanced at him without a word. Chu Tiannin had no idea what was going on. He had no idea why Gu Beiwei had fallen into Ning Cheng's hands, or Ning Cheng's true identity. He was far more cautious than his father and uncle. When he didn't know the situation, the best thing to do was to keep his mouth shut. With his elbow dislocated, Chu Tiannin's hand hung limply by his side like a puppet without strings. After all, Chu Tiannin's hand was the future of the Chu clan. Without a word, General Chu turned to head back into the woods to bring Gu Beiwei back. Would Ning Cheng stop him? Chapter 607. Of course Ning Cheng would stop him. He'd left Gu Beiwei in the forest instead of bringing him here because he wanted to show Long Fei Yi his strength. He might have won the battle of the 3 armies, but he hadn't won anything at all. This time the Chu clan had chosen him, so he really did beat Long Fei Yi and the Chu clan. He'd been in a good mood since receiving Chu Yunyi's letter, but as soon as he saw Long Fei, his joy vanished. That was because he couldn't see a single trace of a loser's disappointment or despondency. In fact, he couldn't even see Long Fei's emotions. This man was like a glacier, lofty and unshakable. He'd even shattered his initial show of strength without a word and told General Chu to obediently bring his men here. How could the proud Ning Cheng accept this? He didn't stop General Chu directly, but lazily raised his wine cup with a chuckle. "Someone come, break Gu Beiwei's elbow and shoulder joints for your lordship." General Chu naturally stopped in his tracks at these words. After all, they'd already surrendered to Ning Cheng. Han Yunqi's heart thumped, but she didn't show it. She was anxious, but she didn't need to lose her sense of propriety. They were here to exchange hostages, but Ning Cheng had hidden them away to make things difficult for them. If they gave way and let Ning Cheng gain the upper hand, they'd lose for real. Han Yunqi grit her teeth and endured. Long Fei Yi knew Ning Cheng's intentions as well. He gave a cold snort and said, "Since you're not sincere, why waste time?" So speaking, he wrapped his arm around Han Yunqi and turned to leave. Tang Li and Chu Tianyin hurried to catch up. Ning Cheng didn't think much of it. He drank as he watched Long Fei Yi and the rest leave. Long Fei Yi and the rest walked at a steady pace until they were far away, but Ning Cheng didn't stop them. "Do you want to turn back?" Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. This was a game between Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng. The stakes were Gu Beiwei and Chu Tianyin. Han Yunqi's heart was racing. She could afford to lose, but the stakes were Gu Beiwei. She couldn't afford to lose. Still, she was resolute. No need. She knew that once they turned back, once they conceded, they wouldn't be able to take Gu Beiwei away easily. She firmly believed in her and Long Fei's judgment that Ning Cheng wouldn't give up on Chu Tianyin. Step by step, they walked further and further away from Gu Beiwei's woods. It wasn't clear whether Gu Beiwei knew they were coming. "Dr. Gu, forgive me for betting on you." Han Yunqi didn't stop, but grabbed Long Fei Ye's hand and hurried forward. Seeing this, the calm Ning Cheng suddenly stood up and walked a few steps out of the pavilion. He looked carefully to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Han Yunqi was actually dragging Long Fei Yi away, as if she didn't want to stay a moment longer. How could this be? Chu Qingge had told him with certainty that Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei were very close. Han Yunqi wouldn't leave him in the lurch. But now it wasn't Long Fei Yi who wanted to leave, but this woman. So Gu Beiwei was very important to her, but not so important that she had to protect him? In Ning Cheng's eyes, Gu Beiwei was nothing more than doctor. After taking Gu Beiwei away from Chu Yunyi's hands, he'd kept Gu Beiwei locked up in prison without a second glance. If Han Yunqi wanted to give up on Gu Beiwei, then Gu Beiwei would have no value at all. Han Yunqi was walking too fast. Even though Ning Cheng had chased after her for a few steps, he couldn't even see their figures anymore. What was the point of keeping a doctor? Only with Chu Tianyin could they control the Chu clan troops. Finally, Ning Cheng spoke up. "Chu Yunyi, what are you spacing out for? Go and call him back." General Chu walked faster than Chu Yunyi. He'd personally gone to the woods to bring Gu Beiwei back. Ning Cheng had used the word call, but Chu Yunyi was the one who coaxed him. Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, the Duke of Ning was only joking just then. "Please don't take offense. Gu Beiwei is already in the pavilion, so please come in." As the head of a clan, Chu Yunyi's prestige had been swept to the ground. Chu Tianyin saw it all and didn't say a word, but his heart was filled with disappointment and anger. He'd only been locked up for a short while, but the Nether clan's Chu clan was already nothing in his eyes and heart. What did it count for to surrender and bow down to someone else? Han Yunqi looked up at Long Fei Yi with a bright smile. "Long Fei Yi, I won my bet again." Long Fei Yi only smiled wordlessly before turning around to face Chu Yunyi. With tacit understanding, the two of them kept their faces expressionless. By the time they returned to the pavilion, Gu Beiwei had already been brought over. Han Yunqi's heart ached at the sight. She really wanted to rush over and hug him. She didn't care about romance or anything else, but simply wanted to hug him. But she couldn't. She secretly summoned Lil Thing out of her poison storage space. Lil Thing was still groggy when it emerged, but unlike last time, it immediately smelled the familiar scent in the air. This sense of familiarity was no less than the numbness it felt towards Mama Yunqi. It immediately sobered up. "Sir." Alarmed, it hastily scuttled out of Mama Yunqi's sleeves and saw the gentleman it had been longing for all this time. But Lil Thing burst into tears at the sight of that familiar figure. It wasn't a squeak, but hot tears that filled its eyes. Lil Thing couldn't remember how many years it had lived, but it clearly remembered that it had never shed a tear before. It didn't even know it could cry. It leapt to the ground like a madman, ignoring the situation and scurrying to the gentleman's feet. If this was any other time, it would have jumped up and climbed onto the gentleman's robes, his back, or even his side. It loved to sit on the gentleman's shoulders and snuggle up to his neck, acting spoiled. The gentleman never chased it away, but used a single finger to gently rub its head or tickle its tail. Even a finger of young master's was warm. But this time, Lil Thing didn't dare to move. It sat by the gentleman's feet and looked up at him, tears streaming down its face non-stop. The gentleman was too weak. His frail body could topple over at any moment. He was practically unconscious and couldn't even stand straight. He had to rely on 2 people to support him. And this was only the surface. Lil Thing had already smelled the scent of blood and sensed something wrong with the gentleman's aura as soon as it drew near. It knew that the gentleman's legs and shoulders were heavily injured. His dantian was clotted with blood and his internal energy was completely gone. His internal injuries were severe. Just what had the gentleman experienced? Lil Thing stared blankly at him, its little paws wiping away its tears, but its vision was still blurry. How it wished that the gentleman would open his eyes and look at it. "Gentleman, what's wrong?" Ever since the Chu clan archers surrounded Han Yunshi and the rest in Tianning's capital city, Lil Thing had appeared to protect Gubeiwa. The Chu clan had taken notice of its existence, including Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng was currently looking at Lil Thing with interest as he smiled wickedly. "Who raised this mouse? It's so unruly." Han Yunshi could still bear it before, but she couldn't stand seeing Gubeiwa like this. They tortured Chu Tianyin to the point of unconsciousness and cured his poison before bringing him here. Just what had these people done to Gubeiwa? She cast a cold glance at Ning Cheng and said calmly, "You don't even recognize a squirrel? It's fine if you're blind, but if you don't have common sense, hurry back and find your mother so she can teach you all over again." Ning Cheng's face turned black at her words. Han Yunshi's tone didn't carry any trace of sarcasm, as if she was simply stating facts. Ning Cheng felt even more humiliated. He wanted to retort, but had no words. On one side, Tang Li couldn't help but shoot a glance at Long Fei Yi. Fortunately, this older cousin of his who'd always treated Lil Thing as a mouse was still very calm right now. Ning Cheng finally had a second impression of Han Yunshi. This woman's mouth was much sharper than Chu Chinga's. She had sharp eyes and a sharp tongue. Unfortunately, he hated sharp-tongued women. "Someone come! Chase that thing away," he ordered coldly. A few attendants immediately surrounded them. Lil Thing immediately sensed their hostility. It couldn't understand human speech, but it could tell that the gentleman had been kidnapped by these people. Mama Yunshi was holding Chu Tianyin in exchange for the hostage. These people were bad people. It narrowed its eyes at the surrounding attendants and grinned, revealing its sharp fangs. They dared to bully the gentleman. Their crimes were unforgivable. Just as the attendants were about to pounce over, Lil Thing nimbly leaped and landed on one of their faces. With a vicious swipe of its sharp claws, Lil Thing actually tore off that person's entire face. Lil Thing was angry. "Ah!" The man screamed as blood flowed from his face. It was a ghastly sight, frightening everyone around them into backing away. The crowd had yet to recover from their shock. The little thing was extremely fast. Its figure flashed and stepped on the faces of the people who surrounded it. Its sharp claws accurately pierced into their eyes. Anyone who was pierced by it was completely blinded. Wails filled the air as Ning Cheng rose to his feet in shock, staring at Lil Thing in disbelief. Lil Thing didn't even let go of the 2 guards supporting Gubeiwa. As soon as they let go, Gubeiwa toppled forward. Han Yunshi was about to rush over when Lil Thing scurried past. It was so small, only the size of a palm, but it used its claws to support Gubeiwa's chest, taking all of his weight so he wouldn't hit the ground. Afraid that he'd be hurt or hurt, Lil Thing's claws were curled up. When you loved someone, you couldn't bear even the slightest bit of pain. But sir, how could you be hurt so badly? Lil Thing propped himself up as tears streamed down its face. The blood on its claws dripped down to mix with its tears and wet its face. Driving arrow arts. Ning Cheng said coldly, How could he be provoked by a mere mouse? All of the Chu clan's driving arrow arts aimed their arrows at Lilthing. Lilthing's face was covered in blood as it looked around, bearing its sharp fangs and murderous aura. It was so frightening, yet so heart-wrenching. Those driving arrow art soldiers also retreated, not daring to get too close. Han Yunqi's heart was broken as she watched. She wanted to rush over, but Long Fei Yi didn't let go. He asked coldly, "Ning Cheng, what are you dawdling for? Get someone else. You've hurt so many of my men, and you're planning to let it go just like that?" Ning Cheng asked. "So many of you can't even catch a squirrel, and you still have the nerve to mention it?" Han Yunqi sneered. "You." Ning Cheng was at a loss for words again. Note to the readers, many things will happen during the new year, so I'll update once from the 4th to the 11th and twice on the 12th. Please be informed and wish everyone a happy new year. Chapter 608. Ning Cheng finally looked at Han Yunqi seriously. This was the first time he'd ever looked at a woman so seriously. Unfortunately, before he could figure anything out, Long Fei pulled Han Yunqi behind him and unsheathed his sword. "Are you exchanging or not?" In the past, Long Fei Yi had always stood silently behind Han Yunqi, allowing her to show off her splendor for thousands of years. Only when she couldn't handle a situation would he show himself. This was the first time he'd pulled Han Yunqi behind him when there wasn't any danger. Ning Cheng finally realized that he'd been distracted and immediately looked away. He didn't like this feeling of losing control, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. That was because Long Fei Yi had unsheathed his sword. "Exchange, for better or worse. Let my men bring Gu Beiwe over," Ning Cheng said. "Lilthing, get out of the way." Han Yunqi waved her hand at Lilthing. Lilthing understood what she meant. Although it didn't want to, it still stepped aside for the sake of bringing the gentleman back sooner. It carefully let go of Gu Beiwe and let him lie flat on his back. It didn't go far, but watched from the sidelines. The men who'd come to detain the man were none other than Chu Yuni and General Chu. His heart ached at the sight of Gu Beiwe's broken arm and wished he could cut it off right in front of Han Yunqi. Unfortunately, Lilthing was watching their every move from the sidelines. Lilthing's eyes were sharp and cold, enough to make people overlook its figure and think of a wolf. In the end, Chu Yuni and General Chu couldn't do anything but bring Gu Beiwe to Ning Cheng's side. At the same time, Tang Li brought Chu Tianyin to Long Fei Ye's side. Long Fei Yi had one hand behind his back while the other rested on Gu Beiwe's shoulder. Ning Cheng rose to his feet, one hand still holding a wine cup while the other grabbed the back of Gu Beiwe's collar to keep him from toppling to the ground. The two men faced each other, only a step or two apart. Their figures were about the same, both tall and proud, refined and tough. Their eyes were as cold as water, reflecting each other's shadows. This was like a showdown between two kings on a narrow path where the victor was hard to predict. Everyone's attention was on the two men as they gasped in surprise and secretly compared them. These two men of about the same age were very, very similar, but they were still different. In terms of appearance, Ning Cheng had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His features were sharp and defined, and he had a heroic air about him. No one could pick out any flaws in him. Long Fei Ye's icy face was like a sculpture with no blind spots at all. It was perfect, cold, and handsome. In terms of wealth, Ning Cheng controlled Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and controlled a third of Cloud Realm Continent's wealth. The white jade crystal ring on his thumb was 10 times more exquisite than the one worn by the Northern Dynasty's emperors. It was a symbol of his wealth. Long Fei Yi didn't pale in comparison. He never liked to wear jewelry, but the bracelet on his woman's wrist could beat any other piece of jewelry in the world. In terms of military strength, Ning Cheng had a slight edge, especially after gaining the support of the Chu clan troops. Of course, if Long Fei's forces were joined by the mermaid soldiers, then they might not necessarily lose. After all, the Bailey Navy didn't only fight on the seas. Cloud Realm continent had a vast network of rivers and lakes. In terms of martial arts, Long Fei Yi had a slight edge. Tian Shan Kenzo's swordsmanship and whip skills were not to be underestimated. In terms of aura, Long Fei Yi had the edge. Long Fei Ye's aura was inviolable since birth. It was the natural domineering air of a monarch, and the undeniable blood of the East Qin imperial clan coursing through his veins. Even if Ning Cheng didn't know this, he couldn't ignore the fear in his heart as he faced Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi watched as well, but didn't make any comparisons. She would never compare Long Fei Yi to any other man, because she didn't need to. This fellow had all sorts of good and bad points in her heart, but she recognized them all. Because she knew his faults, she still loved him. Did that count as true love? Or was there no hope for her? Suddenly, Ning Cheng set down his wine cup. By now, everyone had recovered their wits, because the hostages were about to be switched. Almost at the same time, Long Fei Yi placed his other hand on Gu Beiyue's shoulder, while Ning Cheng placed his other hand on Chu Tiannin's. Neither of them let go of their other hands, because they were still holding onto their own hostages. Although the two of them didn't seem to be moving, they had long begun competing. Han Yunqi couldn't tell, but she could guess. She picked up the restless little thing and gently soothed it as she waited. But Long Fei, you didn't make them wait for long. Soon enough, the unconscious Gu Beiyue leaned towards Long Fei Yi, while Chu Tiannin remained in Long Fei Ye's hands, unable to move. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but Chu Yuni and General Chu were martial arts experts. Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing were competing in internal energy. During the entire process, Gu Beiyue remained unconscious and didn't help Long Fei Yi at all. Chu Tiannin, on the other hand, had been cooperating with Ning Qing the entire time. Unfortunately, in the end, neither Chu Tiannin nor Ning Qing were a match for Long Fei Yi. Just how deep was this man's internal energy? It was enough to make one wonder if he'd already surpassed his master, the old man from Kenzo. Gu Beiyue was already leaning against Long Fei Ye's shoulder. Although Ning Cheng hadn't let go of him yet, the outcome was already decided, so it didn't matter much. Meanwhile, Long Fei Ye's hand was still firmly pressed against Chu Tiannin's shoulder as he fought against Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng released Gu Beiyue and shrugged his shoulders before backing away. Long Fei Ye's lips quirked up in disdain as he pushed Chu Tiannin out of the ring. Han Yunqi hurried forward to help Gu Beiyue, but Long Fei Yi tossed Gu Beiyue to Tang Li instead. The impatient Han Yunqi knew what was going on and didn't say a word. Lil Thing immediately jumped onto Tang Li's shoulder and stared at its gentleman while wiping away its tears. The blood on its claws stained its eyes, making for a comical and pitiful sight. Han Yunqi immediately took Gu Beiyue's pulse, only to discover that Gu Beiyue's pulse was very weak. It seemed like he'd been seriously ill and hadn't recovered yet. Just like the last time, it was impossible to tell the exact illness, only that his body was very weak. Han Yunqi wasn't sure if Gu Beiyue's pulse was strange, or if her medical skills were limited and she couldn't pinpoint the crux of the problem. After Chu Tiannin was pushed away, Chu Yuni and General Chu immediately arranged for him to leave so they could find a doctor to treat his hand. He glanced back at Ning Cheng as if wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing and left first. Now that she'd gotten the man, it was time to leave. Han Yunqi hurried back to Medical City to write a letter to Third Elder Shin, telling him to hurry over and examine Gu Beiyue in detail so he could nurse his body back to health. Doctors didn't treat themselves, so Gu Beiyue's body was beyond her ability to treat. Long Fei Yi didn't want to linger either, and turned to leave, but Ning Cheng called him back. Duke of Qin, it's rare for us to meet. It won't be too late to drink a cup before you leave. Not interested, Long Fei Yi said. Could it be that you're afraid of getting drunk? Hee, I forgot that the Duke of Qin only drinks tea. Someone come, bring some tea, Ning Cheng laughed. If Long Fei Yi still refused to drink after being provoked like this, those who didn't know better would think he was afraid. Ning Cheng loved wine and had a bottomless capacity for it. Long Fei Yi knew this. He turned back and openly sat down across from Ning Cheng. Before he could speak, Ning Cheng was overjoyed and laughed. "Someone come, bring out the dishes. Today your lordship and the Duke of Qin won't leave until we're drunk." Soon enough, a group of servant girls brought in food and wine to fill the stone table. This was a premeditated Hongmen banquet. Han Yunqi glanced at the wine on the table, her lips curling into a contemptuous smile. Since Long Fei Yi had sat down, she'd accompany him to the end. There was no point in her being anxious. Without Long Fei Ye's protection, it was impossible for her and Tang Li to take Gu Beiwei out of Fenglin Prefecture. She decisively let Tang Li help Gu Beiwei to sit under a tree. Although her medical skills weren't great, she could at least perform acupuncture on Gu Beiwei to help him recover and feel more comfortable. Tang Li was about to help Gu Beiwei sit down when Han Yunqi suddenly stopped him. "Take off your clothes." Cough. Tang Li narrowly avoided choking himself as he looked at Han Yunqi in disbelief. Even the tips of his ears were burning. I'm my brother, his brother. What are you stammering for? Take off your clothes and lay them on the ground for Dr. Gu to sit. He can't take it in such cold weather." Han Yunqi was very serious. Tang Li exhaled in relief and was about to roll his eyes when he saw Gu Beiwei's pale face. His heart softened and he nimbly took off his fox fur robes and laid them on the ground. Lil Thing watched on anxiously from the side, wishing it could grow bigger so the gentleman could lie comfortably on its fur. As soon as Gu Beiwei sat down, Han Yunqi took out a life-saving pill and had him take it. Lil Thing wanted to tell Mama Yunqi that the gentleman's shoulder was injured, but it didn't dare to touch the wound. It didn't know how to tell her. After all, the gentleman was dressed in clean white robes and had no visible wounds. But its nose wouldn't make a mistake. It kept tugging at the hem of Mama Yunqi's robes anxiously. Han Yunqi was currently sitting behind Gu Beiwei as she carefully applied the needles. She noticed Lil Thing as well and assumed it was just worried about Gu Beiwei. While Han Yunqi was applying the needles, Long Fei Yi had already started drinking with Ning Qing in the pavilion. The two of them were practically having a drinking contest as they gulped down a cup in quick succession. Han Yunqi only glanced in that direction, most of her attention still on Gu Beiwei's side. But after she finished applying all the needles, she carefully looked towards the pavilion and raised her hand silently. Others might not know what she wanted to do, but Tang Li could tell at a glance. This woman was going to use the pear blossom teardrop rain. After all, they couldn't use force unless absolutely necessary in this situation. If they could, His Highness Duke of Qin would have ended the fight long ago instead of wasting time with Ning Cheng. This woman wasn't an impulsive or hot-headed person. So what was she planning to do? Han Yunqi adjusted her aim while Tang Li knitted his brows. Once she was done, Tang Li, an expert in hidden weapons, glanced at her and knew who she was aiming at. But Tang Li's entire body felt unwell at the sight. Alarmed, he cried out, "Sister-in-law, what are you planning to do?" Han Yunqi ignored Tang Li and activated the pear blossom teardrop rain to shoot out a needle. Why did Han Yunqi shoot out a needle? Who was this needle aimed at? Chapter 609. It wasn't aimed at anyone else but Long Fei Yi. That was why Tang Li was so shocked that he felt unwell. The pear blossom teardrop rain was a powerful weapon, but it couldn't escape the senses of an expert. Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing both sensed the weapon approaching. Because the weapon had come from Han Yunqi and Tang Li, Ning Cheng was certain that it was aimed at him. Although he didn't move, his eyes flashed with disdain and loathing. He almost thought that Han Yunqi was different from Chu Qingge, but now it seemed that they were just SOSO. What a fool! No, Han Yunqi was even stupider than Chu Qingge. She'd actually used force to stir up trouble in a place like this, and she'd even used a hidden weapon for a sneak attack. If she used it, then so be it. She'd even been discovered as soon as she drew her needle. She's simply a joke. As the needle drew closer, the scorn in Ning Cheng's eyes grew more and more intense. She wanted to hurt me with a mere needle? He held his wine cup in one hand as he continued his drinking contest with Long Fei. His other hand rested on the table, preparing to catch the needle and thoroughly humiliate Long Fei. Of all the women he could find, he just had to keep an idiot like her by his side. Ning Cheng waited, but as the needle drew closer, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Judging from the strength and direction of the needle, it wasn't aimed at him but Long Fei. Had Han Yunqi gone mad? She wanted to sneak attack Long Fei? In a flash, Ning Cheng completely changed his view of Han Yunqi. Was Han Yunqi even stupider than he thought? Had she missed? Or was she more treacherous than he thought? Was she planning to betray Long Fei? Besides that, Ning Cheng couldn't think of any other reason. He couldn't figure out this woman. When it came to assassination weapons, especially those from the Tang clan, Long Fei was far more familiar with them than Ning Cheng. As soon as he sensed the needles flying at him from behind, he knew they were aimed at him. Moreover, judging by the strength and speed of the needles, he was certain that they'd come from the pear blossom teardrop rain hidden in Han Yunqi's sleeve. What was this woman trying to do? To be honest, Long Fei couldn't figure it out. But he didn't hesitate for even a second. He sat there unmoving. The needle drew closer and sank into Long Fei's back. It wasn't deep, but it didn't fall out of Long Fei's back. Long Fei only needed to circulate his internal energy to force it out, but he didn't. The position of the needle wasn't fatal, but only Han Yunqi knew what kind of poison was on the needle. Long Fei acted as if nothing had happened and continued to drink with Ning Cheng. He rarely drank, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to drink. The wine cup didn't touch his lips. Every time he raised his cup, he poured the entire cup of wine into his mouth and finished it in one gulp. It was undeniable that this man was so handsome even when he drank. He didn't care about the needle on his back. On the contrary, Ning Cheng's mind was on his back. Long Fei coldly narrowed his eyes and placed a row of wine cups on the table. He slowly poured the wine until it was full. Only then did he look at Ning Cheng. 10 cups, how about it? These two men had no rules when it came to drinking. They were competing to see how much they could drink. Although Ning Cheng was full of doubts, he still agreed. He wouldn't get drunk even if they drank 100 cups, let alone 10. However, Long Fei would definitely get drunk, no matter how good Long Fei's alcohol tolerance was. Even if it was better than his, he would still get drunk. This was because all the wine here had a drug added to it called Distillers' Grains No. 7. As long as a single drop was added into a large jar of wine, the alcohol content of the entire jar would be doubled. It had to be known that this wine was strong. An average drinker would get drunk after 1 cup. Even the best drinker wouldn't be able to last more than 10 cups. And now, he and Long Fei had each drunk 15 cups. He had taken the antidote beforehand and was waiting for Long Fei's alcohol to kick in and turn him into a drunken mess. 10 cups. Ning Cheng was a bit incredulous. It seems that your Highness Duke of Qin has a good tolerance. Long Fei was very straightforward. He didn't wait for Ning Cheng to reply, but poured cup after cup into his mouth. If Ning Cheng didn't follow, he'd lose. If Ning Cheng followed, the first one to get drunk would be the loser. Naturally, Ning Cheng wanted to follow, so he didn't waste words and poured himself 10 full cups. Just like Long Fei, he downed cup after cup in one gulp. Their drinking style left Chu Yuni and General Chu speechless. Meanwhile, behind Long Fei, Tang Li was still stroking his chin, trying to figure out what that needle on Long Fei's back was all about. He wasn't worried about Long Fei's tolerance at all. With Long Fei's normal tolerance, even 10 jugs of such strong alcohol wouldn't be a problem, much less a trifling 20 cups. As for Han Yunqi, she'd never seen Long Fei drink before, so she wasn't sure how much he could drink. Still, she wasn't worried about Long Fei. She was carefully changing the needles on Gu Beiyue's back, her eyes hooded and serious. No one dared to disturb her. Very soon, Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing had both downed their 10 cups of wine. Long Fei Yi sat upright with an unchanging expression, cold and noble. He didn't look like someone who'd drunk at all. Ning Qing looked the same as usual, but the victor was still undecided. Still, Ning Qing couldn't understand. Why wasn't Long Fei Yi drunk yet? No matter who drank strong alcohol with distiller's grain number 7, they'd be dead drunk within 20 cups. Long Fei Yi had already downed 25 cups. So why wasn't he affected at all? Why? While Ning Qing was still trying to figure it out, Long Fei poured another round of wine into the cups in front of him. Again, there were 10 cups. A complicated look flitted past Ning Qing's eyes. He didn't follow immediately, but the retainer by his side couldn't help but cough lightly. He was reminding Ning Qing that the antidote he'd taken could only block off 25 cups of wine at most. If he drank any more, he'd run out of antidote for distiller's grain number 7. Based on the doubled alcohol content, he could drink 5 more cups at most. Anything more than that, and he'd be dead drunk. You're not following. Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. Ning Qing's face was cold, and he didn't say anything, but he still began to pour wine. After the cups were full, the two of them began to drink 1 cup after another. However, Ning Qing suspected the hidden needle on Long Fei Yi's back. At this time, Han Yunqi had already finished a course of acupuncture for Gu Beiyue. She took back all the gold needles and was about to get up. Who knew that Lil Thing would suddenly jump onto Gu Beiyue's leg and tear off a piece of cloth, revealing Gu Beiyue's injured knee. Seeing this, Han Yunqi was shocked. She hurriedly squatted down to examine it. She carefully tore the cloth, and when she saw the wound, she sucked in a breath of cold air. This wound was caused by the Chu clan's arrow. It injured the tendon, which was also commonly known as the tendon. Han Yunqi hurriedly examined the wound in detail. She found that the wound had been there for a long time, and the recovery wasn't optimistic. Firstly, it was because the wound was caused by the Chu clan's arrow and it wasn't treated in time. Secondly, it was because the wound hadn't healed before it stopped using medicine. Thirdly, it was related to Gu Beiyue's physical condition. His body's foundation wasn't good, and he couldn't withstand such a serious injury. The more Han Yunqi looked, the angrier and more anxious she became. Gu Beiyue's injury couldn't be delayed. Even if the tendon wasn't injured, it couldn't be delayed, let alone now that it was accompanied by a torn tendon. If it was caused by the arrow, it wouldn't cause a tear. She was afraid that the arrow was shot at a tricky angle and hit the tendon. Later, when the sword was pulled out, it inevitably caused a tear. If it wasn't for someone supporting him, Gu Beiyue probably wouldn't be able to stand or walk. In a sense, Gu Beiyue's leg was now crippled. She wasn't sure if it could be cured, but no matter what, she had to fight for time. The sooner the treatment was treated, the more hope there would be, and the fewer side effects there would be. At this time, Lil Thing supported Gu Beiyue's right shoulder and squeaked. Han Yunqi's heart unconsciously thumped. She knew that Lil Thing had found the wound again. She didn't care about the propriety between men and women. She hurriedly took out a small pair of scissors and cut off the cloth on Gu Beiyue's shoulder. Who knew that this wound was even more serious than the one on his calf? This was a wound that went through his shoulder blade. There were wounds on both the front and back of Gu Beiyue's shoulder, similar to the wound on his calf. The recovery of Gu Beiyue's shoulder blade wasn't very optimistic. With such a penetrating wound, who knew how much blood had been lost? Now that the bleeding had stopped and the wound was showing signs of healing, the scar on the bone was permanent and couldn't be healed. Even if Gu Beiyue's wound healed, it would still hurt from time to time for a long time to come. A wound to the bone would never heal. Besides the Tang clan's assassination weapons, only the driving arrow arts of the Chu clan had such power. The Chu clan, what a Chu clan! Han Yunqi's entire being grew gloomy as a murderous aura emanated from her body. She strode into the pavilion and glared icily at Chu Yuni and General Chu as she spoke to Long Fei Yi. We have to go back immediately. Gu Beiyue's been seriously injured by the Chu clan's arrows. We can't afford to delay. Gu Beiyue wasn't bleeding as much as Gu had last time and needed to stop the bleeding. His shoulder injury was already in such a state, so there was no need to rush the treatment. But Gu Beiyue's calf injury had already been delayed for too long. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. Han Yunqi wasn't even sure if Gu Beiyue could still walk normally. Her only thought was to save him as soon as possible and save as much as possible. After all, even if they left Fenglin Prefecture, she couldn't treat him immediately because she didn't know how. She had to contact Medical City's third eldershin right away. Judging from Gu Beiyue's injuries and body condition, ordinary doctors wouldn't be able to treat him. Only a medical sage like Shen Jueming had the skills to prescribe a complete treatment plan for Gu Beiyue. All she could do was seize the time to find medicine for Gu Beiyue's calf and prevent it from worsening. Han Yunqi came to urge them, but Long Fei Yi didn't even have a chance to speak before Ning Cheng laughed coldly and said, "When men drink, women stand aside." Unfortunately, Han Yunqi didn't even spare him a glance. She completely ignored him. Ning Cheng actually felt a little awkward. He was about to speak when Long Fei Yi stood up and said, "Let's stop here for today. We'll fight another day." After he finished speaking, he held Han Yunqi's hand and was about to leave. Ning Cheng put down his wine cup and stood up as well. "Duke of Qin, are you a sore loser? If we continue fighting, are you sure this prince will lose?" Long Fei Yi countered with a question. Ning Cheng actually replied without hesitation, "I'm sure." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yunqi suddenly picked up the wine cup on the table and splashed it on Ning Cheng's face. In that instant, the entire place fell silent. Everything was still as if time had stopped. Only the wine on Ning Cheng's face dripped down along his well-defined features. Chapter 610. Inside and outside the pavilion, everyone's attention was focused on the two of them. Silence reigned. Ning Cheng's face and hair were covered in wine, his expression as splendid as one could imagine. Still, not everyone was looking at him, because many of them were staring at Han Yunqi in disbelief. For example, Chu Yuni and General Chu. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, was looking at Ning Cheng with a mocking smile. Han Yunqi wasn't very tall, so she looked even more petite next to the two men who were around one. 9 meters tall. Still, her aura didn't lose out to any of the men's. At this moment, her icy eyes were filled with anger and disdain. In any case, she was angry. She was already anxious to leave because of Gu Beiyue's injuries, but Ning Cheng's words had clearly angered her. At this moment, the stunned Ning Cheng moved. He slowly wiped the wine from his face as he narrowed his eyes at Han Yunqi. He didn't say anything, but all the guards in the surroundings, whether out in the open or in the dark, came forward and surrounded the pavilion tightly. There were a total of 3 circles. 1 circle of archers, 1 circle of soldiers, and 1 circle of black-clothed experts. "Han Yunqi, you dare!" Ning Cheng's icy voice was filled with towering rage. His knuckles cracked as he clenched them so tightly that they seemed ready to strike at any moment. But Han Yunqi wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she was even angrier than him. "Ning Cheng, this cup of wine is for you to wash your face. It's to remind you not to be so shameless. Don't think no one can tell just because you used distiller's grain number 7 to cheat." Ning Cheng's anger abetted at her words. This woman actually saw through it. Distiller's grain number 7 wasn't poison or medicine, but a rare auxiliary ingredient for wine. Very few people in the world knew about it, so how could a woman like Han Yunqi know? Moreover, she didn't drink the wine, so how could she tell? While Ning Cheng was puzzled, Han Yunqi added, "Also, don't think that no one knows that you took the antidote in advance. Do you even know how to write the words obscene and shameless?" "You." Ning Cheng fumed. His handsome face couldn't get any darker. "What about me? Am I wrong?" Han Yunqi raised her eyebrows and asked. Ning Cheng wanted to answer, but he couldn't. There was indeed distiller's grain number 7 in the wine. Han Yunqi was right. He looked at Han Yunqi, his fists clenched tighter and tighter, but he had nothing to say. He had never been humiliated like this in his entire life, not to mention being scolded and condemned by a woman to his face. Although his expression was cold, his heart was filled with helplessness. Ever since he'd taken control of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and the D-Clan, he'd faced all sorts of situations, but never had he been so helpless before. Han Yunqi didn't want to waste words with a man like him, much less waste her time. Without another word, she turned to leave. At this moment, Chu Yini spoke up. Han Yunqi, you're a shameless woman. You say the Duke of Ning cheated. But what about you? Do you think we didn't see that needle of yours just then? Han Yunqi snorted with laughter. She pulled out the needle from Long Fei Ye's back and tossed it on the table. I was just helping the Duke of Qin cure his drunkenness. If Ning Cheng hadn't cheated first, why would I need to cure my drunkenness? Also, it's fine if Ning Cheng cheated. Such little tricks are nothing to me or the Duke of Qin. But he had the audacity to say the Duke of Qin was afraid of losing? And he was so sure he'd win. Han Yunqi paused to look at Ning Cheng again, her lips curling into a sneer that was enough to disdain anyone. Does he still have any face left? Ning Cheng wasn't planning to refute Han Yunqi in the first place, but Chu Yini's words had earned him another round of scolding. His expression was as foul as it could get. Meanwhile, Chu Yuni realized that he'd done more harm than good. Resentful, he didn't dare to speak again. Birds of a feather flock together. Long Fei Yi chuckled without a word. He took Han Yunqi's hand and turned to leave. The 3 guards surrounding them hadn't received Ning Cheng's orders, so they didn't move aside. But when Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi drew closer, they didn't have the guts to stop them. All they could do was back away. Long Fei Yi wouldn't allow anyone to stop him on his path. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he raised his sword. In a flash, all the guards were on guard. The archers and black-robed assassins raised their swords as if they were facing a formidable foe. But before they could make a move, Ning Cheng roared in irritation, "Get out of the way! All of you, get out of the way for your lordship." Hearing this, all the guards exhaled in relief. None of them wanted to fight with the Duke of Qin. As soon as the guards moved aside, Tang Li supported Gu Beiwa to join them. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi left without a backward glance. Inside and outside the pavilion, it was still as quiet and tense as ever. Ning Cheng coldly stared at Han Yunqi and the rest as they left. He didn't move a muscle, his thoughts unclear. In any case, his arrogant face was filled with an unapproachable aura. But there was one person very close to Ning Cheng. It was the same person who'd coughed lightly to remind Ning Cheng. His name was Di Shu. He was Ning Cheng's personal retainer. Because he had the skills to help Ning Cheng collect all sorts of fine wines from all over the world, he was favored. His original surname was Wang, but he later changed it to Di to show his loyalty. He was the one who'd told Ning Cheng to use Distiller's Grains No. 7, which he'd also found. "Master, Empress Dowager Chu is still waiting in the woods," Di Shu reminded him in a low voice. That's right, Chu Qinga had come as well. She'd made a lot of trouble with Ning Cheng over the past few days and insisted on coming along. She wanted Ning Cheng to seize the chance to take down Han Yunqi. Although Di Shu had found Distiller's Grains No. 7, it was Chu Qinga's idea. She wanted to take advantage of the Duke of Qin's drunken stupor to teach Han Yunqi a lesson. Ning Cheng was still in a fit of anger when he heard the words Empress Dowager Chu. His temper flared as he viciously kicked Di Shu out of the pavilion. The man tumbled out of the pavilion and flipped a few times before coming to a stop. That wasn't enough for Ning Cheng to vent his anger. He kicked over the table and strode out of the pavilion. Instantly, everyone made way for him. afraid of being caught in the crossfire of his anger. Ning Cheng didn't target anyone, but kept looking in the direction Han Yunqi and the rest had left. Everyone was in disbelief. Was the Duke of Ning really going to let the matter rest after being splashed with wine? That's impossible. By now, her petite figure had turned into a blur, but Ning Cheng continued to stare and stare. Actually, he hadn't planned to do anything to Long Feiyi in a drinking contest. Even he disdained using such a method to win against Long Feiyi. He simply wanted to buy some time for Chu Qingge so she could settle accounts with Han Yunqi on her own. That way, he wouldn't have to be bothered every day. Seeing Han Yunqi's retreating form, Ning Cheng felt an impulse to run over and explain things to her. He disdained the idea as his lips curved up into a scornful smile. He wiped his face again and licked the wine off his fingers. After a while, he muttered to himself, Long Feiyi, you have good eyes. Just wait, your lordship will have a real drinking contest with you one day. Soon enough, Chu Qingge emerged from the woods after receiving the news. She had endured for so long to see Long Feiyi, all for the sake of Ning Cheng's good news. Who knew that Ning Cheng would let Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi go so easily? Chu Qingge's angry voice reached his ears before she even arrived. Ning Cheng, what's the meaning of this? Was your promise to me just a bunch of nonsense? Ning Cheng withdrew his gaze and resumed his usual arrogance. He ignored Chu Qingge and looked coldly at Chu Yuni and General Chu. Someone come. Take these two to the three-way prison. Without your lordship's orders, no one is allowed to visit them. Ning Cheng, what's the meaning of this? Chu Yuni and General Chu were both alarmed, especially Chu Yuni. They'd already surrendered, so what else did Ning Cheng want? Ning Cheng looked at the two men disdainfully. Your lordship doesn't keep useless people in his army. Chu Yuni was blind in one eye, while General Chu was crippled in one arm. One couldn't aim at a target, while the other couldn't shoot an arrow. In Ning Cheng's eyes, they really were useless trash. Someone come. General Chu ordered, and the surrounding archers surrounded them. But Ning Cheng only looked around before smiling coldly. Do you choose to be loyal to your young general, or continue to serve these useless people? Decide for yourself. What about Tianyin? General Chu grew alarmed. What do you want to do with him? Naturally, Ning Cheng wanted to use Chu Yuni and General Chu to keep Chu Tianyin in check. Otherwise, with Chu Tianyin's temper, he'd never listen to his orders. How could the Chu clan troops and archers follow his orders? Hearing Ning Cheng's words, the archers all withdrew. They were smart people and knew that their young general was their only hope. Once the archers were gone, two black-robed experts took Chu Yuni and General Chu into custody. Qingge, where's your big brother? General Chu had no choice but to beg Chu Qingge for help. Unfortunately, she turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Ning Cheng, you can't be like this. You and I are both great Qin's nobility. The Nether and D clans are both subjects of Western Qin. Don't you care about old friendships at all? Can't the Nether and D clans treat each other with sincerity and work together for Western Qin? Chu Yuni asked. Ning Cheng was too lazy to expose Chu Yuni's ambitions, nor did he want to waste words. He simply signaled for the guards to take the two of them away, allowing them to curse until they broke their throats. He remained indifferent. Once they were taken away, Chu Qingge immediately asked Ning Cheng, "Just when are you going to do what you promised me?" Ning Cheng turned to leave in irritation, but Chu Qingge chased after him and ordered, "Ning Cheng, they're definitely still in the city. Hurry and take Chu Tianyin in exchange for Han Yunqi. There's still time, so go right now." Has this woman lost her mind? She was the one who told Ning Cheng how much Long Feiyi valued Han Yunqi. Thus, if she could use Gu Beiwei as a hostage to threaten Han Yunqi, then she could threaten Long Feiyi as well. Now, she wanted him to take Chu Tianyin in exchange for Han Yunqi? How could Long Fei Yi agree to that? Ning Cheng suddenly realized that he'd been blind in the past to lump Han Yunqi in the same category as this crazy woman. If Han Yunqi knew, would she splash him with wine again? Thinking up to here, Ning Cheng's lips quirked up into a grin. He kept walking forward, treating Chu Chinga like air. Chu Chinga finally lost her temper and grabbed Ning Cheng by the arm. Ning Cheng stopped and turned back to look at his arm, his gaze cold and cruel. Before he even spoke, Chu Chinga was already frightened enough to let go of his arm. She didn't dare to say a word. Once your lordship defeats the Duke of Qin, I'll naturally fulfill my promise, he said coldly as he strode off. Coldly he strode away. He wanted to check on Chu Tianyin's condition and have a good chat with him about the Nether clan surrender. Although they were in Fenglin Prefecture and could attack Yuyin and Yaoshui prefectures at any time, Ning Cheng had no intention of starting a war. But what about Long Fei Yi? By now, they'd just left Fenglin Prefecture's gates. Chapter 611. Long Fei Yi's troops were stationed at the northern outskirts of Yaoshui. They could join forces with Western Zhou's forces in Yuyin at any time to pincer Fenglin Prefecture. Even if they had to face off against Ning Cheng's reinforcements, they still had a chance of victory. The Chu clan's choice must have angered Long Fei Yi. Ning Cheng's performance today had also angered Long Fei Yi. Just how would he deal with the Chu clan and Ning Cheng? What would he do if he fought? And what would he do if he didn't? Everything was in his heart. Even Han Yunqi had no idea. But Han Yunqi had no time to ask questions now. Her attention was focused on Gu Beiyue's injuries. As soon as they left Fenglin Prefecture, Han Yunqi summoned her guard Su Donglin. Immediately send a messenger hawk to Medical City and have them bring 3rd Eldershin here. Just say that Dr. Gu's knee joint has been torn and has been delayed for a long time. His injuries are serious. Have him hurry to Yaoshui Prefecture as soon as possible. Once Su Donglin left, Han Yunqi instructed another guard, send a message to Medicine City to find Wang Gong. Tell him that I need the best dragon tendon powder and have delivered to Yaoshui Prefecture as soon as possible. Also, send someone to Yaoshui Prefecture first and find all the doctors there to wait in the courtyard. Long Fei Yi didn't speak the entire time. Tang Li stole a glance at him and saw Long Fei Yi's calm demeanor. Then he glanced at the unconscious Gu Beiyue and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. How could things be so coincidental? If they weren't certain before, then both he and Long Fei Yi were now certain that Gu Beiyue was a member of the Shadow Clan. In other words, he was the one who'd been taken away by Chu Yuni at Thousand Buddha Cave that day. The wounds on Gu Beiyue's shoulder and leg were proof. That day, Han Yunqi was busy looking for the wood of 10,000 poisons and didn't notice. But he and Long Fei Yi both saw the arrow on the bearded man's shoulder. Although Tang Li had always suspected that Han Yunqi had something to do with the royal family of Western Qin, he didn't dare to think further. That time at the crater, did Gu Beiyue really go there just for the poisonous beast? Was there really no other reason for him to set up shop in Pill Fiend Pharmacy? Tang Li thought about it and kept looking at Long Fei Yi. He couldn't help but think of Mute Granny. What did Long Fei Yi and Mute Granny talk about in the secret chamber that day? Why did Mute Granny commit suicide? What was it that Long Fei Yi didn't even want to hide it from his cousin? Long Fei Yi was silent, and so was Tang Li. Han Yunqi didn't notice anything strange about them. After getting into the carriage, Han Yunqi suddenly thought of Gu and Mu Ling. Mu Ling was definitely in Pill Fiend Pharmacy. As for Gu, he said he was going to Western Qin, but there was still no news from him. She didn't know if she could get in touch with him. But no matter what, Han Yunqi still wanted to give it a try. She immediately sent someone to get in touch with the two of them. Mu Ling was a genius pharmacist and Gu was a pill fiend. Perhaps they knew of some miraculous medicine that could heal Gu Beiyue's injuries and save his leg. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious enough for Han Yunqi to let Gu Beiwa lie down in the carriage. But after Gu Beiwa lay down, there were only 2 seats left. Tang Li took the initiative to sit outside with the coachman. The carriage sped along, heading south from Fenglin Prefecture to Yaoshui's residence. If they were fast, it would take a day's journey. In a war-torn land, it wasn't easy to find medicine and doctors. Han Yunqi didn't touch Gu Beiyue's injuries the entire journey. She was the worst at dealing with bones and muscles, so she couldn't touch them. She could only let him lie down for now. Even though Gu Beiyue was in a sorry state, his face was as clean as ever. It was as if he was just sleeping. He was as calm and gentle as usual. The little thing was carefully licking the blood around his wound. From time to time, it would raise its head to look at its young master. There were even a few times when it stopped and sniffed at his nose to see if its young master was still breathing. Lil Thing was afraid that its young master would suddenly stop breathing and never wake up again. Han Yunqi looked at this scene and thought of Gu Beiyue's warm smile. She thought of how well Gu Beiyue had treated her, Lil Thing, and those who came to seek medical help. Her eyes couldn't help but sting. How could such a good person be crippled? It was too cruel. Coldly she said, "Long Fei Yi, I will definitely take revenge for this." "I will," Long Fei Yi replied indifferently. Whether it was the Chu clan or Ningcheng, whether it was the joint operation of the 3 armies or the Chu clan's choice this time, he would settle all the debts together. If his calculations weren't wrong, the Chu clan and Ningcheng would be in big trouble in 10 days' time. He didn't plan to send troops to Fenglin Prefecture, nor did he plan to fight with Ningcheng for Tianning. However, this didn't mean that this competition was over. As long as he didn't leave the western regions and stayed in Yaoshui, everything wasn't over yet. On the way, the 2 were silent, each with their own thoughts. Tang Li hesitated outside for a long time. In the end, he opened his mouth and asked, "Big brother, how do you know that sister-in-law's needle wasn't meant to kill you?" Although Tang Li didn't dare think about it, he had to think about it. He had to seriously consider Long Fei Ye's situation. If Han Yunqi really was the descendant of Western Qin's imperial family, then she would be the Tang clan's enemy, East Qin's enemy, and Long Fei Ye's enemy. The current Han Yunqi didn't know any martial arts, but if she wanted to kill Long Fei Yi, she could do so at any time. How could Tang Li not be cautious? In fact, Long Fei Yi had already exposed his weakest back to this woman more than once. If he really died at her hands, then Long Fei Yi would accept it. Long Fei Yi ignored Tang Li and didn't intend to answer. Separated by the curtains, Han Yunqi couldn't see Tang Li's furrowed brows. She answered for Long Fei Yi, "Because your big brother trusts me." As soon as she walked into the pavilion, she knew that Ningcheng had added distiller's grain number 7 to his wine. This was an auxiliary ingredient for winemaking, but it was also the most poisonous ingredient. The difference between strong wine and poison was not only in the quantity, but also in the other ingredients. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it. She only thought that Ningcheng was a good drinker. Later, when Ningcheng asked Long Fei Yi to drink, she knew what Ningcheng was planning. For her, to neutralize distiller's grain number 7, she didn't even need an antidote. All she needed was a needle. When she shot that needle, she really wasn't worried about whether Long Fei Yi would dodge, although she knew that he had the ability to detect and dodge. He trusted her. "Then, if my big brother points his sword at you one day, will you trust him?" Tang Li asked. At these words, Long Fei Yi immediately looked up. Although they were separated by the curtains, his dark pupils were frighteningly deep. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through the curtains to stare straight at Tang Li. Han Yunqi didn't answer, but said he wouldn't lie to me. Last time on their way back from Pelfine Pharmacy to Tianning's capital, Long Fei Yi had asked her the same question. Did she trust him? If she said yes, she would. But if he lied to her once, she'd fall for it 100 times. After being lied to 100 times, would she believe him again? Of course not. Thus, as long as he lied to her once, she'd never believe him. A complicated look flitted past Long Fei Ye's eyes before his gaze rested on Gu Beiwa again. Still, he didn't speak. Tang Li hadn't asked enough questions before he spoke up again. Sister-in-law, then if, before he could finish his question, Long Fei Ye cut him off coldly. His voice was as cold as ice, so cold that even Han Yunqi felt the chill. Meddlesome. Han Yunqi knew that this fellow didn't like discussing such topics. He didn't even like talking to her, much less Tang Li. Tang Li, however, understood the warning in Long Fei Ye's voice. He quickly joked, "Sister-in-law, I don't know if you trust my big brother, but he definitely trusts you. Otherwise, how could he not mind if you're so anxious about Gu Beiwa?" Mind? Gu Beiwa was already injured to this extent. Why would he mind? Wasn't it also because of them that Gu Beiwa was taken hostage out of the blue? If Long Fei Yi was jealous over this matter, Han Yunqi would definitely reward him with the word unreasonable. Long Fei Yi really wasn't jealous this time, other than Han Yunqi's background. There was probably nothing else that could stop him from being jealous. Thus, neither Han Yunqi nor Long Fei Yi paid any attention to Tang Li's joke and pretended not to hear it. Tang Li waited outside for a long time, but there was no response from inside. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. The more he waited, the more flustered he felt. He was worried that he had asked too many questions just now and angered Long Fei Yi. One had to know that during this period of time, he didn't deliberately avoid it. He had basically exposed his identity, and the news would soon spread to the Tang sect. His father and Aunt Ru would definitely come looking for him. When that time came, Long Fei Yi would still have to protect him. Since there was no response from inside, Tang Li was afraid that he would make more mistakes if he said too much, so he could only shut up. However, he still wanted to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Long Fei Yi in private. He was certain that Long Fei had to know some things. After they quieted down, Han Yunqi gently leaned on Long Fei Ye's shoulder. Now that she was close, she could smell the alcohol on his body. Although she had given him an injection, that injection only dissolved Distiller's grain number 7. It didn't completely remove the alcohol. Long Fei Yi drank a lot of alcohol, but he was very sober and didn't reek of alcohol. Han Yunqi, who had always hated the smell of alcohol, didn't dislike the smell on his body. She even deliberately sniffed it. "I didn't know that you could hold your liquor so well." Drinking tea was a habit of being alone, while drinking wine was a mood of two people. Drinking tea was a meditation of the heart, while drinking wine was a wanton indulgence. Long Fei Yi didn't have the time to drink by himself or raise a cup to drown his sorrows. Strictly speaking, he had only drunk to his heart's content with Medicine City's Elder Wang and his master from Celestial Mountain. As for the last time with Gu, it didn't even count as drinking. Long Fei Yi replied to Han Yunqi, "Without this prince present, you're not allowed to touch wine." A few years ago, at Princess Chongping's Yellow Flower Banquet, Han Yunqi had been forced to compete in drinking with men. She had almost fallen into Princess Chongping and Murong Wanru's trap. At the time, he had also been paying attention to her every move, but he hadn't taken her seriously and had only watched coldly from the sidelines. Now that he thought about it, he was actually afraid. Han Yunqi casually replied, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in wine." As they traveled south, Han Yunqi fell asleep in Long Fei Ye's arms at night. Only now did Long Fei Yi reach out a hand towards Gu Beiwa. Seeing this, Lil Thing was on guard. When it saw that Mama Yunqi had fallen asleep, it immediately bared its fangs at Long Fei Yi in warning. Papa Long didn't like the gentleman, it could feel it. Long Fei Yi ignored Lil Thing and kept reaching out. Lil Thing grew anxious and was about to wake Mama Yunqi up when Papa Long took the gentleman's hand and took his pulse. Lil Thing immediately understood what was going on and obediently nestled by the gentleman's side. Papa Long was a martial arts practitioner, so he could tell from his pulse that the gentleman's martial arts had been crippled and that his dantian was clotted with blood. Yes, Long Fei knew that Gubeiwei's martial arts had been crippled as soon as he took his pulse. It was this pulse that allowed Long Fei to confirm Gubeiwei's identity once more. He silently withdrew his hand, but it was then that Gubeiwei slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 612. Gubeiwei slowly opened his eyes. It didn't seem like he'd just woken up, but more like he was faking it. His eyes were very clear and awake. When he saw Long Fei looking down at him, he wasn't surprised or flustered. It was as if he'd opened his eyes on purpose to look at Long Fei. Long Fei was as expressionless as ever, but his icy gaze took on a meaningful glint. He only looked at her without a word. Lil Thing on the side was stunned. Only now did it realize that the gentleman was faking it. Was it because it was worried? It hadn't realized. Lil Thing didn't care so much. It was fine as long as the gentleman woke up. It was so happy that it wanted to wake Mama Yunchi up. But a single glance from the gentleman stopped it from moving. Perhaps it was because it had been with the gentleman for too long, or perhaps it liked him too much. But Lil Thing could always accurately sense the gentleman's intentions, even if it was just a glance. In Lil Thing's eyes, no one else in this world treated Mama Yunchi better than the gentleman. Even it couldn't compare to him. As for Popalong on the side, he had still needed to observe. The gentleman must have his reasons for hiding things from Mama Yunchi, so it trusted the gentleman. Lil Thing silently returned to the gentleman's side and buried its head in his warm palm. It wanted to express its surprise, but it ended up wetting the gentleman's hand instead. Gubeiwei could feel the warmth and moisture in his palm. He gave a pitying smile and gently cupped Lil Thing in his arms. Lil Thing snuggled against him, perfectly content. Long Fei glanced at him, his lips curling up in disdain. He still owed Lil Thing a hug, but he'd probably long forgotten about it. He seemed to have long seen through Gubeiwei's act, but didn't ask anything. He didn't show his emotions, but silently withdrew his hand and averted his gaze. Gubeiwei wasn't surprised by this, but closed his eyes again. Han Yunchi fell asleep. The two men were silent with tacit understanding. There were some things that couldn't be said in front of Han Yunchi. Long Fei thought so, and so did Gubeiwei. This was their tacit understanding, the only tacit understanding between them. Back at the Thousand Buddha Cavern, even though Long Fei's group was dressed in black, Gubeiwei was able to guess that it was them. He also recognized the Long Fei's golden whip. At that time, although Long Fei was busy fighting, he paid a lot of attention to him. Now that he had fallen into Chang Fei's hands and the injuries on his shoulders and legs had been discovered, he knew that there was no way he could escape this time. After a sleepless night filled with the sounds of carriages, they finally arrived at Long Fei's estate in Yaoshui Prefecture around noon the next day. Su Donglin had already come over in advance to make arrangements. At this time, doctors were gathered in the courtyard. Han Yunchi immediately organized a consultation with the doctors. Some of the doctors' opinions were laughable and childish to Gubeiwei. One had to know that he was well aware of his own condition. If even he couldn't cure himself, how could others? He didn't have any intention of mocking the doctors, but he felt helpless in his heart. He calmly fainted and allowed the doctors to examine him. He didn't have the irritable temper of a normal patient. After a fierce round of questioning and debate, the consultation didn't reach a conclusion. The doctors only agreed on 2 points. The first was that Gubeiwei's leg injury wouldn't heal unless there was a miracle. They could only do their best to prevent it from worsening. The second point was that Gubeiwei's body was too weak and couldn't use overly strong medicines. They could only use mild medicines to slowly recover. Han Yunchi saw these 2 points as nonsense. In a fit of anger, she sent all the doctors away. The only thing they could do now was wait for Medicine City's dragon tendon powder. That thing was a good medicine to treat muscles and bones. At the very least, it could prevent the injury from worsening until Third Elder Shin arrived. Fortunately, Medicine City delivered the dragon tendon powder that afternoon. This thing was controlled by the Council of Elders and wasn't for sale. If it weren't for Han Yunqi and Long Fei, they wouldn't have been able to obtain it so quickly. The dragon tendon powder was tied to the leg of a messenger eagle. It was only a small packet, but it was enough for Gu Beiwe to use for a long time. Han Yunqi immediately went to prepare the medicine herself after receiving it. As soon as she left the room, Long Fei, who had been brewing tea at the tea table, stood up and walked over. He stood beside the bed with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "You can wake up now." Gu Beiwe immediately woke up. He opened his eyes and smiled faintly. There was no wariness, no hostility, no surprise, and no panic. The calmness in his eyes was one that could never be disturbed. Only when he was facing the woman he wanted to protect, and when he was facing himself would he show the 7 emotions and 6 desires: love, hate, infatuation, and craziness. Such a gentle smile made Lil Thing intoxicated. A trace of admiration flitted across Long Fei Ye's eyes. Gu Beiwe was so calm and open-minded. Although he was weak, he was still a man. Coldly he said, "You should know very well that your legs are crippled." "Yes," Gu Beiwe replied very calmly. "My shadow technique is also crippled." Before Long Fei Yi could question him, he admitted his identity with these 4 words. Long Fei Yi didn't find it strange that he admitted something with such irrefutable evidence. Coldly he asked again, "Was it you at the Heaven's Pit?" The person who saved Han Yunqi from Jun Yixie's hands was also you? Long Fei Yi needed a definite answer, but when Gu Beiwe answered yes, Long Fei Yi finally lost his calm. He coldly asked why. Why did he get close to Han Yunqi in the Heaven's Pit? Why did he protect Han Yunqi? After entering the Heaven's Pit's secret room, Gu Beiwe had clearly disappeared. How did he know that Jun Yixie had kidnapped Han Yunqi? Why did he risk his life to save Han Yunqi? If Gu Beiwe wasn't the Shadow Clan's white-clothed young master, Long Fei Yi would have believed that he only approached Han Yunqi for the poison beast. However, if Gu Beiwe and the Shadow Clan's white-clothed young master were the same person, then all of Gu Beiwe's previous actions were suspicious. Long before going to the Heaven's Pit, he had approached Han Yunqi with a motive. Later, when he set up shop at Pilfiend Pharmacy, he had even more ulterior motives. What did Gu Beiwe know? Was Gu Beiwe protecting something? What did Gu Beiwe have to do with the Nether and D clans? Did the Nether and D clans know anything? What did Gu Beiwe want to do? He had known Han Yunqi for so long, but he didn't seem to have done anything. Long Fei Yi considered many things. Calm and rational, he didn't act rashly and alert the enemy. After all, no one in this world knew about Mute Granny. Even Gu didn't know what Mute Granny had told him. He furrowed his brows and waited for Gu Beiwe's answer. Because Gu Beiwe was about to answer when the door was suddenly pushed open. He had no choice but to swallow back the words he was about to say. The person who came in was naturally Han Yunqi. When she saw Long Fei Yi standing by the bed, she quickly understood. "Dr. Gu is awake?" She rushed over and saw that Gu Beiwe was indeed awake. He was smiling faintly, as if he had just woken up and nothing had happened. He had originally planned to explain everything to Long Fei Yi before waking up, but now he had no choice but to face this woman first. Gu Beiwe was neither humble nor humble. "Esteemed Wang Fei, I can't get off the bed to greet you. My apologies." "What are you talking about?" Han Yunqi was so anxious that she didn't even ask how Gu Beiwe had been kidnapped. She hurriedly asked, "Your leg injury can still be treated, right? What medicine do you need? I'll send someone to find it immediately." "This is dragon tendon powder. I've already prepared it. Should I apply it normally, or do I need to do some special treatment? Hot compress? Or do you need acupuncture?" Many thanks for esteemed Wang Fei's concern. Gu Beiwe was injured to this extent, but he was still very polite. This one can apply the medicine himself. Han Yunchi had already told Gu Beiwe more than once that he didn't need to be so polite. Every time, Gu Beiwe would nod his head and say ha, but he would continue to be respectful and courteous the next time. Han Yunchi was already too lazy to argue with him about this, so she let him be. Your shoulder is still injured. How are you going to apply medicine? If you pull on the wound, how many days will it take for your body to heal? Han Yunchi frowned and seriously asked. She didn't give Gu Beiwe a chance to refute. She sat by the bed and directly ordered, "Don't move." She carefully began to treat the wound. There was nothing more urgent than applying medicine. A trace of helplessness flashed past Gu Beiwe's eyes, but he didn't refuse. Although the wound on his shoulder was penetrated, the inside was basically healed. Only the wound on the front and back was not easy to heal. Just now, a doctor had already treated it and removed the residue of the medicine. It was very simple to use new medicine. As for the wound on his leg, there were also a lot of residue of the medicine. However, it wasn't easy to remove it. This was because the injury was very serious and the wound was very deep. If one wasn't careful, it would hurt Gu Beiwe. This kind of pain was unbearable for ordinary people. Han Yunchi was afraid that Gu Beiwe would be in pain. She was a person who would protect and be biased. As a doctor, she was very clear that there was no wound that didn't hurt. Even if the wound was anesthetized, it would still hurt after the anesthesia. She was also not a good-tempered doctor. She often reprimanded patients who yelled and didn't cooperate because they were afraid of pain. However, when facing some people, she was especially afraid that they would feel pain. Of course, the pain was a small matter. Pulling on the wound was a big matter. The room was silent. Han Yunchi's gaze was focused on Gu Beiwe's wound. She was serious, professional, and strict. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted. She was so serious that no one dared to disturb her. However, Gu Beiwe couldn't help but want to reach out and gently smooth her brows. He wanted to tell her, "It's okay. If you're injured, then so be it. As long as you're alive, I can still protect you." He liked this serious look of hers the most. However, he hated it the most when she looked at his wound like this. No matter how much he disliked it, no matter how much he couldn't hold it in, he had to endure it. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and interrupted Gu Beiwe's thoughts. It was Long Fei. He was standing at the side. His large hand brushed away Han Yunchi's furrowed brows. He wasn't gentle at all and seemed to be a little unhappy. "Rest." "I'll do it," he said coldly. It was already considered an improvement that the big vinegar jar had been knocked over at this time. How could he allow Han Yunchi to apply medicine on another man under his nose? Moreover, this man was Gu Beiwe. Han Yunchi's hand stiffened slightly. She said calmly, "This wound is very deep." In other words, she meant that Long Fei wouldn't be able to treat this wound. However, Long Fei insisted, "I've treated wounds even deeper than this. Let me do it." He was domineering. He directly snatched the medicine from Han Yunchi's hand. Han Yunchi knew him too well. Furthermore, she had learned from Gu's mistake. She knew that if she didn't give in, they would probably argue. With Gu Beiwe's usual humility, he should have given in when he saw Long Fei's attitude. However, this time he remained silent and waited. Would Han Yunchi give in? Chapter 613. Would Han Yunchi yield? Long Fei and Gu Beiwe both looked at Han Yunchi, one keeping silent while the other didn't urge her. Han Yunchi's eyes drooped as her gaze rested on Gu Beiwe's wound. When she was practicing medicine, she hated nothing more than being interrupted. But Long Fei had always been an exception. She didn't hesitate for long. No matter what the reason was, she couldn't delay Gu Beiwe's treatment. She quickly replied to Long Fei, "The wound is very deep. It's different from the ones you've seen before, so you can't treat it. Have Su Donglin hurry and find a doctor to take care of it. I've been tired these past few days and can't concentrate." This counted as both insisting and yielding. It was half and half. Gu Beiyue's eyes flashed with amusement. He knew that with Han Yunqi's skills, the wound would be treated by the time Su Donglin found a doctor. In truth, she was insisting. This woman was always so smart. As expected, she wouldn't disappoint him. As a doctor, even if she was a poison doctor, she still had basic principles. There was no reason to delay a patient's treatment, unless she didn't want to save him from the start. Gu Beiyue couldn't help but recall the first time he'd met Han Yunqi. She'd been so resolute, decisive, and outspoken at General Mu's estate. She didn't want to save him, nor did she need a reason to save him. Even now, she did things her own way. She didn't need to explain herself to anyone except Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi was her only exception. Wasn't this what he'd been hoping for? In all of Cloud Realm Continent, only Long Fei Yi could truly protect this woman. If there came a day when she couldn't keep her status, only Long Fei Yi could fight against the ambitious wolves of the 7 noble families. He had always been rational and never indulged in his own emotions, but this time seeing Long Fei Yi frown for her made him feel bad. He actually felt reluctant to part with her. Was it because his body was too weak this time, and so was his heart? Abruptly, Long Fei pulled Han Yunqi aside without a word and took over her spot. Han Yunqi suddenly frowned. She was clearly angry. Gu Beiyue came back to his senses in an instant. He was both shocked and anxious. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade her, Long Fei Yi nimbly picked up the medicine to clean the wound. His movements were completely unprofessional, but his speed was much faster than Han Yunqi's. In just a few moments, he had cleaned Gu Beiyue's wound of the old medicine residue. However, there was a price to pay, and the price was pain. Gu Beiyue, who had been tormented by countless injuries and illnesses, was in so much pain that he closed his eyes. Blue veins appeared on his forehead. One could imagine how painful it was. But Han Yunqi didn't make a sound, nor did she stop him. She only watched in shock from the side. That was because Long Fei Yi's simple and crude movements hadn't affected the wound at all. Long Fei Yi hadn't lied. He'd treated even deeper and more serious wounds before. He had treated himself before. He had endured injuries that were even more painful than this. As long as he didn't die from the pain, he was fine. After cleaning the wound, Long Fei Yi began to apply medicine. His movements were just as simple and crude, just as fast. His movements were just as unprofessional, but the dragon tendon powder quickly spread deep into the wound. Gu Beiyue was in so much pain that his hands clenched into fists. Blue veins popped out on the backs of his hands. Lil Thing squeaked at the sight, but Long Fei Yi found it too noisy. He brushed it aside and had Lil Thing roll into the bed. Han Yunqi still didn't understand how Long Fei Yi had applied the medicine before he began to bandage the wound. It didn't look good at all, but it was firm and wouldn't loosen. The medicine wouldn't leak out, either. Seeing this, Han Yunqi had nothing to be angry about. She asked incredulously, "Long Fei Yi, who've you helped bandage before?" If he could train someone to this level, he had to have bandaged their wounds multiple times. Had anyone by his side ever been so seriously injured? And multiple times at that? It was impossible that he'd hurt his own shadow guards. This lofty fellow couldn't possibly treat their wounds personally. Tangli? Chu Shifeng? You don't know him. Long Fei Yi replied offhandedly before heading out the door. Han Yunqi was certain that Gu Beiyue was only in pain and was fine. She quickly chased after him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw the scene outside. Long Fei Yi was outside washing his hands very carefully. He didn't even treat Gu Beiyue so seriously. He had mysophobia. I don't know him. Is he from the Tang clan? Han Yunqi pressed on. She knew all of Long Fei's subordinates, but hadn't interacted much with the Tang clan. No, he's dead. Long Fei replied coldly, a little impatient. Then how did he get hurt? Han Yunqi was more curious about this. After all, It wasn't easy to injure someone so severely. Besides the Chu clan's arrows and Tang clan's assassination weapons, what other weapons could injure someone so severely? How did he get hurt? Of course, he'd hurt himself. He'd hurt himself plenty of times when he'd been practicing his whip skills. His whip was no less powerful than the Chu clan's arrows and Tang clan's assassination weapons. Whip after whip had landed on his own legs. It was common for his skin to split open and his flesh to be torn open. Naturally, he'd hurt his tendons and bones. He'd treated all of his wounds himself. Mu Fei only gave him medicine and never helped him treat his wounds, much less find a doctor for him. If anyone else had asked, Long Fei, you would have pretended he hadn't heard and walked away. But he couldn't avoid Han Yunqi at all, because this woman dared to chase after him. In the end, he said, Tang Li was the one who hurt me. You should ask him. Han Yunqi was doubtful. Didn't this guy just say he didn't know him? Could it be that things are complicated? Fine, I'll ask Tang Li later. Tang Li was currently catching up on sleep. She didn't know if he'd have nightmares. When she returned to the room, Gu Beiyue's pain had subsided. He sat up to examine his wounds. Like Han Yunqi, he was full of questions, but he wouldn't ask. And even if he did, Long Fei, you would only pretend he hadn't heard. Many thanks, Your Highness, Duke of Qin. He bowed with both hands. It wasn't an act, but a sincere thanks to Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi accepted his thanks graciously. After applying the dragon tendon powder, Han Yunqi felt much more at ease. Now, she just had to wait for Elder Shin and Elder Zhang to arrive, as well as news from Gu and Muling. Han Yunqi sat down and asked seriously, Dr. Gu, can the wound on your leg heal completely? Will it affect your normal movements? Gu Beiyue was silent. Han Yunqi didn't pursue the matter, but her heart clenched. She was afraid of receiving a negative answer. After a while, Gu Beiyue smiled helplessly. I can't treat it myself. What about the others? What about Elder Shin? Elder Shin is already on his way, Han Yunqi asked anxiously. I hope so, Gu Beiyue said lightly. Actually, his answer was only to give Han Yunqi hope. He wasn't lying. He just didn't finish his sentence. He couldn't treat it, so no one could, not even the dean of the medical college. Han Yunqi thought that if he had hope, then there must be hope. Even if Shen Jueming couldn't treat it, the medical college still had doctors who were better than him. Even if Gu and Muling couldn't find a good medicine, there was still the king of medicine. She could ask the king of medicine. Elder Shin is already on his way. He'll definitely arrive in 10 days at the latest. Gu and Muling will also help you find medicine. Just tell us what medicine you need. As long as it's available, we'll definitely find it, Han Yunqi said seriously. Gu Beiyue smiled and nodded. Thank you, Princess Consort. Han Yunqi ignored his politeness and asked again, How did you fall into the hands of the Chu clan? What happened? Why were they so ruthless? As soon as Han Yunqi said this, Gu Beiyue knew what was going on. This stupid woman didn't suspect anything about the 1,000 Buddha cave. It was no wonder that she didn't notice that he was watching her when she was focused on the 1,000-year ginkgo tree. How should he answer her? Long Fei Yi stood to the side with his eyes lowered. He was also waiting for an answer. Gu Beiyue didn't think for long before he said, I was originally going to visit an old friend in Medical City, but was suddenly attacked on the road. I assumed it was a group of bandits and wanted to pay them some silver to settle the matter. Who knew that they would shoot before I even got off the carriage? I was unconscious at that time. I don't know what happened, but when I woke up, I saw the Chu clan. They gave me some medicine and then handed me over to Ningqing. He said, then asked, What's going on? Did the Chu clan betray Western Zhou? Why did Great General Ning? Long Fei's lips quirked up into a cold smile. Gu Beiyue looked gentle and harmless, but he was actually a shrewd person. When he spoke of lies, it was so natural. He even asked Han Yunchi questions to dispel Han Yunchi's suspicions. Han Yunchi explained the situation concisely, causing Gu Beiwe to sigh. Then this one doesn't understand. The Chu clan could have just exchanged me for Chu Tianyin. Why did they have to hand me over to Ning Cheng? Gu Beiwe couldn't figure it out. That day, Ning Cheng's subordinates had taken him away and locked him up. It wasn't until yesterday that he saw Ning Cheng again during the hostage exchange. Han Yunchi wanted to ask more questions, but Gu Beiwe asked her instead. I reckon the Chu and Ning clans hadn't fallen out with each other, yet when Chu Yuni handed you over to Ning Cheng. As she spoke, she smiled coldly. It can only be said that Chu Yuni overestimated himself. Ning Cheng is the true master of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, so he must have long wanted to swallow up the Chu clan troops. Han Yunchi didn't explain the Nether and D clans to Gu Beiwe on purpose. After all, he was only a doctor and didn't need to know so much. But Han Yunchi had no idea that the words Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had stirred up huge waves in Gu Beiwe's heart. Gu Beiwe had been trying to find out the whereabouts of the 7 noble families and keep an eye on their movements. The D clan was one of the few he kept an eye on. Naturally, he'd suspected Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, but the surname of the head of the consortium made him hesitate. Moreover, the upper echelons of the consortium were mysterious and difficult to investigate, so he could only keep an eye on them. Esteemed Wang Fei, isn't Cloud Realm Trade Consortium one of the Ouyang clan's businesses? He asked. The Ouyang clan is nothing more than a cover. Ouyang Ningnua and Ouyang Ningjing are both surnamed Ning. Ning Cheng, Ning Nua, Ning Anjing, and Ning Anjing. Before Han Yunchi could finish, Gu Beiwe understood. Promise, quiet, his heart gave a start. What a Chu Yuni! So he knew the whereabouts of the D clan long ago, but kept it from me. The D clan's Ning family had hidden their identities to amass such wealth and military strength. What were they planning to do? Chapter 614. The only thing Gu Beiwe was certain of was that Chu Yuni hadn't told Ning Cheng about his identity. Otherwise, Ning Cheng wouldn't have ignored him like this, much less let him go so easily. In the past, the D clan's Ning clan was even more loyal to Western Qin than the Shadow clan. The D clan's Ning clan had never involved themselves in politics, but only in business. But what about the current Ning clan? Ning Cheng had hidden himself in Tianning as a general and controlled a third of the country's troops. He also led Tianning's cavalry regiments and colluded with Chu Qinga to threaten the emperor. What was he up to? Was the D clan's Ning clan still the D clan of the past? Gu Beiwe's eyes flickered between light and darkness as his emotions grew complicated. Dr. Gu, what's wrong? Han Yunchi could tell that something was amiss. Nothing, just an accident. I didn't expect so many things to change in the West in just a month. Gu Beiwe seemed to be speaking casually, but he was actually probing Han Yunchi to understand the current situation in the West. After all, the situation had changed drastically, and he'd been locked up for so long that he didn't know a thing. Under these circumstances, it was inevitable that he'd lose confidence in facing off against Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Han Yunchi didn't say much beyond a soft sigh. Don't worry about anything else. It's more important that you recover from your injuries. You need to take good care of your body. Speak. Do you want to prescribe your own medicine? Or should I find someone else? Gu Beiwe smiled. I'll prescribe it myself. He then listed a few ingredients for Han Yunchi to memorize. Han Yunchi noted them down one by one before she went to find the ingredients. She hadn't been idle since arriving at this courtyard. Long Fei Yi saw all of this and endured it in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to lock this woman up in her room forever. But he understood that Han Yunchi was a woman who couldn't be trapped. After confirming that Han Yunchi had left, Long Fei Yi immediately returned to Gu Beiwe's room, where Gu Beiwe was waiting for him. Why? Long Fei Yi immediately continued with his previous question. If he hadn't been interrupted by Han Yunchi, Gubeiwa would have already answered. Many questions can be summed up in one sentence. Why did you deliberately approach Han Yunshi? Gubeiwa was actually waiting for Han Yunshi to leave so that he could have a good chat with Long Fei. Even if his identity as a Shadow Clan member was exposed, he could still remain calm in front of Long Fei. Looking straight into Long Fei's cold eyes, Gubeiwa indifferently replied, because she's a direct descendant of the poison sect. Long Fei had a complicated look in his eyes. Could it be that Gubeiwa didn't know about Han Yunshi's other identity? Despite his suspicions, he didn't bat an eyelid as he waited for Gubeiwa to continue. However, Long Fei's calm expression caused great waves in Gubeiwa's heart. He asked, "Could it be that your Highness Duke of Qin already knew about this? When did Long Fei find out about Han Yunshi's identity as a direct descendant of the poison sect? Did Long Fei find out about Han Yunshi's status as the poison sect's heir from the Mu clan? If so, then did he also know about Han Yunshi's identity as a direct descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan? After all, the secret of Western Qin's imperial clan was hidden in Medicine City's Mu clan. A few years ago, he'd found some suspicious clues among his grandfather's belongings by chance. He'd followed those clues all the way to Medicine City and spent a great deal of effort to track down Mu Xan. By the time he'd found out, Mu Xan had already been missing for a long time. All that was left was a rumor that she had an affair with a descendant of the poison sect. To others, this might be a rumor, but to him it was the only clue. Unfortunately, he'd chased after this clue for many years, but still couldn't find Mu Xan's whereabouts. During those years, he'd learned almost everything about the poison sect. He knew that the Xian Gold door in the poison sect sky pit was a Dao sensing door that could only be opened with the blood of a direct descendant of the poison sect. After that, he'd basically given up until Han Yunshi's appearance gave him hope once more. When he'd first met Han Yunshi at General Mu's estate, he'd only been attracted by her bearing. What truly caught his attention were her poison and strange acupuncture techniques. Even though the poison sect didn't have such techniques, he still firmly believed that this woman was related to the poison sect. Because the poison sect was the origin of Cloud Realm's poison world, such a profound detoxification needle technique was likely a secret technique that the poison sect didn't teach to outsiders. From then on, he began to investigate Han Yunshi's origins. The Han family's background couldn't be clearer. If Han Yunshi had any secrets, it must have come from Lady Tianxin. Thus, rather than investigating Han Yunshi, it was more accurate to say that he was investigating Lady Tianxin. Once he found out that Lady Tianxin was related to Medicine City's Mu family, everything became clear. The Han family's Tianxin was the Mu family's Mu Xan. Han Yunshi was the daughter of Mu Xan and a direct descendant of the poison sect. Not only was Han Yunshi a direct descendant of the poison sect, but she was also the orphan of Western Qin's imperial family. In order to confirm this, he'd specially lured Han Yunshi to the poison sect's sky pit and tested her with the Xian Gold door. It was absolutely true. He'd only found this because of the clues left behind by his grandfather. How had Long Fei found out? Seeing Long Fei's calm and stern face, Gubeiwa's heart was thrown into chaos. He was afraid. That was the thing he feared the most. If Long Fei had long known about Han Yunshi's origins, then was he using Han Yunshi to his advantage? The news of Qin Wangfei's favor had shocked all of Cloud Realm continent, because no one dared to believe that Tianning's icy duke, Long Fei, would truly dote on and indulge a woman. Your lordship has long known that she has connections to the poison sect. Long Fei admitted openly. Gubeiwa wanted to test whether Long Fei knew about Western Qin's imperial family, but he carefully swallowed back the words on the tip of his tongue several times. He had to be cautious because Long Fei wasn't so easy to test. What if Long Fei didn't know about Western Qin's imperial family in the first place and grew suspicious? In the end, Gu Beiwe chose to remain silent and didn't say anything else. Seeing Gu Beiwe's silence, Long Fei Yi began to make plans in his heart. He wanted to see if Gu Beiwe knew that Han Yunqi was a direct descendant of the Western Qin imperial family, as well as Han Yunqi's origins. He thought about it for a long time, but didn't know how to go about it. Because Gu Beiwe was such a shrewd man, it wasn't easy to test him. If Gu Beiwe didn't know that Han Yunqi was a descendant of Western Qin's imperial family, then he'd definitely suspect Han Yunqi. If Gu Beiwe already knew, then he'd definitely expose himself if he kept probing. Long Fei Yi didn't speak either, but waited for Gu Beiwe to continue. Just like that, the two shrewd men fell silent. After a few moments of silence, Long Fei Yi spoke first. He couldn't tarry for too long. Han Yunqi would be here soon. Although he spoke first, he didn't reveal anything. Cold, he said. Gu Beiwe, you haven't finished answering this prince's question. Gu Beiwe sighed inwardly at Long Fei Yi's unfathomable depths. He couldn't fathom the man's thoughts at all, so he could only reply, Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one didn't intentionally get close to esteemed Wang Fei. It was only by chance that I learned of esteemed Wang Fei's origins. What kind of chance? Long Fei Yi asked. Does your highness remember the Xian gold door? As Gu Beiwe asked, he seized every moment to mull over each word. He had to be careful with every word he said to Long Fei Yi. Changing the topic was the best way to buy himself time to think. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't say anything and only nodded. Gu Beiwe couldn't buy much time at all. Only the blood of a direct descendant of the poison sect can open the Xian gold door. The poison sect's poison beast recognizes a direct descendant of the poison sect as its master. So there's a saying, the one who can open the Xian gold door is the poison beast's master. At the time, the situation was urgent, so the Xian gold door suddenly opened. This one was also very surprised. Later, when I thought about it carefully, I remembered esteemed Wang Fei's fingers didn't bleed very much. That was how I learned of esteemed Wang Fei's secret. Gu Beiwe explained, Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one went to the sky pit to retrieve the poison beast's fangs to create a medicine. When I met esteemed Wang Fei, I wanted to coerce esteemed Wang Fei into using her poison arts to capture the poison beast. Unfortunately, the discovery of the Xian gold door forced this one to retreat. Because this one knew that once the poison beast has recognized its master, no one can steal it away. Xian gold door! Long Fei Yi muttered to himself, as if he was pondering something. Exactly. That time was truly unexpected. Gu Beiwe hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still decided to test Long Fei Yi. He said, Although it was an accident, when I think about it carefully, I suddenly understand. Esteemed Wang Fei's poison arts are exquisite. If she didn't learn them from Dr. Han, then she could only have learned them from Lady Tianqin. The Han family is a medical family and has no connections to the poison sect. Lady Tianqin's origins are mysterious, so she must be a daughter of the poison sect. Long Fei Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected Gu Beiwe to have learned of Han Yunqi's poison sect origins because of the Xian gold door. It seemed that Gu Beiwe had misunderstood Lady Tianqin and didn't know that Tianqin and Mu Exan were the same person. Mute Granny had said that she was the only one who knew of Mu Exan's true identity. If Gu Beiwe didn't know that Tianqin was Mu Exan, then it was even more impossible for him to know of Mu Exan's relationship with the Western Qin imperial family. From another perspective, if Gu Beiwe knew that Han Yunqi was the orphan of the Western Qin imperial family, he would have made a move a long time ago. There was no way he would have done nothing until now. Long Fei Yi had a grasp of the situation, but he still questioned Gu Beiwe. As expected, you had ulterior motives for entering Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Your Highness has misunderstood. This one admires esteemed Wang Fei's poison skills and respects esteemed Wang Fei's character. I had no ulterior motives for entering Pill Fiend Pharmacy for the convenience of my medical practice and to repay esteemed Wang Fei for saving my life. If esteemed Wang Fei hadn't saved me, this one would have died at Empress Dowager Li's hands last time. Does the Shadow Clan have any regard for a trifling Tianning's Empress Dowager? Long Fei mocked. Gu Beiyue's eyes flashed with vigilance before he smiled helplessly. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, may not know this, but my Shadow Clan has withered away. Today, I'm the only one left with this sickly body. The Shadow Clan, it's long gone. Is that so? Back then, the Nether and Shadow Clans worked together to put on a good show and preserve the bloodline of Western Qin's imperial family. The Nether Clan's Chu Clan has already announced to the world that they're searching for the imperial family to restore Western Qin. The Chu Clan ambushed Western Zhou and seized military power to rebel. Your Shadow Clan ambushed Tianning and deliberately entered Pill Fiend Pharmacy. What are your intentions? Long Fei Yi asked. Gu Beiyue furrowed his brows as his heart trembled. He never expected Chu Yuni to reveal everything while he was imprisoned. He deserves to die. Heaven knows how many related and unrelated people will be searching for the whereabouts of Western Qin's imperial orphan now. He endured the pain in his shoulders and legs as he got off the bed. His legs couldn't support him, so he could only stand on one leg and lean against the side of the bed. Long Fei Yi didn't pity him at all. He only stared at him with cold eyes. Chapter 615. Gu Beiyue didn't need anyone's sympathy for his injuries. He clasped his hands in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, his pale face earnest and persistent. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, the Nether Clan's Chu Clan has wild ambitions. Their so-called revival of Western Qin is nothing more than a pretense. My Shadow Clan will never wallow in the mire with such wolves. Moreover, I'm the only one left of the Shadow Clan. Even if I have the heart, I'm powerless. Long Fei Ye's lips were curled into a mocking smile as he watched Gu Beiyue lie with cold eyes. But Gu Beiyue's attitude remained earnest and sincere. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, although Western Qin's imperial clan left behind orphans in the past, there's no guarantee that any of their descendants are still alive today. Even if there are, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to find them, much less seek revenge. Although I bear heavy responsibilities for the clan, I have neither the heart nor the strength to help my master revive the country. I only hope to be able to treat illnesses and injuries in my lifetime. Practicing medicine for a lifetime is quiet and ordinary. If I had any other choice, I would never reveal my shadow arts, much less my identity. Despite Gu Beiyue's words, Long Fei Yi remained unmoved. It had to be said that Gu Beiyue's heart was lacking in confidence right now. He'd only felt so uncertain in front of Long Fei Yi in his life. Gu Beiyue felt even more uncertain when he saw Long Fei Ye's cold expression. Despite this, he continued to speak with sincerity. His explanations came from the bottom of his heart and were the most sincere of lies. Isn't your Highness curious as to why I was injured by the Chu clan's arrows? He asked seriously. Long Fei, you really didn't understand. Even though he'd instigated things first, Chu Yuni and Gu Beiyue wouldn't go so far as to kill each other in Thousand Buddha Cave. Why? Long Fei Yi finally spoke. Because Chu Yuni ordered me to kill you and Wang Fei in Thousand Buddha Cave. But I refused, Gu Beiyue said frankly. His lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. I originally wanted to save you and esteemed Wang Fei. Ha! Now that I've come back, I've overestimated myself. If he had known that the Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi in the Guard of Honor were fake, he would never have refused Chu Yuni, much less risked his life to save them. Neither would he have been injured and kidnapped by Chu Yuni. None of this would have happened. He had paid such a huge price because he was too concerned about her. However, he would never tell Long Fei Yi the truth. After hearing this explanation, Long Fei Yi finally let go of his last bit of concern. There were too many reasons to prove that Gu Beiyue did not know Han Yunqi's identity, but there was no doubt that he knew about Han Yunqi's identity. Even the paranoid Long Fei Yi believed him this time. Actually, with his personality, killing Gu Beiwei would be the safest and most direct way. Unfortunately, he had to worry about Han Yunqi as well. Mute Granny's death was enough of a headache for him. Now there was Gu Beiwei as well. How much effort would he have to put in? He loathed his own lies. Keeping Gu Beiwei alive would be a good assistant for Han Yunqi's pill fiend pharmacy. Long Fei Yi nodded wordlessly and prepared to leave, but Gu Beiwei stopped him. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please wait a moment. This one has something I don't understand, and I don't know if I can ask you for guidance." "Speak," Long Fei Yi said from inside the room. "How did your Highness find out that esteemed Wang Fei is the poisoned sex orphan?" This was Gu Beiwei's greatest doubt. Lady Lianqin said it herself. "Tianqin is Mu Xian from back then. You should know." Long Fei Yi replied. So, Lady Lianqin must have been desperate enough to reveal Mu Xian's secret at the Grand Medicine Testing Convention. Neither Lady Lianqin nor Mu Yingdong knew about Western Qin's affairs. "Your Highness, can this one hide this matter from esteemed Wang Fei?" Gu Beiwei knew that Long Fei Yi already believed him, so he wanted to reassure Long Fei Yi. "That's your own business. It has nothing to do with this prince," Long Fei Yi said before leaving. He clearly knew that Gu Beiwei wouldn't say anything, so he wanted Gu Beiwei to bear the consequences of his own lies. So even Long Fei Yi was afraid of Han Yunqi. Gu Beiwei couldn't help but smile. His pale face looked especially beautiful when he did so. He'd never felt so relaxed ever since he'd exposed his shadow arts. He knew that as long as Long Fei Yi trusted him, he could stay by Yunqi's side forever as long as he didn't die. Both his shadow arts and legs were crippled. No one knew how he'd survived Ning Cheng's imprisonment. Even he couldn't remember. Perhaps he'd simply forgotten, or perhaps it was too much for him to bear, so he subconsciously refused to remember. He only remembered seeing Han Yunqi's anxious little face before his heart stopped hurting. He had lost his shadow arts and his legs, while she still had Long Fei Yi. Was that enough? And he would do his best to help her make Pill Fiend Pharmacy a better place. Just like that, the two men who knew Han Yunqi's dual identities the best lied to each other and misunderstood each other. How long could they keep this from each other? How long could this misunderstanding last? Han Yunqi didn't like lies, so how could she forgive white lies? One day, Han Yunqi would realize that she'd been an idiot. Not only had she been tricked by Long Fei Yi, but Gu and Gu Beiwei as well. Currently, she was frantically searching for medicine for Gu Beiwei. It was hard to find ingredients in these war-torn lands, so she didn't have enough on her person. She could only ask Medicine City to send them over. Fortunately, Gu Beiwei's ingredients were all available in Medicine City's Wang clan. By the end of the day, all the ingredients had been gathered. Mu Linger had replied as well with a wondrous medicine called White Mountain Oil. Gu Qishao, on the other hand, didn't reply. It wasn't clear whether he hadn't received the Flying Hawk message or hadn't replied in time. Gu knew more rare ingredients than Mu Ling. And even if he didn't have the ingredient, he could still cultivate some. Han Yunqi ordered the servants to send more letters to urge him. After 10 days of recuperation, Gu Beiwei's complexion looked much better, but his leg injury showed no signs of improvement. Fortunately, the White Mountain Oil that Mu Ling had sent over stopped the injury from worsening. Han Yunqi kept trying to contact Gu while urging Third Elder Shin. "Esteemed Wang Fei, don't be anxious about finding the medicine. Third Elder Shin should be here in a few days." Gu Beiwei didn't want her to be anxious. Whenever she was anxious, she would frown. Long Fei Yi also didn't like Han Yunqi frowning. It was as if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he saw her frown, he would immediately reach out his hand to caress it without saying a word. When Han Yunqi relaxed her frown, he didn't let go. She had to hold his hand first. It wasn't clear who was comforting who, but when Han Yunchi pulled his hand down and intertwined their fingers, Long Fei Yi calmed down. If it was Gu, he would have stared at this scene. However, Gu Beiwe chose to look away. Only the two of them could understand this feeling. Ever since he had a showdown with Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwe had been recuperating in bed. When Han Yunchi arrived, Long Fei Yi had just returned. Other than that, Long Fei Yi hadn't taken a single step in. It was as if nothing had happened between them. Third Elder Shin will arrive in 5 days, Han Yunchi said simply. After leaving, she immediately said to Long Fei Yi, "How about I make a personal trip to Medicine City? Let's find Gu first. Have Chu Shifeng make a trip to Westjing." Long Fei Yi said simply. Although Han Yunchi was the king of medicine's disciple, she was only a disciple in name. If he went to beg the king of medicine now, he'd owe him a favor. How could he agree? After all, the king of medicine wasn't so generous. What if Han Yunchi was forced to stay at the medicine hut? Damned Gu. He didn't show up when he should, but when he shouldn't, he couldn't be chased away. When he thought of Gu, Long Fei Yi couldn't help but knit his brows. Could something have happened to old fiend? Han Yunchi suddenly exclaimed. "He won't die." Long Fei Ye's voice was a little loud as he grew impatient. Han Yunchi resentfully shut her mouth. She should be thanking the heavens and earth that Long Fei Yi hadn't sent Gu Beiwe back to South Ning Prefecture. That night, Han Yunchi personally cooked a bowl of yam porridge for Long Fei Yi and delivered it to his rooms. Long Fei Yi was currently opening a pile of secret missives on the table. He glanced at her without a word. Winter nourishment is better than spring nourishment. This is a premium yam sent over from Medicine City. It's good for nourishing the soul, Han Yunchi said in a low voice. The new year passed by unknowingly. Spring had already arrived. Long Fei Yi patted his thigh, indicating for Han Yunchi to come over. As soon as Han Yunchi came close, he wrapped his hand around her waist and carried her to sit down. He hugged her from behind and whispered into her ear, "Your punishment is to accompany this prince for 1 night." She was well aware of why he used the word punishment. She could only sigh inwardly at how this guy had another way to get jealous. As for accompanying him for 1 night, there were too many meanings behind those words that she didn't understand and didn't dare to understand. She only replied, "This concubine accepts her punishment." As soon as she said this, he tightened his grip on her hand, as if he was blaming her for doing it despite knowing full well that she was guilty. Her waist hurt, but her heart was filled with sweetness. He nuzzled her ear and lightly pecked it a few times. It seemed as if he was keeping her at arm's length, but in reality he couldn't bear it any longer. "Eat the porridge and go back to sleep." In the end, he released her and chased her away. Although Han Yunchi got up, she didn't leave. She fed him the yam porridge and said, "I'll leave after you finish eating. If you don't, I'll accompany you until dawn." He knew that since he let go of her, he would have to stay up all night to read these letters. Although the war in the West had stopped, the situation was still delicate. Moreover, he still had to prepare to deal with Ningcheng, so he naturally had to be busy. "Are you threatening this prince?" Long Fei Yi raised his brows and looked over. "Yes." Han Yunchi also raised her brows and looked over provocatively. The two of them coldly stared at each other for a long time. In the end, neither of them was the first to back down. Instead, they laughed at the same time. "You finally know how to laugh, ha ha." Han Yunchi said cheerfully. Long Fei Yi only grinned. After hearing her words, his large palm covered her face and blocked her view. Han Yunchi pushed his hand away and said seriously, "Eat. I won't leave after you finish eating. I'll accompany you." Long Fei Ye's lips curved up again. It was a faint smile, but it was a real one. Han Yunchi carefully flipped through the letters and began to worry about the situation in the West. Over the past few days, the situation in the West had changed quite a bit. The Chu clan had taken western Zhou's Fenglin prefecture and publicly thrown in their lot with Tianning. Tianning's Empress Chu had accepted the surrender of the Chu clan troops and denounced western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing for listening to Empress Shui's slander and persecuting the loyal. Ningcheng moved the troops from Tianning's western borders west to Fenglin prefecture. From now on, Fenglin prefecture was part of Tianning's territory, while the Chu clan and western Zhou's decades of marriage alliance were officially broken. Long Feiyi, how do you plan to deal with Ningcheng and the Chu clan? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Chapter 616. How would Long Feiyi deal with Ningcheng and the Chu clan? Long Feiyi kept her in suspense. You'll know in 3 days. 3 days? Han Yunqi couldn't figure it out. You'll make a move in 3 days? Long Feiyi shook his head as he ate his porridge. Han Yunqi grew even more bewildered. You're not going to make a move? Long Feiyi nodded again without a word. Say something. Han Yunqi sometimes felt gloomy. She could count on her fingers the number of times she'd spoken to this fellow in a day. Long Feiyi finally opened his mouth and said seriously, This porridge is quite tasty. Han Yunqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She knew he was determined not to tell her. This wasn't the first time she'd pondered this question, but she couldn't figure it out even after days. Long Feiyi had been staying in Yaoshui prefecture all this time, so he must have a plan. But he still hadn't made a move. Although the war had stopped, the situation in Cloud Realm's western regions had changed considerably over the past 2 weeks. Western Zhou's emperor was furious at the Chu clan for being greedy and ungrateful. He denounced Empress Chu for colluding with Ningcheng to commit regicide and usurp the throne. He even expressed goodwill to Long Tianma by acknowledging only Tian and as the rightful heir of Tianning's imperial family and willing to continue their marriage alliance. During the chaos of war, Long Tianma had long expressed goodwill to Western Zhou by attacking Tianning from the east and west. As soon as Emperor Kongqing expressed his goodwill, he responded by denouncing the Chu clan for committing regicide and usurping the throne. If the Chu clan didn't surrender on their own accord, Tian would send troops to annihilate them. Naturally, the warning sounded nice. Under these circumstances, Emperor Kongqing didn't expect Long Tianma to send troops first. Emperor Kongqing denounced the Chu clan over and over again, demanding that they release Empress Shui. The Chu clan offered to cede territory in exchange for Empress Shui, but Emperor Kongqing refused. From then on, Empress Shui was imprisoned in the Chu clan barracks. Outsiders thought that this was the idea of the 2 elders of the Chu clan, but in reality, the 2 elders of the Chu clan had already been imprisoned by Ningcheng. No one knew whether the one in charge of the Chu clan was Ningcheng or Chu Tianning. Emperor Kongqing didn't know much about these matters either. Instead, he placed his hopes on Long Feiyi. He hoped that Long Feiyi would send out his troops and join forces with Western Zhou and Tian and to attack Tianning from 3 sides. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi didn't make a move. The South Central troops were also stationed here, but he didn't seem to have any intention of retreating or returning Yaoshui to Western Zhou. Western Zhou's emperor was anxious, but he didn't dare to bring it up himself. All he could do was wait with Long Feiyi. Because the western region was the common border between 4 countries, it was an important military position. It was also because the Duke of Qin didn't involve himself in politics. Thus, all of Cloud Realm continent was paying close attention to his every move. As soon as the Chu clan troops pledged allegiance to Tianning, both the imperial court and the common people were abuzz with discussion. There were 2 main topics of discussion: whether His Highness Duke of Qin would continue to send troops to attack Tianning, and the adulterous affair between Empress Chu and Prince Regent Ningcheng. In the eyes of the common people, there had to be something going on between a man and a woman. Long Feiyi wouldn't say a word, so Han Yunqi could only wait. But 3 days later, a piece of news came that not only shocked Han Yunqi, but all of Tianning. The news was that Empress Shui had been assassinated and killed. On the afternoon of the same day, Emperor Kongcheng was grief-stricken. He angrily denounced the Chu clan for plotting against him and demanded that they return Empress Shui's corpse. Still, the Chu clan refused. That very night, a disciple of Tianshan Kenzo, Duanmu Yao, denounced the Chu clan and personally led 10 disciples down the mountain. If the Chu clan didn't return the corpse and give her an explanation, then Tianshan Kenzo wouldn't spare a single member of the Chu clan. As soon as Han Yunqi heard the news, she ran to find Long Fei Yi. How did Empress Shui die? Emperor Kongqing and Duanmu Yao had demanded the corpse for 3 reasons. First, they wanted to let Empress Shui rest in peace. Second, they wanted to fight for their dignity. Third, they wanted to conduct an autopsy to see if Empress Shui had been assassinated or tortured to death by the Chu clan. Since Long Fei Yi could calculate the time so accurately, Han Yunqi didn't even need to think to know that he had something to do with this matter. What do you think? Long Fei Yi sat lazily on the warm couch as he glanced at Han Yunqi. His lips curved in a sinister smile. Han Yunqi understood. So it was him. It wouldn't be easy to destroy the Chu clan troops and counterattack Ning Cheng's troops, but it wouldn't be difficult for him or one of his experts to sneak into the barracks and kill a hostage. This fellow was truly sinister. Killing Empress Shui was as easy as blowing off dust. He could get someone else to do the dirty work. After all, offending Tianshan Kenzo would make life difficult for both the Chu clan and Ningqing. Even if they handed Empress Shui over to Duanmu Yao, with Duanmu Yao's personality, how could she let the matter rest? She couldn't help but look forward to Duanmu Yao's reaction when she found out. What Han Yunqi didn't understand was just how much power Duanmu Yao had on Tianshan Mountain. How could she use Tianshan Mountain's name to denounce the Chu clan troops? How could she escalate a personal grudge into one between 2 major powers? Forcing the Chu clan to hand over the corpse, was this your master's idea? Han Yunqi asked in confusion. I'm not sure either. Even if it wasn't, Duanmu Yao still has the ability to use Tianshan Mountain's power to oppose the Chu clan, Long Fei Yi said. Perhaps it was because he hated that woman too much. Even hearing Long Fei Yi say the name, Duanmu Yao, made Han Yunqi uncomfortable. She's quite capable, she said sarcastically. Long Fei Yi didn't comment further. He pulled Han Yunqi over and said calmly, let's stay here. Once the snow melts, I'll take you to Tianshan Mountain, okay? He looked at her. His expression and tone were especially serious. It was rare for him to be this serious. Long Fei Ye's serious gaze was mesmerizing. Han Yunqi couldn't refuse. No matter what he said, Han Yunqi couldn't refuse. Soon, he said he wanted to go to Tianshan Mountain. This was something she'd been looking forward to for a long time. All right, she replied loudly. It was now the 1st month of the lunar year. It would take at least 2 months for all the snow to melt. Han Yunqi thought that she'd definitely be able to heal Gu Beiyue's injuries and send him back to Pill Fiend Pharmacy in 2 months. As for Ningqing, she'd just leave him to Duanmu Yao to worry about. If she remembered correctly, Northern Li's troops had recovered well this winter. When summer came, the water and grass would be plump enough to fatten up the horses. Ningqing wouldn't be as idle as he was now. Western Zhou had been in chaos for so long that Northern Li had missed many opportunities. Once they recovered, they'd definitely give Ningqing a big show of strength. Although Long Fei Yi wasn't in control of everything like he used to be, he was still the one who had the last laugh. He was still the fisherman who reaped the benefits. In the coming months, he'd occupy Yaoshui and watch as Western Zhou, Northern Li, and Tianning stirred up again. Even Long Tianma's Tian and would be dragged into the fray. Stupid people went against the flow, while smart people went with the flow. The man in front of Han Yunqi, who didn't say a word and didn't bat an eyelid, was the one who created the situation. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain. Han Yunqi thought that she could focus on treating Gu Beiwe in the coming days. Of course, she wouldn't let the Chu clan off so easily. Once Duan Mu Yao was done with her work, she didn't mind being the villain who kicked a man when he was down. 2 days later, there was still no news of Gu. Third Elder Shin arrived as scheduled, bringing with him divine Dr. Luo, a doctor who specialized in muscles and bones. The room was silent. After Third Elder Shin took Gu Beiwe's pulse, he began to examine Gu Beiwe's knee injury seriously with divine Dr. Luo. After a long examination, the two of them said nothing apart from shaking their heads. They were both doctors, so Han Yunqi knew exactly what they meant. She said nothing. Her face was tense, frighteningly stern. Elder Shin, don't just shake your head. What's going on? Tang Li couldn't help but ask. Third Elder Shin acted like he hadn't heard him, so he didn't answer. Tang Li wanted to ask again, but Han Yunqi shut him up with a glare. She was also worried, but she knew that regardless of the severity of his injury, he could not be disturbed. Third Elder Shin and divine Dr. Luo examined him as they questioned Gu Beiwe. This took an entire hour. In the end, Third Elder Shin reapplied medicine and bandaged Gu Beiwe. He looked at Gu Beiwe and said sternly, "Beiwe, you know what's going on now, right?" Han Yunqi knitted her brows at these words. She stared at Gu Beiwe's bandaged knee and couldn't help but bite her lip. Lil Thing was sitting on her shoulder, its paws clasped tightly together. It was very nervous. Gu Beiwe smiled faintly. I know. Although he was smiling, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances, while Long Fei Ye's eyes were hooded as they darkened. Third Elder Shin looked at Gu Beiwe's clean smile and truly couldn't bear it. He had a good relationship with Director Gu and had watched Beiwe grow up. He was a perfectly fine child who had saved countless lives out of kindness. How did he end up like this? How could Director Gu rest in peace in the underworld? He sighed deeply and rose to bow to Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wang Fei, Dr. Gu's leg is crippled. Crippled? How can that be? Third Elder Shin, is there really no cure? Is there no way for anyone else? Tang Li and Chu Shifeng were both in disbelief. Even Long Fei Yi furrowed his brows. They all knew Gu Beiwe's leg was severely injured, but they never expected it to be incurable. They always assumed that Gu Beiwe would be fine with Third Elder Shin's arrival. Third Elder Shin's expression was heavy as he shook his head. It was divine Dr. Luo who answered. Dr. Gu injured his tendons. They're severely torn in his leg. Although they haven't broken, the damage is severe enough to affect his ability to stand and walk. It's impossible to cure them, so we can only treat them with medicine to prevent them from worsening. Once they do, it's very likely that all of his tendons will break. Can't you reconnect his tendons? Han Yunqi finally spoke up. She'd asked Third Elder Shin to come because she wanted to see if he could reconnect Gu Beiwe's tendons. If it was possible, then even a broken tendon could be healed. Although she knew that Cloud Realm Continent's medical facilities were limited and its medical skills were basically a blank slate, she still held onto a sliver of hope. Broken bones can be reconnected, but broken tendons. Third Elder Shin could only shake his head. Broken bones can be reconnected, and broken tendons can be stitched. Han Yunqi said seriously, if a broken bone was reconnected, then bone glue would form within 100 days to heal the wound and restore it to its original state. Broken tendons worked the same way. After a needle and thread was sewn together, the tendons would grow back together within 100 days to heal. This was a simple operation in modern times. But why was it so difficult in ancient times? Chapter 617. Tendons can be sewn up? Third Elder Shin was still puzzling over it when Gu Beiwe spoke up first. He looked seriously at Han Yunqi. How? How is that possible? Performing an operation is difficult enough, much less something as delicate as this. Esteemed Wang Fei, Where did you hear of this method? Does anyone know how to do it? Seeing Gu Beiyue's serious eyes, Han Yunqi's heart ached even more. How was she supposed to answer him? She knew the theory behind sewing up tendons, but she didn't know how to perform an operation or sew them up. Sewing up tendons wasn't like sewing up other wounds. She couldn't afford to be careless, much less Gu Beiyue. Han Yunqi had seen too many optimistic patients. She knew that even the most optimistic of patients hid pain and hope in their hearts. She didn't see any pain in Gu Beiyue's faint smile, but she did see hope in his eyes. If not for that, how could someone as calm and composed as him be even more anxious than Third Elder Shin? Silly Beiyue, if Yunqi knew who knew how to do it, would she have waited until now? Would she have needed to find Third Elder Shin? She'd inadvertently given him hope and seen his own. How could she bear to disappoint him? Han Yunqi stared at his knees as her mind went blank. She didn't know what to do. The saddest thing of all was knowing there was hope, but not being able to. But Gu Beiyue quickly understood and comforted Han Yunqi instead. Esteemed Wang Fei, there's no need to waste your energy on this one's behalf. It's already extremely fortunate that this one can keep his life. Forget about sitting, even lying down. As long as this one lives, I can still serve Pill Fiend Pharmacy. After a pause, he added, I only ask that esteemed Wang Fei doesn't dislike this one. Han Yunqi didn't speak, but continued to stare at his legs. Steeling his heart, he pulled the covers over his legs so that she wouldn't be able to see them again. He tried to provoke her on purpose. Esteemed Wang Fei, could it be that you dislike this one? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi replied loudly, Yes. For a moment, the silent crowd became even quieter. Gu Beiyue's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. She had never felt so flustered before. For the first time in her life, she felt hurt. This princess dislikes you, so before this princess gives up, you're not allowed to give up. Han Yunqi sternly said, although she did not know how to suture tendons. Based on the medical theory of suturing tendons, Gu Beiyue's leg could still be saved as long as she could find a medicine that could tighten the tendons and heal the cracks. There was still no news from Gu. She hadn't asked the king of medicine yet. How could he give up trying just because Third Elder Shin said crippled? Esteemed Wang Fei, Gu Beiyue did not know how to explain it. He was not a person who gave up easily, but he had already given up on his leg. He didn't need to wait for Third Elder Shin. He had already diagnosed himself, and it couldn't be wrong. But seeing Han Yunqi's stubborn little face, Gu Beiyue suddenly felt a sense of hope. He unconsciously nodded. Esteemed Wang Fei, this one will not give up. These words were no longer comforting her, but rather he was seriously saying them for her to hear. Han Yunqi wanted nothing more than this hope. Since there was hope, she had to hope until the end and persevere until the end. Third Elder Shin, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Dr. Gu's wounds for the next few days. Han Yunqi seriously said, Esteemed Wang Fei, please be assured, this old man will definitely do his best. Even if esteemed Wang Fei chased him away, Third Elder Shin would not leave. He had seen this woman's miracles, and he was waiting to see how she would turn something rotten into something magical. After Han Yunqi finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Lang Han ordered Su Donglin, send a message to the medicine, Ghost Valley. If Gu does not appear in front of this princess in 3 days, this princess will send Mu Linger to the medicine, Ghost Valley. She did not believe that the people of the Medicine Ghost Valley would not be able to find Gu. In the end, in less than 3 days, Gu was standing in front of Han Yunqi the next night. Poison girl, what did you say to Mu Ling? Gu asked in a very nervous manner. Did you not receive my letter? Han Yunqi suppressed her anger and patiently asked, No. Why are you looking for me? Gu Beiyue had been keeping an eye on Madame Lianxin these past few days, planning something big. So he really did not receive a letter. Knowing that he was not deliberately not replying, Han Yunqi's anger dissipated. She solemnly told him about Gu Beiyue's matter. Who knew that before she could finish, Gu would sneer, "Hee, I thought it was something big. Isn't it just a broken leg? It's not like he's going to die. Why do you care so much about him? I was shot into a hedgehog before, but I didn't see you in such a hurry." Hearing this, Han Yunqi's face darkened. Without needing her to say anything, Gu surrendered first. All right. I don't have any medicine that can heal tendons. You can ask that old man, the king of medicine, and he should have some. Really? Han Yunqi was overjoyed. Her guess was right. Since tendons could be sewn up, then there must be some kind of medicine that could heal tendons. Gu tilted his head and chuckled. Probably, but it's also possible that there isn't. Han Yunqi's heart felt like it was riding a roller coaster, going up and down. She rolled her eyes at Gu and turned to leave, too lazy to talk nonsense. Gu immediately chased after her and asked nosily, "Where's Long Fei Yi?" Han Yunqi did not answer. She thought that she should go directly to the old man, the king of medicine. Otherwise, she would be angered to death by Gu sooner or later. Gu chased after her and asked, "Poison Lass, where are you going?" "Poison Lass, I haven't seen you in so long. Did you miss me, Chi brother?" "Poison Lass, you didn't say anything to Mulinger, did you?" He chased after Han Yunqi's footsteps as he asked her questions. His hands, feet, and mouth didn't stop moving as he took out a miniature ginseng from his sleeve. "Poison Lass, this is for you to nourish your body." This miniature ginseng was none other than Tianning's most precious treasure. When Emperor Tianhui fled to the west all those years ago, this was the only treasure he'd taken with him. He'd spent a lot of effort to find and steal it. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi continued to walk forward, ignoring his indecent act. Gu resentfully shrugged his shoulders before putting away the ginseng and continuing to follow her. Soon enough, he asked, "Poison Lass, Long Fei Yi didn't kill Gu Beiyue?" Han Yunqi wasn't the only one who understood Long Fei Ye's jealousy. Gu was the second person who'd experienced it firsthand. Now Han Yunqi stopped in her tracks. "You!" Before she could finish, Gu cut her off. His mischievous smile vanished to be replaced by a serious expression. His beautiful features revealed traces of grief as he looked at her and murmured, "Poison Lass, besides Long Fei Yi, Chi brother can't bear to see you treat any other man well." Long Fei Yi was her husband, the man who'd met her before him. He was also the only man in her heart, so there was nothing he could do. But anyone else, no matter who it was, would make him jealous. Poison Lass, besides Long Fei Yi, could she only worry about Chi brother? Han Yunqi suddenly took out a needle with catgut thread attached to it. "Do you know what this is?" she asked. "A needle and thread," Gu replied. "Do you know what I want to do?" Han Yunqi asked again. Gu shook his head. "I want to sew your mouth shut." Han Yunqi said as she tossed the needle and thread to Gu, "Do you know that Gu Beiyue's legs are crippled?" "What do you mean by crippled?" "He won't be able to walk anymore. He can't even stand. Do you understand? He can only sit and lie down for the rest of his life. Can't you have some compassion? Do you know that I've been looking for you for more than 10 days? It's fine if you don't have any compassion, but can you not joke about this kind of thing?" Han Yunqi huffed and puffed as she sat down on one side, her eyebrows furrowed like an old woman's. No one knew how much pressure she was under. This was the second time she'd given Gu Beiyue hope. She definitely wouldn't allow him to be disappointed again. Gu still didn't take Gu Beiyue's matter to heart. Not to mention that Gu Beiyue was crippled. Even if Gu Beiyue died today, he would still be indifferent, because this had nothing to do with him at all. From the day he left Medical City, he only cared about one thing in his life, and that was when to destroy the medical academy. He never cared about anything else. Now, there was only one more woman in his heart. He couldn't be bothered to care about anything else. He was resentful from being scolded. He leaned against a wooden pillar and stood guard, not daring to make a sound. Unexpectedly, Han Yunchi sat there for a long time in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Gu couldn't bear it in the end. He quietly sat down beside her. Poison girl! Han Yunchi ignored him. Gu squatted in front of her and knelt on one knee as if he was begging her. Poison girl, don't be angry. I'll help you think of a solution. Han Yunchi's dim eyes brightened at once. You have a solution? Smile and I'll tell you. Gu seemed to be coaxing his wife. Even he didn't realize that his voice was very gentle. Han Yunchi didn't realize that she smiled. She smiled from the bottom of her heart. It was especially beautiful. Gu was satisfied. He said, seriously, there's a medicine called muscle growth ointment. Even if your tendons are all broken, as long as you apply it continuously for 100 days, you can recover. You have it? Han Yunchi was very excited. I don't, but the old man king of medicine might have it. There's only one in this world. If I remember correctly, it should be in the hands of that old man, the king of medicine, Gu said honestly. Let's go to the king of medicine's valley immediately. Han Yunchi was so excited that she lost her sense of propriety. She bolted to her feet, but Gu pressed her back down. Send a flying hawk to ask first, so we don't run for nothing. Han Yunchi nodded her head and thanked Gu before leaving. Gu watched her retreating form and couldn't help but rub his chin. He muttered to himself, Poison girl, Chi brother wants to get hurt too. While Han Yunchi was writing a letter to the king of medicine, Long Fei Yi was in Gu Beiyue's rooms. As soon as Third Elder Shin and Divine Dr. Luo left, Long Fei Yi got straight to the point. Will Chu Yunchi tell Ning Qing your identity? He won't. Gu Beiyue was very certain. Why not? Long Fei Yi asked. Just based on what I know of him. Ning Cheng will definitely kidnap the 2 elders of the Chu clan to threaten Chu Tianyin. With Chu Tianyin's personality, he won't be willing to submit to Ning Cheng. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, stay calm. Chu Tianyin will come looking for you sooner or later, Gu Beiyue said seriously. And then, Long Fei Yi asked with interest. Gu Beiyue's gentle eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. He said, Chapter 6:18. It wasn't clear what Gu Beiyue said to Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Smiling coldly, he said, Gu Beiyue, will your lordship be raising a tiger and inviting calamity in the future by keeping you around? Gu Beiyue's gentle exterior didn't contain any wild ambitions, but he had an unusually calm and resolute heart. This was the greatest bargaining chip and weapon for someone who wanted to achieve great things. Once such a person developed a competitive spirit, he'd be a great calamity. As long as you treat Miss Yunchi sincerely, I, Gu Beiyue, will never make an enemy out of you. If you ever let Miss Yunchi down one day, I'll make sure your Long Fei Yi will never have a day of peace, even if both my hands and legs are crippled. Gu Beiyue kept these words in his heart. He laughed brightly and said, Your Highness, Duke of Qin, there's still time to regret. Just kill this one and end all troubles once and for all. Long Fei arched a brow at him, but didn't say a word before turning to leave. Since he dared to keep Gu Beiyue here, he had to have full confidence in suppressing the man. Long Fei Yi had just reached the door when he saw Han Yunchi and Gu walking towards him. Han Yunchi was all smiles, so anyone who saw her would know that she had a way to treat Gu Beiyue's legs. You found the medicine? Long Fei Yi asked. Before Han Yunchi could speak, Gu beat her to it. When did your Highness Duke of Qin become so kind-hearted that you'd save useless people? Long Fei Yi naturally knew what Gu was mocking him about. He looked at him coldly and asked, Any progress with the perplexing butterfly illusion? Currently, they had the wood, water, and earth of 10,000 poisons in their hands. Among the 5 elements, they were still missing the metal and fire elements. He left this matter entirely to Gu. Gu had been keeping an eye on head Elder Ling and Madame Lianxin these past few days, so he didn't have the time to investigate the whereabouts of the metal and fire of 10,000 poisons. He shrugged and said, "No progress." "Then you can scram," Long Fei said. Gu's long and narrow eyes immediately narrowed into slits. "This young master doesn't know what scram means. How about your Highness Duke of Qin demonstrate it yourself?" "All right, I'll teach you." As Long Fei spoke, he sent a kick over with his long legs. Gu naturally dodged. "You may not have the ability to do so." Long Fei was a man of few words, but Gu spoke a lot. Gu had lost several times, but every time he saw Long Fei, he couldn't help but provoke him. These two fellows were clearly incompatible with each other. Just as the two were about to start fighting, the sound of the door opening came from behind them. Han Yunqi, who had been standing behind Gu, had run to open the door at some point. The two naturally couldn't continue fighting, so they followed her into the room. Han Yunqi was in the middle of telling Gu Beiwe the good news that there was medicine that could cure his leg injury. Gu Beiwe, who had been quiet all this while, was visibly more spirited. His snow-white robe seemed to glow with a faint light, clean and beautiful. Really, he was excited. "I've already sent a messenger eagle to ask around. Even if the muscle-growing ointment isn't with the king of medicine, as long as there's medicine in this world, we'll definitely be able to find it," Han Yunqi said seriously. Hearing the two words, king of medicine, Gu Beiwe was clearly startled. He glanced at Long Fei from the corner of his eyes, but quickly looked away. He gave a faint smile and said, "Like this, esteemed Princess Consort won't dislike this one." Han Yunqi's heart ached a little. She didn't know what to say, but she still said seriously, "As long as you can stand up, I won't dislike you." "Definitely." Gu Beiwe was very serious. Gu rubbed his nose on the side as he looked at Gu Beiwe's face. Although he had known about this person for a long time and had seen him a few times, he had never thought much of Gu Beiwe. Now that he looked at him seriously, he found that this brat was really weak. Other than having great medical skills, this fellow didn't have anything good about him. How did he catch Long Fei's eyes and stay with him until now? Gu only felt that it was a little strange, but he was too lazy to think too much about it, because even after looking at him seriously today, he still didn't think much of Gu Beiwe. Long Fei's eyes flashed with a complicated look, but he didn't say anything. That night, Long Fei personally delivered the Chu clan's intelligence report to Gu Beiwe. After Gu Beiwe finished reading it, he didn't think much about it. Just like that morning, he whispered in Long Fei's ear. Long Fei didn't say anything, but he kept nodding. The two of them seemed to be plotting something. After discussing for about an hour, Long Fei was about to leave, but Gu Beiwe called out, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please wait. This one has something to discuss with you." "Speak." "Esteemed Princess Consort wants to ask the King of Medicine for medicine. I'm afraid she has to pay a price, right? This one wants to." Before Gu Beiwe could finish a sentence, Long Fei interrupted him coldly. "You don't have the right to discuss her matters with this prince." "This matter is related to this one, after all," Gu Beiwe said calmly. "This one's internal energy has been crippled. What's the use of healing my legs, haha?" He wasn't someone who gave up on himself. It was just that his heart was too ruthless. Ruthless to himself. Even if he had hope in his heart, if Han Yunqi had to pay the price, he would rather sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He knew the King of Medicine well. Even if he took Han Yunqi as his disciple, it might not be easy to negotiate. Even he didn't know about the muscle growth ointment, so it must be a miracle medicine among miraculous medicines. How could such a good thing be given away just like that? Long Fei raised his eyebrows and looked over. "Gu Beiwe, since you want to give up, why give Han Yunqi hope?" Everyone thought that Han Yunqi had given Gu Beiwe hope, but in his eyes it was Gu Beiwe's unwillingness to give up that gave Han Yunqi hope. He knew that woman too well. If Gu Beiwe's legs were really crippled, she would feel uneasy for the rest of her life. A complicated look flashed past Gubeiwa's eyes as he said, "This one has a way to persuade esteemed Princess Consort this time." Gubeiwa's words were interrupted again. Long Fei Yi asked bluntly, "Where do you get the confidence to persuade her?" Gubeiwa was speechless for a moment. He realized that he had said the wrong thing in his haste. He silently lowered his head. "You were taken hostage, so the two of us owe you. Since we have the medicine, this prince will definitely make you stand up again. You just need to help this prince deal with the D and U clans." Long Fei Yi said this and strode out of the door, not giving Gubeiwa a chance to speak. Gubeiwa sighed softly. He couldn't sleep that night. The complicated feelings in his heart were all tightly hidden. He couldn't and didn't dare to reveal a single trace. As the guardian of Western Qin's imperial family, he had all the confidence and qualifications. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. He was determined to bury this secret in his heart. Early the next morning, the King of Medicine's reply arrived. The muscle growth ointment was indeed in the hands of the King of Medicine, but the King of Medicine wanted Han Yunqi to take Gubeiwa there personally. Could it be that he wants to personally apply the ointment on Gubeiwa? The King of Medicine isn't that kind, is he? Gu rubbed his chin, unable to figure it out. Han Yunqi knew that the King of Medicine wasn't easy to negotiate with, so this trip wouldn't be easy. She timidly looked at Long Fei Yi. She thought that the Long Fei Yi would object, but who knew that the Long Fei Yi would simply say, "Let's go together. If he wants to negotiate, this prince will negotiate with him." Han Yunqi was overjoyed. The happiest thing in her life was Long Fei Yi's understanding and support. Although this guy would occasionally overturn a jar of vinegar, he was still calm and straightforward in the face of major issues. At this time, Gubeiwa had already regained his composure after a night of insomnia. Just like before, he pretended that he didn't know or understand anything. He sat on the couch and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Your Highness Duke of Qin. Thank you, esteemed Wang Fei. Gu, let's go together." Han Yunqi said seriously. Gu understood medicine and was also a member of the medical community. If the King of Medicine made things difficult for them, Gu could at least give them some advice. Who knew that Gu would snort disdainfully? "This young master has never been interested in men's affairs." Han Yunqi wanted nothing more than to send him flying with a kick. "Go away." This time, Gu Qishao didn't stick around shamelessly but really left. That afternoon, Long Fei Yi arranged various matters in Yaoshui before secretly leaving the city with Han Yunqi and Gubeiwa. They headed in the direction of Medicine City. In the west, he only needed to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He was quite free for the next few months. Although Lil Thing didn't know where they were going, it knew that the young master's legs could be saved when it saw them leaving the city together. It bounced around the young master's body a few times, overjoyed. As for Gu, no one knew where he had run off to. He didn't follow them out of the city. Before they left, Han Yunqi glanced back to make sure Gu Qishao hadn't come. She'd long gotten used to Gu Qishao's elusiveness and was too lazy to ask. Long Fei, on the other hand, would never care about his whereabouts. Several days later, they arrived at the medicinal forest. When they got close to the medicinal hut, Elder Wang and the others who had personally escorted them here had to stop. Although there were no written rules, unrelated people didn't dare to rashly approach the hut. Even the servant who helped push Gubeiwa's wheelchair didn't come over. Han Yunqi wanted to take over, but Long Fei Yi quietly took the initiative and personally pushed Gubeiwa forward. Han Yunqi was stunned. She suddenly realized that compared to Long Fei Yi, she was the jealous one. Long Fei Yi turned around and saw that she was still standing there. He said unhappily, "Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving?" She really liked those words of his. Every time he said those words, she wouldn't say a word and would quickly catch up to him. His gaze would always follow her until she reached his side. Only then would he look away. It was already past noon. The sun shone from behind, casting their shadows on the ground as if they were one entity. Gu Beiwe silently watched. Although he watched for a long time, he still closed his eyes in the end. If he didn't look, he wouldn't think. After quietly walking through a small path, they arrived at the medicinal hut. A white-haired old man stood in front of the courtyard's fence. He was none other than the owner of the medicinal hut, the authoritative king of medicine in the medicine world, Sun Zhong. They were still a distance away when the old man, the king of medicine, laughed loudly. "Hee, my good disciple, you only came to see me after the new year?" These words were clearly blaming Han Yunqi for not coming to visit during the new year. Han Yunqi had been so busy that she didn't even know which New Year's Eve and which New Year's Day. How could she have time to come? She hurried forward to explain. "Master, the western region was in chaos. This disciple was still on the battlefield at that time and couldn't come over. This disciple apologizes to you." As she spoke, she respectfully bowed with her hands clasped in front of her. Then she handed over a big gift. Unfortunately, Chapter 619. Unfortunately, the king of medicine didn't even look at it, much less accept it. Can't get away? It only took 4 to 6 hours to send a letter by eagle from Yaoshui Prefecture to the medical hut. In old man's opinion, you don't have a master like me in your heart, do you? As he spoke, he stroked his beard, looking very unhappy. Han Yunqi only felt helpless in her heart. Although she called him master, she really wasn't familiar with him. When she refused to stay at the medical hut for 10 years, she actually couldn't be considered his disciple anymore. The king of medicine called her disciple and blamed her for not paying New Year's greetings. But he didn't really treat her as a disciple in his heart. Otherwise, why would he make things so difficult for her? Han Yunqi explained, "Master, this disciple was really on the battlefield at that time, so I didn't know about the New Year at all. When I remembered, the New Year had already passed. Sending a letter by eagle is too insincere. No matter what, this disciple has to come to you personally, right? Hee, you don't come to the Three Treasures Temple without a reason." The king of medicine sneered. "That's not true. I came here especially to pay New Year's greetings and to ask for medicine." Han Yunqi knew that her words were very hypocritical, but she still had to bite the bullet and continue speaking. The king of medicine was putting her in her place. However, after this hurdle, there was no room for discussion about asking for medicine. She opened the gift box in her hand and said, "Master, take a look. This is a gift that this disciple specially prepared for you. I guarantee that you'll like it." The king of medicine didn't even look at it and said coldly, "Since you're sincere, then don't leave this time. Stay and accompany me for a year, how about it?" As expected, they were talking about this again. Long Fei, who had been silent all this time, had a cold glint in his eyes. He said coldly, "Senior king of medicine, the princess Consort came here especially to pay New Year's greetings. This king came here especially to ask for medicine. Since the muscle-growing ointment is with you, state your conditions." Like all the geniuses, the king of medicine was also a proud and arrogant person. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Long Fei. He sneered and said, "Old man, I'm afraid you don't know the rules here." "Ha ha! No one has ever been able to get the medicine from the old man." "Senior king of medicine, you've misunderstood. I've never begged anyone. What do you want in order for you to hand over the muscle growth ointment? You can name any conditions you want." Long Fei Yi was not only arrogant, but also supercilious. In terms of age, he was not as old as the king of medicine, but in terms of temperament and aura, he definitely won by a landslide. He didn't beg anyone, and he didn't allow Han Yunqi to beg and please others like this. The king of medicine always felt that it was Long Fei Yi who stopped Han Yunqi from staying in the medical hut. He didn't like Long Fei Yi from the beginning. When he heard this, he suddenly became angry and said angrily, "Humph! Old man's medicine is not something that ordinary people can get. Go away. Since you can't get it, why did you ask the princess consort to bring the patient here? You obviously have a plan, haha." Long Fei Yi sneered. This is the old man's business. It has nothing to do with you." The king of medicine was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. He had never been insulted like this in his life. "The Princess Consort's business is my business. What do you want in order for you to hand over the muscle-growing ointment? Be straightforward." "Long Fei, you didn't give in." You. The king of medicine was so angry that his face turned blue, but he couldn't argue. If it was anyone else, he'd have ordered his men to chase them away long ago. But this was Han Yunqi, this girl. Since he saw this girl's ability, he had always wanted her to stay in the medical hut, inherit everything he had, and become the authority of the medicine industry. It wasn't easy to wait for this girl to come. So how could he be willing to drive her away? If he directly said that he would only hand over the muscle-growing ointment if Han Yunqi stayed in the medical hut, he was afraid that Han Yunqi would be angry and look down on him. Therefore, he used the New Year's greeting to make things difficult for Han Yunqi, hoping that she would take the initiative to say that she wanted to stay. Han Yunqi had been forced to say nothing just now, but Long Fei Yi just had to interrupt. It was really hateful. Han Yunqi watched from the side, knowing that Long Fei Yi was relying on the fact that the king of medicine wouldn't drive her away, so he provoked her like this. A sly look flashed across her eyes, and she quickly said, "Your Highness, how can you be so rude to Master? Since Master said that the muscle-growing ointment is in the medical hut and asked me to bring Dr. Gu here, he will definitely save people. Master is the best master in the world." After hearing this, Gu Beiwe almost laughed out loud. The king of medicine's mouth twitched, and his beard curled up, as if he didn't know how to answer Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi quickly stepped forward and stuffed the gift box into his hands. "Master, His Highness misunderstood you, right?" How should the king of medicine answer? If he answered no, then wouldn't he become the scheming that Long Fei said? If he answered yes, then he would become the good master that will definitely save people that Han Yunqi said. The king of medicine suddenly felt that he had been tricked by this couple. "Master, don't you think so?" Han Yunqi seemed to be acting coquettishly, but she was actually pressing him. The king of medicine coughed a few times and finally nodded. "Ah, it's okay if the Duke of Qin misunderstands, but Master is afraid that you will misunderstand." "No misunderstanding, no misunderstanding. Master, let's go inside. Saving people is the most important thing." Han Yunqi was really straightforward. Unexpectedly, the king of medicine didn't bring them into the house. Instead, he led them around the medical hut and into a stone forest. At the end of the stone forest was a cave. At the entrance of the cave was a stone slab with 3 large blood red words engraved on it. Medicine Requesting Cave. The cave was pitch black, and they couldn't see how deep it was. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi looked at each other and had a bad premonition. Puzzled, she asked, "Master, this is the muscle-growing ointment you want is indeed in the medical hut, but it doesn't belong to the old man. It was concocted by the old man's master when he was still alive and stored in this cave. Not only does this cave have the muscle-growing ointment, but there are also many strange medicines. My late master left a message that whoever can enter the cave and obtain the medicine will not be charged a single cent. If you can't obtain it, there will be a punishment." As the king of medicine spoke, a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes. He continued, "As for what the punishment is, you will only know once you enter. Girl, whether you enter the cave or return empty-handed, you have to think carefully. Even Master can't help you. Esteemed Princess Consort, the medicine requesting cave is very dangerous. You don't have to take the risk for this one." Gu Beiwe said anxiously. Han Yunqi smiled and said, "Taking the risk once to save your legs is worth it." What kind of danger hadn't she experienced before? She didn't believe that a mere medicine requesting cave could hide a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames. "Lend me a light," Long Fei Yi said to the king of medicine. The king of medicine was certain that they would go in, so he was waiting to watch a good show. This time, he had to make Han Yunqi stay. Soon, The king of medicine brought over a lantern. The two of you can go in. This Dr. Gu will stay. The old man will take care of him. Gu Beiwa didn't try to persuade Han Yunqi, but he insisted, I'll go in with you. Don't worry, we'll be out soon. Han Yunqi comforted him. You'll only get in the way if you go in. Long Fei said, Your Highness, Duke of Qin, I promise I won't get in the way. Gu Beiwa insisted. Long Fei ignored him and held the lantern at the mouth of the cave to inquire about the situation. Han Yunqi comforted him. Dr. Gu, don't worry. Once we're out, you can stand up again. If esteemed Wang Fei won't take this one into the cave, this one would rather not treat my legs. This one means what he says. Gu Beiwa was very serious, his eyes bright. Han Yunqi gave a start. After knowing him for so long, this was the first time she realized that this gentleman had a stubborn temper as well. Still, she didn't agree. Dr. Gu, His Highness Duke of Qin's words are reasonable. Miss Yunqi, I'm supposed to protect you. If you put yourself in danger to save me, then what's the use of keeping my legs? What's the use of keeping my life, Gu Beiwa? If your Highness and esteemed Wang Fei insist, then this one has nothing to say. I'm just afraid that the two of you will have made a wasted trip. Even if you get the medicine, you won't be able to save this one's legs. Gu Beiwa said coldly, his entire being turning Gu Beiwa into a completely different person. He had plenty of ways to completely cripple his legs. Han Yunqi was completely stunned. She only felt that the man in front of her was a complete stranger. She didn't know what to do. Long Fei handed the lantern to Gu Beiwa without a word, then personally pushed Gu Beiwa into the cave. Han Yunqi looked at their backs and didn't know why, but she didn't feel worried at all. Instead, her heart was filled with warmth as she quickly chased after them. That's right. Old man forgot to tell you that you only have 2 hours, the king of medicine shouted from behind them. He chased after them a few steps before stopping at the mouth of the cave. He would never dare to step into the cave again in this lifetime. Back when he came here to ask for medicine, it was because he was trapped here that he had no choice but to stay here for the rest of his life. This place was his nightmare, but now it was where his hope lay. He was waiting for Han Yunqi to follow in his footsteps. Han Yunqi's group of 3 was quickly swallowed up by the endless darkness of the cave. The king of medicine hurriedly walked along a small path at the side. This path was parallel to the cave, and there was a hidden window that allowed them to see everything inside. Han Yunqi and the others kept walking in silence. Long Fei pushed Gu Beiwa's wheelchair with one hand and held Han Yunqi tightly with the other. He was vigilant as he paid attention to the movements around them. He didn't even miss the slightest movement in the air. Although Gu Beiwa's martial arts were completely crippled, his vigilance was still there. He was just like Long Fei, paying attention to everything around them. Han Yunqi was also on guard, the hidden needles in her hands ready at all times. However, after being nervous for a long time, they realized that their vigilance was unnecessary. This cave didn't have any traps or ambushes. Instead, there were many checkpoints waiting for them to pass through. As long as they could safely reach the last checkpoint, they could take away any medicine they wanted. Soon, they reached the first checkpoint, identification of medicine. A tightly shut stone door blocked their path. A little medicine boy in black stood in front of the door, holding a box of medicine in his hands. As long as you can identify the medicine in this box within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, you can continue forward. Otherwise, you must stay in the medicine hut for the rest of your lives. Violators will be cursed and be plagued with hundreds of illnesses that can't be cured. The little medicine boy's tone was stiff and emotionless. How do we identify it? Han Yunqi asked. Stand 5 steps away. You are not allowed to come close. You can only watch, the little medicine boy explained. Han Yunqi was amused. That's it. This was child's play to her. Not to mention 5 steps. Even 10 or 20 steps wouldn't be a problem. That's it. When you're ready, we'll begin, the little medicine boy said. Begin. Han Yunqi was very decisive. Xiao Xiao slowly opened the medicine box, and Pill King, who was watching from the side, revealed a sly smile. He had seen Han Yunqi's abilities at Medicine City's Grand Medicine Testing Convention. However, he firmly believed that the first checkpoint of the Medicine Requesting Cave would be able to stop Han Yunqi. Back then, he had lost at this very first checkpoint. Chapter 620. When the medicine boy opened the medicine box, everyone was shocked. The medicine box was densely packed with small round pills. There were at least 100 of them, and each of them was only the size of a pinky nail. Han Yunqi almost thought that it was a box of chocolate beans. The most shocking thing was not the number of pills, but the smell of the pills. As soon as the medicine box was opened, it emitted a very strong medicinal fragrance that filled the entire cave. Laymen such as Long Fei, you could only smell that it was a kind of medicinal smell. However, professionals such as Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe could smell that the smell was very complicated. It was formed by the combination of countless medicinal smells. To identify medicinal herbs, one had to pay attention to observing, smelling, and tasting. First, one had to look at the color, then smell it and taste it 3 times. The medicine boy asked them to stand 5 steps away to identify the medicinal herbs. Naturally, they were not allowed to taste it. They could only observe and smell to identify the medicinal herbs. The cave was dim. All the medicinal herbs in the medicine box were of the same color and shape. Even a small pill could not be seen clearly from 3 steps away, let alone 5 steps away. To put it bluntly, this stage required them to identify a large box of medicinal pills through their sense of smell. However, the smells of these medicinal herbs were all mixed together to form a strong medicinal smell. Han Yunqi sighed in her heart. This was only the first stage, and it was already so difficult. What would the next 2 stages be like? You still have a chance to regret. If you regret, please go back the way you came. Once you start, there is no turning back. The medicine boy reminded them. Han Yunqi did not move. She stared at the medicine box. Long Fei Yi was a layman. He did not know how difficult this task was for Han Yunqi. He glanced at Han Yunqi and chose to remain silent. Gu Beiwe's eyes were complicated. Medical skills and medicinal skills were interlinked. He was very clear about how difficult this stage was. Even if Han Yunqi could identify all 100 of the pills and get them right, their chances of victory were still slim. Because there wasn't enough time, there were a total of 3 stages in the medicine requesting cave, and each stage was more difficult than the last. They only had 2 hours, and to accurately identify 100 types of pills, even the best pharmacist would not be able to do it without spending 2 to 4 hours. If they spent all their time here, even if they won this stage, they would still lose. Gu Beiwe was a smart man. He quickly realized that the so-called medicine requesting cave was nothing more than a scheme to force Han Yunqi to stay. Esteemed Wang Fei, let's go back. This is... Before Gu Beiwe could say the word conspiracy, Han Yunqi suddenly said to the medical apprentice, "No regrets. Let's begin." As soon as he said that, the person who was most pleased with himself was none other than the old man king of medicine, who was secretly watching from the side. He, who had always been serious in speech and manner, actually covered his mouth and snickered. He knew that with Han Yunqi's character, she wouldn't go back on her words. He liked this temper. He was waiting to see how many medicinal ingredients Han Yunqi could identify in 2 hours. Back then, he had identified 57 medicinal ingredients in 2 hours. Although he had failed the first stage, he had still broken the medicine requesting cave's record. This was his pride for the rest of his life. He thought that with Han Yunqi's ability, if she performed exceptionally well, she should be able to identify around 30 medicinal ingredients. Although she wasn't as good as him back then, for someone Han Yunqi's age, it was already not bad. The little novice took out a single pill from the box and showed it to Han Yunqi in the palm of his hand. Gu Beiwe shook his head. Even Long Feiyi, who had always been confident in Han Yunqi, felt nervous. How long would it take to identify the pills one by one? Once you've determined what medicine this is, you can tell me. Take a good look before you speak. Don't go back on your words, the medical apprentice said seriously. All right. Han Yunqi nodded and continued to stare at those pills seriously. The cave was silent as time slowly passed. After a while, Han Yunqi still didn't make a sound. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwe both had serious expressions and were nervous. Meanwhile, the king of medicine, who was hiding at the side, was rather patient as he waited. But after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Han Yunqi still hadn't identified the first pill. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwe were anxious. Based on this speed, they had already lost. The king of medicine was also rather disappointed. He stroked his beard and muttered to himself. It seems that old man overestimated this girl. He figured that the time it took to brew a cup of tea was enough. Han Yunqi should be able to say the name of the pill very soon. But after another cup of tea's worth of time, Han Yunqi remained silent. She stared at the pill with a serious expression as if she was thinking hard about something. At this time, even the medical apprentice couldn't stand it anymore. After all, those who were chosen by the king of medicine to enter the medicine requesting cave were definitely not ordinary people. It had been so long. How could this woman not even identify the first pill? If you can't identify this pill, you can change to another one. How dare you ask for medicine when you're so stupid? Hee hee. The medical apprentice yawned impatiently. No need, it's futile to change. Han Yunqi finally spoke, but no one understood what she said. The medical apprentice yawned halfway and quickly stopped. Futile? Why? You can't identify any of them. The king of medicine shook his head repeatedly. He couldn't believe everything that was happening in front of him. There was actually a day when he made a mistake. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. Gu Beiwe made a prompt decision and went forward to identify the pills. Since they were entering the medicine requesting cave together, anyone could identify the pills. It didn't have to be Han Yunqi. He wasn't confident that he could identify all the pills, but he could at least identify a few. He wouldn't lose too badly. Esteemed Wang Fei, let me, he said seriously. Han Yunqi waved her hand and calmly said, No need. I've identified all of them. The cave was silent for a while. In the silence, Long Feiye's lips curled into a handsome smile. The medical apprentice composed himself and asked in disbelief, Han Yunqi, what did you say? Say it again. I said, I've already identified all of these 100 over pills. I'll now name the pills one by one. Listen carefully, Han Yunqi said seriously. The medical apprentice immediately burst into laughter. Ridiculous. Woman, don't you even know how to lie? The medicine hut Holy Land guard dares to speak so arrogantly. Sun Zhong, come out. You dare to bring this kind of person to the medicine requesting cave. Are you blind? Throw him out immediately. The king of medicine quickly walked out from the darkness. He never thought that things would turn out this way. Like the medical apprentice, he didn't believe Han Yunqi's words. He asked seriously, Han Yunqi, can you really not identify a single pill? Han Yunqi rolled her eyes impatiently and didn't even bother to respond. She had looked so seriously just now because she wanted to make sure that nothing went wrong. The detoxification system had already repeated the names of these pills 3 times. Medicine and poison came from the same family. Although the detoxification system's ability to identify pills wasn't as powerful as its ability to identify poisons, it could still identify the initial medicinal ingredients. Not to mention 100 pills. Even 1,000 pills wouldn't be a problem. Han Yunqi, say something. The king of medicine was very agitated. It wasn't easy for him to find a successor that he liked. He didn't want to lose her so easily. Han Yunqi glanced at him and said coldly, listen carefully. Ziggin, wind oak for wood, birch leaf, guangji pill. Just like that, Han Yunqi listed a total of 107 types of pills in one breath. The medical apprentice and the king of medicine were stunned as they listened. Although they were very familiar with these 107 types of pills, they were still a little unprepared when they heard Han Yunqi read them out so quickly. When Han Yunqi finished reading, the king of medicine and the medical apprentice were both stunned. Han Yunqi leisurely cleared her throat and asked, "A total of 107 types. Are they all correct?" The king of medicine stared at her and didn't say anything. The medical apprentice, who had been impatient just now, stuttered, You, say it again. Didn't you hear it clearly?" Han Yunqi asked. The medical apprentice had heard it very clearly at first, but later, when he was distracted, he couldn't keep up with Han Yunqi's speed and missed a few types. In short, he was now very confused. I didn't have time to hear it clearly," he replied. "Then which ones didn't make it in time?" Han Yunqi asked. Let me think," the medical apprentice said seriously. Han Yunqi immediately burst into laughter. "You're so stupid, yet you dare to guard the medicine requesting cave. Get out yourself." Before the medical apprentice could figure out why he was so stupid, Gubeiwe couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hadn't been so happy since Chu Yuni kidnapped him. Meanwhile, Long Feiye's lips were drawn up in a beautiful smile. Since he didn't hear it clearly, how was he supposed to know which ones? Han Yunqi's question was obviously a trap for the medical apprentice to jump into. Who said this woman was kind and compassionate? Look at her. She immediately returned the favor after being called stupid. The king of medicine hadn't heard the names of the pills either, but he didn't dare to ask, afraid that he'd be tricked by Han Yunqi and damage his reputation. The medical apprentice flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Say it again, slow down." "My time is limited. I've already said everything. So it's your problem if you didn't hear it clearly. If you're so stupid that you need 2 hours to hear it clearly, then I don't need to walk the rest of the way anymore," Han Yunqi said coldly. The medical apprentice was at a loss for words, but could only concede. "We won't keep track of the time, so speak slowly." He refused to believe that this woman could get everything right. She'd spoken so quickly just then, so there had to be many areas where she'd been vague. The king of medicine had the same idea, but remained silent to wait on one side. Han Yunqi looked disdainfully at the medical apprentice and the king of medicine before slowly listing out the names of each pill. This time, both the medical apprentice and the king of medicine heard every word clearly. By the time Han Yunqi finished the last one, both of them were flabbergasted. She actually got everything right. Moreover, she'd only used the time it took to brew 2 cups of tea. She didn't even look at the pills one by one. How did she do it? Could it be that she could judge them just by their smell? Anyone who entered the medicine requesting cave would either escape with a curse or stay in the medicine hut as a disciple for the rest of their lives, planting, dispensing, and learning medicine. Han Yunqi was the first person to pass the first stage. The medical apprentice and the king of medicine were stunned, unable to believe the facts in front of their eyes. "Did you hear it clearly? Is everything right?" Han Yunqi asked. The medical apprentice came back to his senses and suddenly worshipped Han Yunqi. He nodded repeatedly. "Yes, everything is right. Congratulations. You've successfully passed the first stage." The king of medicine's gaze became abnormally hot as he looked at her. In addition to his shock, he was wild with joy. He knew that his eyes couldn't be wrong. He would never let this girl go. So what if they passed the first stage? The second stage didn't only involve medicine. He dared to bet his head that they would never pass the second stage. Chapter 6:21. Han Yunqi passed without a hitch. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwe had been nervous for so long that they should be overjoyed. However, at that moment, both of them were paying attention to the Pill King. Anyone who had ulterior motives towards Han Yunqi couldn't escape their eyes. The king of medicine was too engrossed in his joy to realize that the two most powerful men in Cloud Realm continent were silently holding a grudge against him. Before the apprentice could speak, the king of medicine said impatiently, "Why aren't you opening the door and letting them in?" The king of medicine had long investigated Han Yunqi and knew that she had formidable poison and medicine skills, but average medical skills. She could only treat minor illnesses and wounds. The second trial of the medicine requesting cave didn't just involve medicine, but medicine as well. No matter how formidable Han Yunqi was, she had no choice but to admit defeat this time. As for Gu Beiwe, he was but a mere 5th-rank divine doctor. The king of medicine didn't think much of him at all. He stroked his beard non-stop as he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He never thought he'd have such a capable disciple. He even began to plan out what kind of work he'd arrange for Han Yunqi after she stayed at the medicine hut. He felt that he should give her a show of strength, suppress her spirit, and then properly interrogate her about where she learned her medicine appraisal skills from. Of course, the most important thing was that he wanted to teach her everything he had learned in his life, so that she could guard the medicine hut for him for the rest of her life, concentrating on researching and developing medicinal pills. The apprentice quickly opened the stone door behind her. Han Yunqi was so focused on getting the muscle-growing ointment to treat Gu Beiwe's legs that she ignored the king of medicine and strode through the stone door. Long Fei Yi pushed Gu Beiwe to follow closely behind. Beyond the stone door was a dim passageway. With their previous experience, they didn't have as many misgivings or defenses as they hurried forward. Who knew that when they reached the end, they would see a large stone door that was wide open. What was going on? Could it be that I passed the first test too smoothly, so they're giving me a chance to pass? Han Yunqi joked. There must be a trap. Gu Beiwe was very cautious. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, stepped over the stone door in a handsome and domineering manner. Since he was already here, he had nothing to fear. He would charge through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. If they dared to open the door, they naturally dared to enter. Han Yunqi was also a decisive person. She pushed Gu Beiwe and followed in. Just as she entered, the stone door suddenly closed on its own, blocking their escape route. Gu Beiwe said, "Presumably, the second trial has just begun." Esteemed Wang Fei, before he could finish, Gu Beiwe suddenly coughed violently. He coughed so hard that he couldn't stop. Han Yunqi was shocked. Did he choke? Gu Beiwe couldn't answer and hurriedly waved his hand. Han Yunqi handed him water to drink and was about to pat his back when Long Fei Yi beat her to it. Who knew that before he could pat him twice, Han Yunqi also suddenly coughed. Although she didn't cough as violently as Gu Beiwe, she kept coughing like Gu Beiwe. It was as if she couldn't catch her breath and was in a bad state. There were many people who died from coughing in this world. Long Fei Yi was so anxious that he couldn't care less about Gu Beiwe. He hurriedly carried Han Yunqi to the side and carefully patted her back and soothed her chest. He even kept feeding her water. It could be said that he was in a hurry. Unfortunately, before the water could even reach her throat, Han Yunqi coughed it out, and the action of patting was completely useless. In just a moment, Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi became patients. Even Long Fei Yi was coughing. Although it wasn't as serious as Han Yunqi and Gu, his throat kept itching. It made him very uncomfortable, and he had to cough a few times from time to time. What was going on? After Han Yunqi recovered, Long Fei Yi asked, "Poisoned?" "I'm not sure. Cough, cough. It doesn't seem like it. This must be the second trial. Too cunning." Han Yunqi coughed until her chest hurt before she could barely stop. She handed the water to Long Fei Yi and said seriously, "Dr. Gu's body is very weak. He can't take this kind of torture. We have to take good care of him. Otherwise, we'll have come for nothing." If Gu Beiwe's life was gone from coughing, what was the point of getting the muscle growth ointment? After Long Fei Yi confirmed that Han Yunqi was fine, He helped Gu Beiwe soothe his breathing and fed him water. Han Yunqi took his pulse seriously. His cough was the most serious, so the abnormality of his pulse should be the most obvious. Gu Beiwe coughed until he was out of breath. He couldn't care about anything else. Every time he coughed, his chest would hurt and his head would throb. He couldn't stop coughing to drink water. He had been very close to death countless times, but it had never been closer than this time. It had never been more uncomfortable than this time. It was so uncomfortable that he couldn't even think. Even though he tried very hard to calm himself down and take his pulse seriously, he couldn't do it. Since he couldn't drink water, Han Yunqi could only take out the spray bottle she used to deal with the poisonous mosquitoes. She filled it with clean water and sprayed it into Gu Beiwe's throat to make it feel better. However, this method was useless. Gu Beiwe still coughed without any signs of relief. Han Yunqi decisively took out her golden needles and performed acupuncture. However, to her surprise, even acupuncture didn't have any effect. The coughing kept getting worse. Although it wasn't accompanied by an asthma cough, Gu Beiwe would still be out of breath if this went on. Han Yunqi, who was always calm before a life-threatening situation, was scared. She asked anxiously, "Long Fei Yi, what should we do?" Long Fei Yi didn't understand this kind of thing. However, he didn't panic. He decisively took Gu Beiwe's hand and transferred the vital energy in his body to him. Vital energy was obtained from innate vital energy and acquired through cultivation. It was the foundation of maintaining life. Long Fei Ye's vital energy was sufficient. His body's foundation was good because of his innate good physique and acquired from diligent cultivation of internal energy. Once Gu Beiwe received Long Fei Ye's vital energy, his weak body seemed to be filled with a new strength. He finally had the strength to suppress his coughing and adjust his breathing. Seeing this, Han Yunqi was overjoyed and quickly fed him water. After drinking water to moisten his throat, Gu Beiwe felt much better. "Are you feeling better?" Han Yunqi asked anxiously. Long Fei Yi looked at him. Cold, he didn't show any emotion. Han Yunqi didn't know what vital energy meant to a martial arts practitioner, but Gu Beiwe was very clear about it. He looked at Han Yunqi and then looked at Long Fei Yi. His heart was like a spilled seasoning bottle with mixed feelings. "Dr. Gu, quickly take our pulse and see what illness we have." Han Yunqi said anxiously, who knew that Gu Beiwe's vision turned black and he suddenly fainted. "Gu Beiwe!" Long Fei Yi was angry and continued to transfer vital energy to him. Unfortunately, Gu Beiwe didn't wake up. He said unhappily, "Trash!" Han Yunqi quickly took Gu Beiwe's pulse, but unfortunately, she couldn't find anything. Other than Gu Beiwe's body being weak, there was nothing special about his pulse. She then took her and Long Fei Ye's pulse, and it was normal. How did we get sick all of a sudden? Long Fei Yi didn't understand. Although he was a layman, he knew that to cause abnormalities in the body, it was either an illness or a poison. Since Han Yunqi couldn't find out that it was a poison, then it was most likely an illness. Long Fei Yi had just finished speaking when he couldn't help but cough a few times. When we pass through the passageway of the second level, we must have inhaled something to keep coughing like this. There's something called a virus. Once you come into contact with it, you'll get sick. Han Yunqi's explanation wasn't professional. To be exact, there were countless viruses, but not everyone who came into contact with them would get sick. Whether one got sick or not depended not only on the infectivity of the virus itself, but also on the human body's own immunity. This was a very profound subject to explain seriously. Han Yunqi could only tell Long Fei Yi this. Although Long Fei Yi didn't really understand what a virus was, he could basically understand what Han Yunqi meant. He asked very seriously, "In that case, we were ambushed by a virus." This analogy was too appropriate. Han Yunqi nodded seriously. "Yes, that's right." She figured that only airborne viruses could sneak up on an expert like Long Fei without anyone noticing. Gu Beiyue's cough was the most severe. It was probably because his immunity was the weakest among the three of them. As the two of them were talking, a clap suddenly sounded from the darkness. An old man slowly walked over. He was dressed in the same clothes as the little medicine boy from before. He was the guardian of medicine requesting cave, as expected of the successor chosen by the king of medicine. Interesting. The old man looked at Han Yunqi with admiration. In this kind of environment, when one encountered a sudden illness, most people would think that it was due to some kind of evil method, such as being cursed or possessed. This girl was so young, but she was able to calmly analyze the reason. She was really different from the rest. Stop pretending to be mysterious. What's the second trial? Long Fei Yi asked coldly. The old man wasn't anxious with them. He slowly walked in front of them and leisurely stroked his beard before answering. Young man, you've actually passed the second trial. It's just that you won't be alive to reach the third trial. The old man was really slow. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were almost anxious to death. He even looked at Long Fei Yi for a moment before continuing. Young man, it's useless even if you inject true energy into him. His body is weak, so the illness acts up quickly. After an hour, no matter how strong or weak your body is, you'll all die of coughing. So that's how it is. Han Yunqi was furious. She cursed. Which black-hearted bastard set this rule? Isn't it just asking for medicine? How can it take someone's life? The person who set the rules was naturally the medical hut's ancestor. Although many people in the medical hut had strong opinions about the rules left behind by the ancestor, no one dared to say it out loud, let alone curse like this. The old man's mouth twitched. He explained, "Don't be anxious. There's still a way to pass this trial." "What way?" Han Yunqi asked coldly. "Admit defeat. As long as you admit defeat, this old man will immediately present the medicine. I guarantee that the three of you will be cured," the old man said with a chuckle. "Is it very funny?" Han Yunqi's face darkened. Long Fei Yi drew his sword and pointed it at the old man. "Give me the medicine. Otherwise, this prince will make you die here first." The old man trembled as he took a step back. "Young man, don't be rash. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to get the medicine. Weak will all die. This prince will kill you first. It won't be too late to find the medicine later." Long Fei Yi really wanted to attack. Fortunately, Han Yunqi stopped him in time. She said in a low voice, "It's not worth it." Since ancient times, there had been many people begging for medicine. If the medicine requesting cave dared to set such a rule, it must be very confident. If they killed now, even if they got the medicine and were cured, they probably wouldn't be able to leave. The way to pass this trial was not to admit defeat, but to treat their illness. For now, they could only pin their hopes on Gu Beiyue. Han Yunqi persuaded him. Long Fei Yi naturally put down his sword. The old man heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly dodged. "Young man, you only have an hour. Think it over carefully." Hiding in the darkness, the old man, the king of medicine, was already bursting with joy. Han Yunqi's illness was called half-day cough. If it wasn't treated for half a day, it would be fatal. Even the dean of the medical academy couldn't do anything about it. He didn't believe that Han Yunqi and the rest could defy the heavens today. Chapter 6, 22. There was only half an hour left. Either they were cured and the third challenge would begin, or they would die here. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had never considered admitting defeat. They had placed all their hopes on Gu Beiyue. The only thing they could do right now was to quickly wake Gu Beiyue up and ask him if there was any way to cure the half-day cough. Long Fei Yi seriously felt Gu Beiyue's pulse. Han Yunqi was puzzled. "You also know how to take pulses?" "I know a little. The true energy that I lost to him is running amok in his body. He probably couldn't bear it, which is why he fainted," Long Fei Yi lightly said. Han Yunqi didn't understand anything related to martial arts. She also felt Gu Beiyue's pulse. She found that other than showing that his body was weak, there was nothing wrong with his pulse. "Then what should we do now?" she asked in a low voice. "Treat a dead horse as a living horse." Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Before Han Yunqi could understand what he meant, he had already grabbed Gu Beiyue's hand and poured true energy into Gu Beiyue's body. He already couldn't bear it, yet he still gave him true energy. Han Yunqi couldn't imagine the consequences. She wanted to stop him, but she was intimidated by Long Fei Ye's serious and cold expression. She didn't dare to step forward. The little thing stood on Han Yunqi's shoulder. It was even more afraid of Long Fei Yi than Han Yunqi. It was so anxious that it wanted to bite someone, but it didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Han Yunqi's worried expression. Long Fei Yi felt somewhat helpless. This silly woman definitely didn't know how much damage he had done to his body by expending his true qi today. His true qi was vigorous and domineering. As soon as it entered Gu Beiyue's body, it went straight to his dantian. If Gu Beiyue's dantian was not injured, this power would be like a good medicine for him. Unfortunately, Gu Beiyue's dantian was seriously injured and he could not gather qi. Therefore, when this power reached his dantian, it scattered in all directions and scattered in his body, affecting the normal qi in Gu Beiyue's body. Long Fei Yi continued to inject true qi into Gu Beiyue. In fact, this was the most overbearing and barbaric method, forcefully smoothing out the chaotic qi in Gu Beiyue's body. If he succeeded, Gu Beiyue would definitely wake up and feel refreshed. If he failed, he would suffer from qigong deviation and die from bleeding from his 7 orifices. Long Fei Yi was so ruthless. Seeing Long Fei Yi saving Gu Beiyue like this, the king of medicine, who was hiding in the dark, sneered again and again. What's the use of working so hard even if he wakes up? The old man was frightened by Long Fei Ye's sword. At this time he was standing beside the king of medicine. He yawned slowly. Let the young man do what he wants. In the end he will have to admit defeat. The king of medicine was not as patient as him. He looked at Han Yunqi and the others while silently calculating the time. At this time, Gu Beiyue suddenly coughed softly. Han Yunqi and the little thing were very nervous. They stared at him without blinking. Long Fei Yi did not stop. Instead, he increased the power. He no longer injected true qi, but poured it fiercely. Ah! Gu Beiyue groaned and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. If a martial arts practitioner saw this, they would immediately know the secret of Gu Beiyue's dantian. They would also know that Gu Beiyue's internal true qi was in chaos and that he could go mad at any time. Unfortunately, besides Long Fei Yi, no one else present could tell. Long Fei Yi, what's going on? Han Yunqi asked anxiously. Before Long Fei Yi could answer, Gu Beiyue spoke up. This one is fine. I will have to trouble your Highness Duke of Qin to continue. He didn't even have the strength to open his eyes, but he spoke these words clearly and without hesitation. His pale face and tightly shut eyes were filled with stubbornness. He was as stubborn as a strong and foolish child. He clearly knew that his situation was very dangerous. He clearly knew that if he continued, he wouldn't go mad. Instead, he would bleed from his 7 orifices and die. Because, based on the current situation, the chances of success were too small. But he still persisted. This was a moment of life and death. Only the 2 men knew. A trace of admiration flitted across Long Fei Ye's eyes, but he continued without hesitation. Powerful, true qi flowed from Gu Beiyue's hand into Gu Beiyue's body. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of Gu Beiyue's mouth. The true qi in his body violently slammed against his internal organs. It was extremely chaotic. He felt like he would explode at any moment. Stop! Han Yunqi grabbed Long Fei Ye's hand. Although she didn't understand, she could tell that Gu Beiyue was in great danger. Gu Beiyue didn't know where he got the strength, but he suddenly grabbed Han Yunqi's hand. Because he used too much force, he fell out of his wheelchair. Even so, Long Fei Yi still held onto Gu Beiyue's hand tightly without stopping. Mama Yunqi had already made her move. So Lil Thing immediately pounced over and landed on the back of Long Fei Ye's hand. It was about to bite down when Long Fei Ye's other hand brushed it aside impatiently and sent Lil Thing flying. Long Fei Yi, stop. He'll die. Han Yunqi pressed down on Long Fei Ye's hand. If he can't live, neither can we, Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunqi understood that Long Fei Yi wasn't staking everything on a single throw, but that he had no other choice. She understood, but she couldn't let go. She couldn't harden her heart. He didn't rush her, but only looked at her coldly. His heart was always calmer and more ruthless than hers. Just as the two of them were in a deadlock, a powerful wave of true qi shot out from Gu Beiyue's hand and blasted Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi aside. The two of them backed up a few steps, while Gu Beiyue lay sprawled on the ground like a dead man, unmoving. Cheap! Lil Thing's shrill screeches shook the heavens as it pounced on Gu Beiyue like a madman, trying to feel out his breath. There was no telling what the results were, but Lil Thing remained sprawled on the ground, its body trembling. Han Yunqi was so scared that her face turned white. She clutched Long Fei Ye's hand tightly, not daring to walk over. She was afraid. She was afraid that this trip would be for naught, that they'd part forever, that this world would never again have the gentle spring breeze of April. Dr. Gu, don't scare Yunqi, all right? Long Fei Yi didn't expect this result. The true qi he'd lost to Gu Beiyue had actually been reflected back. Wasn't this fellow's Dantian seriously injured? Where did he get the strength? What was the state of his body now? Was he alive or dead? It had to be said that Long Fei Yi wasn't sure either. But right at this moment, the old man hiding on the side reminded them, "You don't have much time left. If you don't admit defeat now, even the gods won't be able to save you once half-day cough acts up." Han Yunqi glared at the darkness, her gaze sharp enough to kill. The old man immediately shut up, but the king of medicine walked out with a laugh. "So what if you can save Gu Beiyue? This old man isn't afraid to tell you that even Academy head Gu couldn't treat this illness, much less a mere 5th rank divine doctor like him." Hearing this, Han Yunqi came to a sudden realization. Her curses just then weren't wrong. The medicine requesting cave's rules were designed to trick people. No one would be able to pass such a difficult illness. They'd come for nothing. If Gu Beiyue really died here, then it'd be the biggest mistake they'd ever made. Liar. Despicable. Her hatred flared as she raised her hand to activate the pear blossom teardrop rain. Just as she was about to shoot the poison needles, an extremely weak voice spoke up from behind her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, cough, calm your anger. This one can cure this illness." This voice was so weak, but it gave people hope and strength. Han Yunqi whipped her head back and saw that Gu Beiyue had already woken up. Lil Thing was standing on his shoulder, wiping away its tears. He didn't smile like he usually did. Instead, he had a determined look on his face. His gentle hands supported himself on the ground, supporting his weak body, as well as all of their hopes. Han Yunqi had never seen the gentle Dr. Gu in such a sorry state. She had also never seen the weak Dr. Gu so tenacious and strong. Although he was lying on the ground, he looked like an indomitable man, challenging the king of medicine's authority and even the medical academy's authority. He said that he could cure an illness that even Academy head Gu couldn't treat. Han Yunqi strode over, but Long Fei Yi was one step ahead of her and helped Gu Beiyue up. Gu Beiyue's leg was crippled and he couldn't stand properly. Long Fei Yi supported him. He said in a low voice, "Looks like this prince's true energy wasn't wasted. This one's life was given to this one by your highness. This one will remember." Gu Beiyue also said in a low voice. Seeing that Gu Beiyue's mind was clear, Han Yunqi and Lil Thing were so happy that they were foolishly happy. The master and servant looked at Long Fei and Gu Beiwe and laughed foolishly. A mere fifth-rank divine doctor dares to speak so arrogantly. If you can cure this illness, why is it so serious? Humph! The king of medicine sneered sarcastically. Gu Beiwe wasn't in a hurry to go back on his words. He sat back in his wheelchair before replying, Senior King of Medicine, have you heard of the saying that Shin-Nong tasted hundreds of herbs and invented medicine and agriculture? What do you mean? The King of Medicine didn't understand. Gu Beiwe smiled faintly. If you don't know the illness, how can you recognize it? If you don't know the illness, how can you treat it? Perhaps he'd profited from his misfortune. If his body hadn't been so weak that his illness flared up prematurely, he wouldn't have been able to figure out what this whooping cough was. Now that he'd overcome a serious illness, he had a clear idea of what was going on. Gu Beiwe, you really know how to treat whooping cough? Han Yunqi was pleasantly surprised. She knew that Gu Beiwe's medical skills were beyond the 5th rank, but he didn't like scholarly titles. That was why he hadn't gone to the medical academy to advance. But she didn't know that Gu Beiwe's medical skills were so strong. Could it be that he could really surpass Academy head Gu of the Medical Academy? According to Han Yunqi's understanding, Academy head Gu had the highest rank in the history of Cloud Realm Medical Academy, an 8th rank celestial doctor. The King of Medicine was secretly amazed that Gu Beiwe could comprehend such principles at such a young age. Still, he didn't believe that Gu Beiwe had the skills to treat the illness himself. Even if he did have the skills, he didn't have the time to do so. There was still the time it took to brew a cup of tea before half-day cough would break out again. But Gu Beiwe gave Han Yunqi a very certain answer. Esteemed Wang Fei, this one can treat it. Before the illness flares up, you only need to decoct some medicine to cure the illness. Han Yunqi found it hard to believe, but she firmly believed in Gu Beiwe. What kind of medicine is it? Long Chun, Pinellia, Autumn Stone, and Winter Grass. 1 tael of each will do, Gu Beiwe said seriously. Hearing this, a complicated look flitted past the King of Medicine's eyes. After all, the prescription left behind by his ancestors really did contain these ingredients. The King of Medicine listened without batting an eyelid, but Gu Beiwe didn't say anything else. That's it? Is there anything else? Han Yunqi asked. Chapter 6, 23. That's all. Han Yunqi was curious, but the King of Medicine was extremely nervous. He feared that Gu Beiwe would really go against the heavens and reveal the entire prescription. Was there more? Of course there was. Gu Beiwe was gentle even against the heavens. As he pondered, he listed out the names and quantities of the ingredients. 3 taels of fritillary, 1 tael of watermelon, 1 tael of asparagus, 1 tael of lily. Before Gu Beiwe could finish, the King of Medicine was already stunned. He looked towards the old man, only to see the same incredulous expression on his face. How is this possible? A 5th rank divine doctor could actually treat half-day cough? Could it be that this young man's medical skills were even better than Academy head Gu's? That's definitely not possible. If Gu Beiwe's medical skills were really that good, why would he have stayed in Tianning's Imperial Physician Courtyard for so long? Why would he be a resident doctor at Pill Fiend Pharmacy? He didn't need to curry favor with anyone at all. As long as he went to the medical academy, he would definitely be able to get an official position and gain Academy head Gu's recognition. That would be a meteoric rise. Frankly speaking, as long as he had the heart, the medical academy would be his in the future. Very soon, Gu Beiwe finished listing out the prescription. There were 17 ingredients in total, exactly the same as the one the King of Medicine had received. This must be a coincidence. The King of Medicine was very certain. Gu Beiwe didn't answer him, but asked the old man seriously, "Is this Junior's prescription correct?" Although the old man didn't want to admit it, he still nodded. "Yes, all of them are correct. Your prescription is for half-day cough. You only need to apply it once, and the illness will be cured." Han Yunchi was delighted. Then hurry and bring the medicine over. The old man slowly stroked his beard, hesitating. He finally understood why the king of medicine had insisted on taking Han Yunchi as his disciple and keeping her at the medical cottage. Han Yunchi's ability to identify medicines was amazing, and Gubeiwa's medical skills were extraordinary. If they could keep these two people, the medical hut's future would not be worried. The old man was reluctant. He looked at Han Yunchi and Gubeiwa and didn't take out the medicine. "Where's the medicine?" Long Fei asked. The old man was still hesitating when the king of medicine suddenly said, "You have to find the herbs yourselves. The medicine requesting cave never stores ordinary herbs." "What do you mean?" Gubeiwa, who had the best temper, was angry. Who would have thought that the old man would actually conspire with the king of medicine to open the stone door behind them? "Once you step out of the medicine requesting cave, you'll see 100 mu of medicinal fields. Hee, you young people are so capable. I believe that you will definitely be able to get the medicine. The old man will wait here for you to come back and take you to the 3rd stage. Remember, you only have a total of 2 hours. Go quickly and come back quickly." This old man was even more hateful than the king of medicine. His words were so nice, but they were actually the most hypocritical. Despicable. Gubeiwa couldn't help but curse. They still had an hour to pass the 3rd stage, but they didn't have time to find the medicine because the half-day cough would soon break out. Once it did, they would be in a state of terminal illness. Who would have the ability to find the medicine? The king of medicine and this old man took advantage of this and deliberately made things difficult for them. They actually had the face to say such nice words. Gubeiwa looked at them angrily. The king of medicine and the old man felt guilty. They didn't dare to refute and pretended not to hear. If they met someone else today, they would definitely adhere to the principle of fairness and justice. However, facing Han Yunchi and Gubeiwa, who had created miracles, they really couldn't bear to let go. In other people's territory, they had to ask for help, but in the end, they were controlled by others. Gubeiwa looked at Long Fei, and Long Fei also looked at him. Other than using force, the two of them couldn't think of a countermeasure at the moment. However, Han Yunchi asked coldly, "Since we found the medicine, do we still have to boil it?" This question was very sarcastic. The king of medicine and the old man looked at each other. In the end, it was the king of medicine who was thick-skinned and answered, "That's your problem. The rules of the 2nd stage are that those who are cured pass." Han Yunchi didn't say anything more and only snorted disdainfully. She had the medicine. She carried 2 large dimensions with her. If she couldn't even take out the medicine, how could she survive? The most powerful function of the detoxification system was to automatically create the antidote. The prerequisite for creating the antidote was that she had enough medicine in reserve. One had to know that she had replenished her stock every time she entered and exited Medicine City. "Dr. Gu, can you recite those 17 medicines again?" Han Yunchi asked. Gubeiwa didn't understand. "This. Just recite it if I tell you to." "Long Fei," Yi muttered on the side. He also didn't know what Han Yunchi wanted to do, but he had already formed a habit. This habit was called being obedient. Gubeiwa could only be obedient. However, when he recited the first medicine, prune yearning, Han Yunchi took out a packet of powder from her medical pouch and said seriously, "This is prune yearning." Seeing this, everyone was shocked. "Han Yunchi, what was going on?" "You, how many medicines did you bring?" The king of medicine inexplicably felt uneasy. Han Yunchi deliberately looked over with a threatening expression. "I brought all of them." "Humph, I'll scare you to death." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough a few times and urged Gubeiwa, "Hurry up! Time is limited." Not only the king of medicine, but Gubeiwa and Long Fei Yi were also shocked. Gubeiwa didn't have time to think and hurriedly continued, "Pinelia, autumn stone, winter grass," every time he recited a medicine. Han Yunchi immediately escaped from the medical pouch. In the end, All 17 medicines were placed in front of everyone. This, the king of medicine and the other elders widened their eyes in shock. They were so shocked that their jaws almost fell off. They rushed over at the same time to check the medicines, but Han Yunqi avoided them. Long Fei Yi cough, hot water. Time was very tight. The frequency of their coughing was getting higher and higher. They had to take the medicine immediately. Long Fei Yi was also shocked, but he quickly took out the kettle. Han Yunqi poured away most of the water and left a certain amount. She dissolved all the medicinal powders in the water and handed it to Gu Beiwei. Dr. Gu, try it. What do you think? Gu Beiwei took a sip and was even more amazed. Not only were the 17 herbs all correct, but the effect of the medicine made by dissolving the medicinal powders in the water was almost the same as the one made by boiling. This is it. Gu Beiwei took 2 more sips and handed it to Han Yunqi. 3 sips will do. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi quickly drank the medicine. As the elder said, as long as they took the medicine, they would be cured. The itchiness in their throats immediately disappeared. They only coughed a few times and felt better. This was truly heaven-defying. The previous miracles were nothing compared to this. The king of medicine and the elder were dumbfounded. They would rather believe that they were dreaming than believe the reality in front of them. Old man, keep your promise and take us to the 3rd stage immediately, Han Yunqi said loudly without holding back. The elder came back to his senses. Although Han Yunqi and the others had indeed recovered, he still had doubts in his heart. Or it could be said that he was lucky. Old man has to take your pulse first. When he said this, his heart was weak. Han Yunqi was about to reach out her hand when Long Fei Yi pulled her behind him. He was more than a head taller than the elder and looked at him coldly. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Hurry up!" The elder couldn't help but tremble and step back in fear. No need. It's almost time. You should have recovered. Otherwise, it would have acted up long ago, right? The elder wanted to laugh to ease the atmosphere, but unfortunately his laughter was really ugly. He looked up at Long Fei Yi's cold face and cold eyes, not to mention touching his hand. Even if he got too close, he would lose his balance. Then why aren't you leading the way? Long Fei Yi asked in return. The elder was shocked again. He didn't care about anything else and hurried forward. Just follow the old man. When they were far away, the king of medicine came back to his senses and caught up with them. His eyes were fixed on Han Yunqi's medical bag. His gaze could see through the small cloth bag. How many things could that small medical bag hold? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It was a special powder that could be brewed directly. There must be something special about this medical bag. It might even be a treasure of the medicine world. Soon enough, Han Yunqi looked back, causing the king of medicine to withdraw his gaze. But Han Yunqi had long expected this. This wasn't the first time someone had coveted her medical bag, so she didn't find it strange. She snorted disdainfully on purpose and looked down on the king of medicine for a while before turning back and continuing to walk forward. Her medical bag wasn't much different from those carried by most female physicians in Cloud Realm Continent. There was nothing special about it at all. It was completely unremarkable. Lady Tianqin had personally sewn this bag for her daughter's dowry. She just happened to see it and took it for herself. It only contained a few commonly used medicines and acupuncture needles. Its true function was as a cover. Han Yunqi used this bag to take out things from the detox system and poison storage space. Its preciousness lay in the embroidery of the Xian character. If it fell into anyone else's hands, it would be useless. The old man led the way, while the king of medicine followed behind. Neither of them knew what the 3rd trial would be like, but they were still fine after 2 trials. "Dr. Gu, is your body all right?" Han Yunqi asked in a low voice. "It's all thanks to your Highness Duke of Qin's true qi that this one's life was saved," Gu Beiwei said seriously. Long Fei Yi was curious as to how his true qi had been repelled, but he didn't want to talk too much about martial arts in front of Han Yunqi. It wasn't convenient for Gu Beiwe to talk about it either, so he changed the subject. Esteemed Wang Fei, how did you happen to have these medicines in your medical bag? And you even finished grinding them? Gu Beiwe had long been interested in Han Yunqi's medical bag. He'd peeked at Han Yunqi's ability to take medicine out of thin air, while Long Feiyi had long seen Han Yunqi's skills from the rooftop. He'd even checked Han Yunqi's medical bag before. Although he didn't ask, he pricked up his ears to listen. Han Yunqi had been forced to take out the 17 powders in front of everyone. She'd long expected Gu Beiwe and Long Feiyi to ask questions, but she hadn't figured out how to answer them yet. This matter was really troublesome. Han Yunqi was silent for a long time. Gu Beiwe had always been considerate, but this time he was too shocked. Seeing her silence, he teased, "Esteemed Wang Fei, your medical bag looks like 100 medicine bag." Han Yunqi really wanted to say, "It's a coincidence," but even she felt that this reason was an insult to her intelligence. She was conflicted. At this moment, the old man helped her out. He said, "Everyone, we've reached the last trial of the medicine requesting cave." What would the last trial be like? Behind them, the king of medicine narrowed his eyes sinisterly.